On 10th June 2025, two major hospitals in North Delhi, Sant Parmanand and NKS Super Specialty Hospital, were hit by a cyber attack that shut down their OPD and IPD services. Critical patient data was exposed, systems were crippled, and operations came to a standstill. Apart from this, Operation Sindoor cyber fraud gang exposed in Bihar. Telangana cybercrime network busted, AIMS Delhi ransomware, and many other cyber attacks occurred in India. That's not just a headline, that's a wake-up call. Hey everyone, welcome to this Cybersecurity Full Course by Mindmajix, where we break down you everything to become a cybersecurity professional from basics to advanced concepts. The cybersecurity market is expected to hit $266 billion by 2027, and companies are in a hiring spree looking for skilled professionals from security analysts to ethical hackers and risk managers. When coming to salaries, a cybersecurity professional earns 6 to 20 lakh rupees per annum in India, and that's exactly why cybersecurity has become one of the hottest and highest paying careers globally. In this full course, we will cover core cybersecurity concepts, network cloud security, ethical hacking basis, incident response, GRC, and how to secure digital assets across any organization. Before moving ahead, I want you guys to hit that like and subscribe button for more such videos. And if you want to learn paid cybersecurity certification course, we provide you latest industry curriculum, hands-on projects, mock interviews, and more. Check the link in description below. Now, let's get started with our cybersecurity full course.
So the topics are introduction to cybersecurity and difference between information security and cybersecurity. We'll go by subtopics. The first subtopic is evolution of cybersecurity. There are a lot of assumptions that cybersecurity was developed from here or there, but the most appropriate one was ARPANET. Actually, a researcher named Bob Thomas created a computer program that was able to travel from one device to another through ARPANET network. It used to leave a trail behind it. So what Bob decided was this is something that could make a record of what is being sent from one place to another. In that case, the cybersecurity was developed. ARPANET here stands for the Advanced Research Projects Agency Network, as written on the screen itself. Later on, Fred Ramirez was considered as father of cybersecurity because he was the founder of AFCERT, Air Force Computer Emergency Response Team, and CyberNet Force, which was used to help his own company itself, and later on, it was used to save or secure the country. The second subtopic is cybersecurity and situational awareness. What is situational awareness? It could be considered as something within a volume of time and space. It is the perception of an enterprise security posture and its threat environment. The threat environment here refers to all the vulnerabilities that can be exploited by someone to cause harm to an organization, and security postures refers here to the all the security mechanisms that can be used to prevent those vulnerability from being exploited by someone. So the comprehension of both taken together is risk. Like if I put some mechanism to secure a vulnerability, what would be its cost? And if I don't put it there and it is exploited by someone, then what is the outcome of that? And projecting it into the near future, like what could be the possible losses or gains that an organization is going to have, not even just for organization, it is for also individuals. Now, considering the cybersecurity situational awareness, what is cybersecurity situational awareness? For example, a security employee is, for example, an employee is called to be aware of cybersecurity when he knows what are the cyber threats and what are their potential impact in case of cyber attack, and what is cyber crime and how to prevent it from happening, or if it has taken place, how to fight back against it. What I mean here is, as you might have read in newspapers, the cybersecurity is the much needed domain in the current scenario because the cybercrime has went by 600% upward. Definitely, there is lack of cybersecurity skill gap that we'll be considering a few moments later. Cyber attack could be anything from cyber bully to cyber trolling, from ransomware attack to just a physical theft of devices. So, as I talked about cybersecurity skill gaps, yes, according to organizations, security professionals, there is lack of 69% to 74%, on an average 70% skill gap, and it shows a lack of improvement in cybersecurity professionals. The question here that should come into our mind is, are there really not enough qualified people to fill the cybersecurity skill gaps? Actually, the answer is no. There are qualified peoples, but they don't have desired certificates and experience and skills. Actually, what happens is, whenever you'll see someone to like getting a job in cybersecurity, there is always a requirement of some experience, like 2 year experience, 3 year experience, or more than that. No one is ready to take interns or a fresher in their organization as a cybersecurity expert or a cybersecurity associate. This is because people think that someone new coming to our organization may or may not be good for our organization. He could like cause internal damages to our own organization. So these are the things. Coming to certifications, experience, and skills. Yes, you will require quite a hands off certificates. For example, you will need a CEH if you want to work in India. But if you want to work on a good level, you will need some certifications like OSCP, OWSP. OSCP has been diluted by the offensive security. We will cover all the certifications and experience skills in the later upcoming lectures. Before starting with categorization of digital assets, first of all, I'll like talk on the topic that was mentioned here. What is information security and cyber security? See, information security refers to securing of your data. It could be anywhere, data at travel, data at motion, data at rest. It could be anywhere. For example, if you have your data in your hard disk, securing it refers to information security. If you have data on your drive, securing it refers to an information security. But cyber security comes into an action when the data is available on the internet itself and it is in the cyberspace. That time, securing anything is known as cybersecurity. It could be securing a website, it could be securing a web app, it could be securing any software that works online, it could be securing even the data which is available online in motion or at rest. Somewhere we can call that information security and cybersecurity overlaps each other, but not in every case. Now coming back to the topic, categorization of digital assets. I've mentioned a few of these steps that can be used to enumerate what is company's asset and what is individual assets. Company asset could be like their website, including their domain name and all content of the website, customer information and client list that they have regarding their working, business processes like spreadsheets that are being made and manuals, photos, visuals of that company, logos, applications that they have created, intellectual properties like their trademarks, their patents, their copyrights, anything. But when we come to the individual assets, very like concerning thing that comes in our mind is social media accounts of an individual with all the posts. Nowadays, we are not afraid to post anything on the internet. To be a social icon, we post each and everything. But trust me, this is somewhere a very big problem that would pop up in your near future. And I'm sure as covering in the later lectures, I'll cover these things very well so that you'll understand that you should not post each and everything on the social media. You should be focusing and you should be differentiating what should be posted and what should not be posted. What I prefer is never post any of the photograph that could include your personal information. It could be anything like what is your actual residence or what is your phone number, everything. Next is e-bills and e-papers, images. Here it could be like your electricity bill payment receipt, or it could be like some research paper that you are writing and you have put it on the what we say screenshots of it on the social media. Someone can copy it. If you're going to have some patent or trademark, before that you posted it on the social media, it could be stealth by someone. Be sure to keep it quite like private and don't share it before like you get it copyrighted or trademarked. Next, how to protect these digital assets. First of all, the most important thing is enlist all your digital assets. For example, your social media accounts, your e-papers, your bills, everything like your photographs, your videos, everything and anything that you have in a digital format. You should keep it secure and enlist it. Even your driving license and Aadhaar card in India. Stay updated and secure your company Wi-Fi. It's not just for company; it's about your home too. For example, you are using an insecure Wi-Fi mechanism, so someone nearby could, like, if you're using WPS, for example, someone nearby could easily break into WPS and get access to your Wi-Fi. And getting access to your Wi-Fi means getting access to your devices. Inform about these things in later courses. There are attacks like RP spoofing and packet modification and malicious packet transmission, which can be used to gain access over the devices. And keep your devices updated, because there are like daily new updates coming on because of that 0 days. 0 days is nothing but a security issue that is available on a certain product on each and every device having that product. So keep patching things, stay up to date. The third thing is limit access and educate. Limit access here refers to, like, don't give complete access to anyone. Give access to the certain things that you allow your own self to give them. For example, you won't allow your DL to be accessed by anyone. You would allow it just for you or maybe your family. So limit it as it is. Don't allow it like anyone can access it. Educate your family and friends that yes, you should limit the access to your social media accounts. Keep it private. You are not a celebrity. If you are a celebrity itself, don't post your private photographs there. Try not to put any explicit content of yours on the internet. So these are the things that you should educate your, like, nearbys to. Using a secure authentication here refers to a 2FA also. 2FA stands for two-factor authentication. For example, you have seen that after putting username and password, you will get an OTP on your phone, and then when you put your OTP there, you will be authenticated to your account and you could use it. The last thing that is considered cyber insurance. In some of the cases, the risk is so high that you cannot mitigate it completely. In that case, you should go for cyber insurance. You should get it insured. If someone exploits it, you will be paid for it, and you will be like provided with all the loss that you have like had encountered during this cyber attack or this cyber exploitation, and the company that you have taken insurance from will be like the one to take all the blame. That's it for this lecture. We'll continue with a few more topics in the upcoming lecture. We will like appreciate all the feedbacks that you will give to us for any improvement in delivering qualitative trainings further. As I told you in the start, to make it a two-way authentication, and sorry, to make it a two-way conversation, and like to make it easy for you to learn and ask questions, we have created a forum for you. You can reach us from there. You can post your questions. You can reach me on this ID on the Instagram. What I'll recommend is ask the question later to me on Instagram after you like post it on the forum. If there is something you can't post on the forum, then surely come to the Instagram. Hello everyone and welcome back to the cybersecurity training by Mindmajix. In the first lecture, we left on the topic cybersecurity fundamentals. In this lecture, we will continue with the cybersecurity fundamentals part 2. But before that, I would like to deliver the content that what we will be covering in the entire course. The course curriculum accounts for the cybersecurity fundamentals, cybersecurity concepts, security architecture principles, security of network, system, application, and data, incident response, security implication and adoption of evolving technology, and finally, we will be giving you 3 projects that will also help you to do hands-on. So today's agenda is to cover cybersecurity roles in the fundamentals part 2. We will go through governance, risk management, and compliance. What does cybersecurity professional do, and other things that have been mentioned as subtopic. We'll cover each and every subtopic in detail. The very first thing that comes is governance, risk management, and compliance. We already discussed about risk in the first tutorial. I'll just revise it for you. Risk is something when a vulnerability is exploited by someone, it causes an organization somewhat loss. That particular loss can be categorized as risk. Now we'll go through the governance first. The system by which entities are directed and controlled. It is concerned with the structure and process for decision making, accountability, control, and behavior at the top of an entity. What it actually means is, in just simple words, there is a set of rules and norms that you have to follow under someone or something. Someone could be any higher official, something could be like any rule book. Then comes risk management. It is the process of identifying, assessing, and controlling threats to an organization's capital and earning. We are completely talking about organization based because we know that cybersecurity is something that is required for the organizational purpose more than an individual purpose. And you being here, you wanted to be a part of IT industry as a cybersecurity professional. So these threats or risks could stem like wide variety of sources, including financial uncertainty, legal liabilities, strategic management errors, and accidents, also involving the natural disasters. So risk could be from anywhere, and managing this risk, as we discussed, like we can take insurance of those risks. We can try to mitigate those risks. Mitigation by multiple actions. For example, I put the mechanism of intrusion detection system and intrusion prevention system, IDS and IPS, that could help me reduce the risk to my organization. So these are the ways to manage the risk. Later on, coming to the compliance, actually following these rules, in short, adhering to a rule such as policy, standard, or specification, or some laws. Regulatory compliance defines the goals of companies that they want to achieve to ensure that they understand and take the necessary steps to comply with the policies, relevant laws, and regulations. Actually, the governance is made on the basis of compliance itself. There is a set of rules and norms that is written in compliance, that how an organization is going to work, what they have to do, and what they have to follow. All these things are considered as a compliance to work according to them. Now, coming to the topic, what actually cybersecurity professionals do. They are actually responsible for securing information systems of an organization. They determine the access point, purposes, processes, and people to the information, and then coordinate and implement information security policies. What I actually mean is you have to do each and everything being a cybersecurity professional, from the work of paperworks, audit works, or to hands-on penetration testing and other things, exploitations. What is the relevance of board of directors here? The relevance of board of directors here is there is a guy who is termed as CTO, Chief Technical Officer. There are some other posts also that are given in board of directors like CISO, Chief Information Security Officer, and CISSP. So these are the roles of like some higher authorities of C-suite, which are part of board of directors too. They are responsible for the budget sanction for the cybersecurity in that particular financial year, and they are also responsible for like any of the mishappening that occur in cybersecurity or any technological part to an organization. Now, coming to the point, what is executive management here? So, to align all this security with organization's specific business goals, every organization has their specific business goals. For example, if I am running a business of cycles, it's just cycles, I have to deliver it to like whole world. I'm taking online orders from everyone and I have to like send them the cycles. Let us suppose there is a flaw in my website. While ordering one cycle, the person who is ordering, he can manipulate it and change it to two in the same price. It's just a case that happens in the real. I'll go through these things in upcoming lectures, and I'm sure I'll teach you how to do these things, but they are only for educational purposes. Don't do any kind of mistakes. Like, do not try this with like real websites. If they will catch you, there are some set of rules, laws that are like followed if you do some any kind of illegal or mischievous activity on the internet. So these executive management is like rather than focusing on technology, they don't focus on technology. They will focus more on needs and objectives of like cybersecurity priorities that a company should have. Next, what does cybersecurity professionals do? Okay, so there are some roles that we need to discuss. The first role is cybersecurity analyst. They are the one responsible for analyzing the cybersecurity mechanisms that have been designed already. They do not design, they just analyze. Are like if there are some security mechanisms already implemented, are they worth it? Or we have we are having extra security measures, or we are lacking some security measures and controls. Next is security engineer. They are responsible for creation of cyber security mechanisms. They are responsible for drawing security controls. They are responsible for creating all the, like for example, I'm using a Cisco router. So this Cisco router configuration, these are the things that are to be maintained by cyber security engineer. Administrator, the security administrator is responsible for the entire security team. They are the one who will have the access to each and everything from like top level and to the bottom level. They'll have granular view to each and every domain of security. They will be the one who will be responsible for um, any mishappening. The first one who would be caught and asked why this happened, what are the faults, what is the mistake that has been done. Then security administrator will have to take the stand for the team, and security administrator is someone who is given all the rights and privileges. Then comes security architect. See, it's overlapping with engineer, but they are quite different. What architect does is he designs. What engineer does is they put some functioning, they put some programming in it, like what they have to do, the purpose. But architect doesn't create a purpose, it just creates a base model or a base form. They don't have to program anything, they don't have to define that this has to do only this work. They will say, yeah, you have to put this Cisco router here as per your requirement, but they won't configure it for you. It's security engineer that will have to configure it according to the business needs. Then comes security specialist. These are the people who are like in every field. They're good in every domain of cybersecurity. You can go to them and ask, sir, I have this problem. Can you please put some extra effort on it? Can you please help us to gain something better in it? So these are cybersecurity specialist. Then comes security consultant. What actually security consultant does is, for example, I have let us just consider a consultant. What he does, if someone is going through some problem, he goes to a consultant and asks, sir, can you guide me with this? The same thing is with cybersecurity. When you are having some problem that you don't know how to solve or how to cope up with, then you need to consult with these professionals and they'll guide you how to do that. There are some roles not mentioned in the above, so I'll just go through them once. Cryptographer is a role that someone is designing cryptographic schemes or mechanism for a company. Cryptography is the art of concealing or the art of hiding a data, or to like secure the data. In short, you can understand right now. I'll later on explain you what is cryptography, then you will yourself understand what is cryptographer. Intrusion detection specialist is someone who implements these intrusion detection systems. What he does is he has to implement it in such a way that any kind of intrusion is someone trying to intrude in the system, any kind of intrusion is detected by this mechanism that he has implemented. Then comes security incident responder and different things. One thing that I would like to mention is cybersecurity trainer. So what does these trainers do? Like me, I'm also a cybersecurity trainer. What we actually do, our role is to train others in such a manner that they could also stand up and choose their career path in cybersecurity. Yeah, we do also have a good role in cybersecurity. Coming to the next and most important part, what is senior information security management and what is cybersecurity practitioners? See, senior information security management is something who are responsible for the top order of the cybersecurity implementation or a security implementation. For example, it doesn't matter whether the data is at cyber place or it is at a rest place or it is at an isolated system. They are responsible for their physical as well as digital management. They have to make sure that neither the natural calamities or any physical theft could harm those devices, nor the any cybersecurity attacks could harm those devices or data. Coming to the cybersecurity practitioners, yeah, there are a lot of cybersecurity practitioners which works as a freelancer. We know a few of them like John Hammond. So what they do is Jason Headaches and others. They do is bug bounty hunting. Some websites enlist themselves in platforms like HackerOne and BugCrowd. So they offer responsible disclosure program. In this, these cybersecurity practitioners are ought to find vulnerabilities and submit it. If they are worth it, they would be paid as per their security severity. I would definitely recommend you to be a cybersecurity practitioner first, then choosing on any other part. At least for 2 to 3 months, you should be a cybersecurity practitioner. And anyone who enters in the cybersecurity definitely becomes a cybersecurity practitioner from the very first day. You yourself are a cybersecurity practitioner. We'll continue onwards with fundamental part 3. The very first thing that we'll cover here is ethical hacking. In its subtopics, we will discover what is types of hackers, ethical hacking phases, hands-on demonstration on these 4 tools like recon-ng, Maltego, Sublister, DNS interrogation. Without wasting much of our time, we'll just pop up on what is ethical hacking. So, friends, just understand it like I have to go to someone's office, and if someone is allowing me just to enter till its meeting area, can I access their like conference room? No, not. If I am not having the permission, I cannot access it. The same way is ethical hacking. In ethical hacking, you can access or exploit some parts of like of an organization or the assets of an organization to the extent you have been given permission to. Also, the very important part here is you do with like a good intention, not with a malicious intentions. Now, coming on the topic, what are the types of hackers? See, we often hear about three things: white, black, and gray. White hat hacker, black hat hacker, gray hat hackers. Who are they? What they do? In very short and summarized manner, you can understand it like white is someone who is given all the permissions and resources to access to the machine or to the asset or to the organization to exploit it and make POC of it and to help the research and development team to patch it. So white hat hacker are like with good intentions, they don't have any malicious intentions, and they do it for ethical purpose only. They are the proper ethical hackers. Then comes black hat hackers, what they are and what they do. See, we often hear about news like there is a ransomware attack in an organization, there is like defacement of a website of an organization. It leads to defame of that particular organizations, like their market value also falls down. So who are these black hat hackers? They are given no permissions, they are provided with no internal information, yet they are able to attack onto a website and to gain the access to that website or to that organization or the asset of that organization. What they actually do is they are intended to show that they want some reform, or they are or to take revenge, or they are like doing it only for malicious intentions to defame a particular organization. So these are the purpose of black hat hackers. But when it comes something that it comes in middle of white and black, like I have been given some permissions, I'm working in the organization, but I found that there is something that can be exploited by outsiders, but I'm not given the permission to exploit that. Yet I'll do exploit it and make POC of it and submit to the organization's research and development team and help them to patch it. So these for this the activity I just mentioned, this falls into a gray hat hackers activity. Actually, gray hat hackers have halfway permission and halfway they don't have the permission. They have been provided with the basic informations which they use to exploit to the higher extent. The very important thing here to note is gray hat hackers do not have any malicious intentions. Now, sometimes we hear about these three topics: green hat hackers, script kiddies, and red hat hackers. Who are they and what they actually do? First of all, congratulations. Right now, you all are green hat hackers. Why? Anyone who has just entered the ethical hacking field and has very little knowledge of it, he or she may be a part of a huge cyber attack, or maybe a very like part of a very negligible cyber attack. Okay, so these things fall into green hat hackers. For example, um, you you are ought to like work for an organization. Right now, you don't know much about ethical hacking field, and if you do any kind of activity that causes organization some like any or some changes or do not cause any change, so you are falling into green hat hacking activities. Who are script kiddies? Script kiddies are those who actually try to run all the pre-made tools like LazyMarks and others just to run those scripts and try to gain access over a particular website or to harm them. They are just teenagers or maybe someone who is new to this field very much and is highly influenced by ethical hacking or hacking things. They just want to be a pop star or rock star in their categories, in their group of friends. They just try to be like, oh, I'm a cool dude. So these are the script kiddies. Now, like scripts are like running a script and pressing 1 2 1 2 1 2, and this is just like a kid thing. So that is why we call them script kiddies. Now, most important part comes is Red Hat. Who are they? To be truly speaking, they are the visionaries of the upcoming cybersecurity era. Why? Because Red Hat hackers are those who try to hack Linux machines. They are the one who revert hack the Black Hat hackers. Here I means is what I mean is, for example, there is an organization A which is being exploited by a black hat hacker B. What this red hat hacker will do, he'll try to hack the B one, the black hat hacker, and exploit them, and just to make sure they are caught and they have been fined or imprisoned. These are the activities by red hat hackers. Now coming on the next topic, what are the phases of ethical hacking? There are five major phases of ethical hacking: reconnaissance, scanning, gaining access, maintaining access, and clearing track. The most important one is the last one and the first one: reconnaissance and clearing track. Why I mentioned reconnaissance as one of the most important part? Because it is a phase in which you define and determine what are the attack vectors, what are the attack surface, threat surface of a particular organization or the asset of organization which you're going to make ethical hacking on. For example, if I have to make like VAPT here stands for vulnerability assessment and penetration testing on a particular website of Facebook. What I'll do is I'll just go through finding all the subdomains of facebook.com. I'll find all its name servers records. I'll find all the domain records, DNS records, and then last phase, clearing track. I mentioned it also very important. Let us suppose I have access to the computer. I can maintain my access, but there is one big issue in it. If I got caught after leaving that machine access, so securing yourself is the most important part in ethical hacking. Clearing track stands in your path. Unless and until you clear your path or track that you went to a system, you attacked the system, you made changes and you left, there comes clearing track. If you don't do, you are caught. So clearing track is also among the most important part of the ethical hacking phases. Now coming on the scanning phase, after reconnaissance, you got the subdomains, and let us suppose you found a vulnerable subdomain. Now what? What will you do? See, you got nothing to do here just by knowing that subdomain is vulnerable. In scanning phase, what we do is we scan that particular subdomain IP, and we try to find out if there is any kind of vulnerability available, if there is any ports open. Ports are something you can consider as an entry and exit point of a particular device or a network. We'll come on these topics in a later on course, like lectures, when we'll getting hands-on to the tools and this phases. Next phase is gaining access. You have all the information about a subdomain, its vulnerability, its ports. Now you have to attack on that website and gain access to that network or device. This is the phase called as gaining access phase. Sometimes being in the same network, we try to use Metasploit, which is the one of the most powerful tool when you are in the same network. Then comes maintaining access. See, you are into a system. Maybe that system could reboot at any moment of time. So you have to migrate yourself to a process which keeps on running itself and reinvokes itself again and again. If you have migrated to that particular process, you can maintain your access. For example, I have breached a system by some Apache vulnerability. Now Apache won't restart again and again if it's shut down, but it is let us suppose it is a Windows device, and I switch it to Windows logon.exe service. What will happen whenever a system restarts or it goes into a lock mode, or we unlock it again, or it went to hibernate mode and we unhibernate it? What it does is it will revoke the winlogon.exe service just to make sure that the user who is trying to access is the same. So again and again you will get the access to the device. This is called maintaining access. Clearing track I already discussed. Now next is hands-on demo. What is virtual machine? What is VirtualBox? What is VMware? Where will you get the IS of the Kali Linux, and how to spin up Kali Linux as a virtual machine? First of all, let us consider what is virtual machine itself. I'll just tell you in a very short way. Let us suppose there is a hardware box here, and just we could name it as something hardware stuffs. Here your RAM and other would be considered. Now let us suppose you have something to be like using over it. Now you have to run an OS. Where will this OS run? OS will run above this right here. Okay, so this OS will be running here. What happens is at once the hardware allows only one OS to run. But what if you have to use more than one OS on a particular device? What will you do? It's quite handy and simple. You will do another box here and it would be running as a guest OS. That's what we call it. So what to do when you have to run a guest OS? You have to just install some softwares that would work for you. Like they will create a virtual space for you, a sandbox area where you can run your guest OS. These OS will have a little interaction or nearly no interaction between them. It is because sometimes you will need to exchange file between them, so those interactions are mandatory. And when considering, if you don't have like if you don't want to use this guest OS, what will you do in that case? You will have to just use your hardware and you will just boot up in two OS. One OS is here and other OS is here. They will overlap a little because of the file system used in them. See what will happen. There will be one OS here and one OS here. When you boot up, it will ask you which OS do you want to go. Either you want to go in the OS 1 or you want to go in the OS. It will be like your choice where you want to go. But in both the case, they will use the same hardware. Yes, it is more efficient, yet they won't have much interaction between them, so you will like lose the interest in it and won't be able to use it up to the much extent. What is preferable is this one, to use the hardware and the OS and then use like some VMware and VirtualBox types of softwares to make some guest OS on it. So if you have an OS and you have to make multiple guest OS, yes, you can do it. I can do it in like mini boxes. It's upon you how much space and RAM you want to give to that. On an average, we used to give to like GB of RAM to a device, to an OS, guest OS, and we used to give at least 30 GB, or if you don't have much storage, then at least like lowest is 8 GB of storage. Now, what is VirtualBox and what is VMware and what are the difference between them? See, VirtualBox is a product of Oracle. Oracle is a company. They have made it open source and free for everyone. So it has a lot of like community and people are there to help you. They are ready to help you in each and every path you choose for VirtualBox. They will teach you, they will guide you, they will help you diagnose through your problems and to troubleshoot your problems. Another big feature of VirtualBox is it provides you unlimited number of snapshots. Snapshots is something like there is a difference between ISO and snapshot images. What is ISO? ISO is the base image, or we can say is the base of like particular OS you are going to use. It has nothing installed in it. For example, if you install an Ubuntu, it won't have the latest penetration testing tools. So Ubuntu and Windows, when you install it completely new, it has nothing pre-installed in it. No softwares are there. That is the ISO. But these snapshot images, they are taken on the very moment the OS has like all the features. For example, I installed the Ubuntu or a Windows. I installed some software in it, and then I took the snapshot of it. So the new ISO image formed and saved. That image will consist all the new software and whatever the tools I have installed in it. Coming on the VMware, what is VMware? It is a product of VMware itself. It's a good company, and we will be discussing about VMware Player and VMware Player Pro. You can find those cracks, but what I would recommend is those are only for educational purposes. You would go for the paid version. Before taking the paid version, use free version when you get hands on it and you know how to use it, how to make full use of it. You can just switch on to the paid version and take the premiums. See, VMware is quite easy because it provides drag and drop feature between host and VM, host OS and guest OS. As I told you in the previous like slide, what happens is there is a quite interaction between host OS and guest OS. This is provided by VMware tools. You can just drag and drop file from your base OS to host OS and like guest OS and guest OS to host OS. But the problem is very you can take very limited number of snapshots of a particular ISO in a free version of VMware Player. But if you take the premium version, you can take unlimited of it. In this course, I'll just go with the VMware Player because it's quite easy and workstations are like they are quite handy for the beginners. If you would go over the virtual box, you will have to consider and configure some of the things, which is quite like typical for you right now. We'll just go with VMware and I'll tell you how to install it, each and everything. You have to just install it like any other software. Now coming on the topic, where will you get the ISO of the Kali Linux? The very first thing you should know is there is an official page of Kali Linux which I'll navigate you through. See, if you type Kali Linux, it will give you the very first link to the official page of that Kali Linux by Offensive Security. See here. Offensive Security is the company or organization which is like responsible for any kind of modification, alteration, or changes in Kali Linux OS. What you have to do, simply go on the downloads here, click here. The download page of the Kali Linux is here. If you want ISO and install it in like direct host OS or dual boot mode, you could just go through here. I cannot show you the dual boot live here because while booting I cannot record my screen. In case if you need to learn about dual boot, you can just ask the question in the what we say question answer forum and you can get answers from there. See, these are the various options of the Kali Linux you want to install. The Tender is available for Android itself, so it is quite small in size. But we need VMware one. See, mine one is 32-bit. I'll go with this. If you have a good device, you could just go for 64-bit if it works in your device, and in VirtualBox 64-bit and in VirtualBox 32-bit. One thing you should note here is you will have to enable the virtualization in your BIOS menu. If you don't know how to do it, just go on the forum and resources section. You will be provided the steps to do it. I cannot do it live here because while I'll be doing this, I cannot record my screen itself. Again, the same problem will persist. Now see, I'll just go with this download. I've already downloaded this in my drive. I'll just pause on my video and I'll let you download it and we'll be back here in a minute of you. Okay, hope you have downloaded the RAR file. I'll recommend you go hands on hands with me so that you won't be left behind for any kind of activity. And if you like fall in something, so after downloading, you will get a RAR file. On extracting that RAR file, you will get this kind of folder. This is my snapshot. I saved it. You will get this. The most important part is this VM virtual machine configuration file and this one. This will help you to open your virtual machine. You have two alternative options to open it. Either you could just double tap here and the virtual machine will be opening in VMware itself, and it would pop up with a query whether you have copied it or you have moved it here. Just click on that I have copied it here. And the other method that I was talking about opening is you can just go into your VMware workstation. You could just click on the file. You could just scan or open the machine from your C. Scan for virtual machines. It will show you here. And if you would go for the open option, you would have to navigate to the directory and open it. I have already opened it here. See, here it is. I have paused it. You have to just do this. It will pop up here with I copied it or I moved it here. You would just do it. I copied it here. It's the most secure option you could use. Okay, I'll just spin it up and then you will just click on the play option or like start the machine or resume this virtual machine and just give it a few minutes. It would just open. In my case, it's restoring. In your case, it would boot from the completely new phase and you will get your virtual machine of Kali Linux. Meanwhile, if you need the mechanism how to boot up your machine, just ask us in the resources or forum section. We'll guide you through it. How to boot. Okay, so here it is. Just a few more seconds. It's spinning up. I just love the way it spins up. It's quite handy. In later on lectures, we will shift to Oracle VirtualBox if needed, but right now we'll be using VMware itself. So this is my virtual machine. This is option for full screen. This is for sidebars. It will show you how many virtual machines you have right now in your device. I have quite a lot. You won't need this much. Make sure you don't give extra like disk space or RAM to virtual machine. If you have RAM of 4 GB in your hardware device, main device, don't give more than 1 GB RAM to this virtual machine because your system will lag a lot. And if you have 8 GB RAM in your device like mine, you should just give 2 GB of RAM to this virtual machine. And if talking about space, give at least 8 GB of space to it, and maximum could be 30 to 35 GB. You won't need more than that in Kali Linux, as Linux doesn't require much space to work. I'll just make it a full screen and show you Linux interaction screen. This is minimizing. I was doing some nmapping scans. I'll show you how to do that. And these are the mouse pad to type something. Hello, Mindmajix here. So these are the things you could do here. You will be popped up with this screen every time maybe you will be logging in or you will be starting or booting up your machine. The ID and password is Kali. You can find this itself written on the description of this machine. You will find the description, right? Okay, fine. Before booting up this machine, there would be a description written about it. So here you can find the terminal, and this is your file manager. This is your minimizing all the screens to show this desktop here, and this one is for recording your screen. Okay. Personally, I like the new Kali. Earlier, it was quite buggy and it wasn't so good looking and charming. Now it is quite looking good and it's beautiful to work with it. And it's quite easy, and it has implemented some security mechanism and as such scripting mechanisms also. If I'm going way too fast, just slow down the video movement rate by 0.75 or 0.5. Or if I'm going slow, you can just increase the playback speed to 1.25 or 1.5. So this is something that comes up with your terminal. This terminal, whenever you have to check who is logged in, just type in who, and it will tell you the who is the user who has logged in. You can just know who is using the device right now. In case if you are logging in as a super user, it will write here just root or sudo in some cases, of other like virtual machines images of other Linux distros. The very first command that you should be knowing is ls. It is used to enumerate all the present files and folders in the particular directory, just like in that window. I'll just parallelly show you that where I am and what I did right now. Okay, so just open this. Just give it a few seconds and it will be opening here. Yes. Okay, so I haven't updated the database. I'll just unlock it and update it. See, these are things you need to keep on updating your like databases, because for like mlocatedb, it accounts for all the files and folders available in your device, and it gives shortcuts to those files and folders. Okay, it is a catfish. It has been introduced right now. It would take a little time of us. So what I'll do is I'll just go on the some other file manager. I will prefer Thunar here. It's good, and it will be, see, here we were when we typed in our terminal, desktop, downloads, music, public, videos. Okay. In order to make a new directory, directory refers here to the folder. These folders are called directories. We'll use the command mkdir and the file name. I'll just make the new file as Mindmajix. Okay. See, you might be seeing here the change, Mindmajix. What if I have to navigate into this folder? Like I have to come here at this place. I'll just simply cd space Mindmajix. There is a shortcut in Kali. You have to just press tab and it will complete itself the command for you. So as you can see here, I am into the like Mindmajix folder. Now what? Like I have to create a password file here. Let's get it something like that. I have to store a password file here. Nano and Vim or VI. These are the two editors which are used majorly in Kali distro. I'll recommend you to use Nano for now, and later on I'll introduce you the Vim, because Nano is quite beginner friendly and with good user interface. I'll just create pass.txt file here, and see here it opens with this option or the page where you can write like what you want to save. I'll write here, hey, the password. You did it. Okay. Just go hand on hand with me. You can type anything here and just go along and you will be very much fine. To write or to save this, press Ctrl O, and if you want to keep the file name same, press enter. See here you can find pass.txt. It has been created. If you will open this, you will see the content the same that we wrote here. Okay, so this was a shortcut. Without opening this mouse pad, we write it. And if we make some changes here, like hey, an ethical hacker. Okay, it sounds quite fishy. Yeah, I'll just save it, and it has been saved. But the like change isn't reflected here. Why? Because we are still in the same directory, like in the same file which was opened at that instance. Now I have to check what is in it. There is a command cat. It would be most important for you in the upcoming lectures. I'll recommend you get hands-on with this cat. I'll also cover some of its flags when comes on the next lectures, but I'll recommend you go through it once. It's most important. See, the changes reflected here. Hey, I'm an ethical hacker. You can also go in the nano again and you can see that. Now I want to just go back to this directory or to this folder out of that Mindmajix. I will simply write cd space dot dot and I'll press enter. See, I am out of this Mindmajix. I'm here. ls to list the directories here or folders and files. See, we are back to this place. After doing all these things, we have to just clear this screen, and the command as it sounds clear itself. It will clean up your terminal. A few of the most other important commands are if config. You will always require this command in order to get your IP addresses. See, this is my VPN connected, so this shows my turn 0 IP address, but my base IP address right now is here. I use some Docker services, so the Docker IP addresses are here, Ethernet are here. So this one is your real IP address. In case of using WLAN or wireless network, it would be as WLAN 0. This one. This is the naming convention of Kali itself. Next, coming on to other commands. In some cases, you won't have permission to access directories. For example, if I go this C, permission denied. How to solve this issue? Make sure you never run your terminal for normal purposes as a sudoer. Sudoer is like user list in which all the users are given root permissions. In case you want to do something, you must type sudo su hyphen enter, and then if you type Kali, yes, you are into it. See, the color changed, and now if you type who as earlier, it will say the Kali same, but if you type who am I, it will say root. So in this case, particularly if I try to go into root again, it will send me here root. See, I'm in the root. Okay, these are my some previous files. I'll just clear it. Okay, just exit the root user mode and you are back to this folder again. You are no more into the root. And if you again type who am I, see, you are Kali, not root. And if you type who, you are still the Kali. Now, whatever you used so far, and if you forget what command you used earlier, you just simply have to type history and enter. You'll see all the last attacks or commands that you have made from here. I did quite a lot of it before cleaning the last time because I used to do VAPT stuffs. You will also be going through these things. Okay, so yep, here we are. For now, I'll just exit, close, and see, it has been updated. It will be helpful for me in upcoming lectures. What is nmap? You can consider nmap being James Bond for what we say VAPT experts. It's like something you could just throw on someone and it would work perfectly fine for you, and you will need it in every phase of your cybersecurity career, each and every phase. It is a community tool. You can easily get it from the internet. You can get it from Windows itself. It is available in different programming languages like Python. So the very first question I wrote here about is what is TCP and UDP protocols. You know, see, when two devices have to communicate between them. For example, there are two devices. I will annotate it a little. I don't prefer doing this. See, here is two devices here. You have to just simply what we say, make them talk from here to here, and then this way back they could communicate between them. But the question is, there are thousands of or like crores of more devices available. What happens if the data doesn't go like this way? It doesn't go in this manner. Okay, it just goes here. No one knows where it goes. Okay, it can go here, it can go here, or maybe this could go directly here. Don't know where to do these things. Okay, that's why the topic came TCP protocol. I'll just turn off the annotate. So TCP is a connection oriented protocol and UDP is a connection less protocol. What it means, TCP is like you can say when an Amazon guy comes to your home to deliver something, he asks for OTP that is in your app itself. You just provide them OTP. He asks your name, and then after verification, he gives you the order, the product, and you take it home. But in case of UDP, it's like you are going to some like place where people are organizing a party. Okay? There you don't need to verify yourself. You just go there, eat, and come back. UDP is same like that. A little difference is that UDP throws out the data without like knowing that the data is reaching the destination or not. it will just keep on sending its data without any verification whether it is receiving any data, the destination is receiving any data or not. In case of TCP, it verifies. If the data isn't transferred, it will make sure that the data is retransmitted and is received from the receiver end. And no redundant data is copied on the receiver end. That too is mandatory. Yes, the speed of TCP is very slow than UDP because, as I told you, TCP verifies the data has received by the receiver or not, but UDP doesn't. UDP just throws the data out, whether you receive or not, I don't care. Then comes TCP handshakes. What is that? TCP follows a handshake protocoling method. Like it will send SYN packet, it will receive back SYN ACK, it will send ACK. I'll discuss it within a few seconds after this slide. But UDP doesn't follow any kind of protocol of handshakes. That's why it doesn't verify whether the data has been delivered or not. The same thing has been written in the last line also, that TCP has acknowledgement segments, but UDP does not. Before going to any next slide, these things, I'll just go on this tab which I opened for you. I'll share these three images I'm going to discuss in the very next moments on your resources section. Go fetch it from there. Make sure you go through it once. See, the communication is always made between client and server. Okay, client and server refers to the guy or the system which requests a data is the client, and the one who sends the information or resource is the server. So here the client is trying to establish a connection with the server. It will send a SYN packet. SYN here stands for synchronization. Okay, it sends a synchronization packet to server. If server agrees to connect, server will send synchronization with acknowledgement. That is, that it has acknowledged this synchronization packet it has received, and it will send the synchronization packet back to client, just in order to make sure they are synchronized on the same time. Finally, client will send the acknowledgement packet. Server know that it has applied its synchronization packet in it, and their connection has been successfully established. State change to established. This is very important. I have told you it very short. I'll later on, maybe I'll be covering it too deep, but I'll recommend you go through it once. What this sequence stands for, what this acknowledgement stands for, why is it 200 and it is 201, why it is 101 and why it is 100 here. I'll tell you all this in upcoming lectures, and we'll go deeply into networking portion. All this belongs to networking portion, but before knowing nmap, we should know this. So this is the definition of the OSI model. Okay, the very next thing is ping and OSI model. I'll discuss OSI model first, then I'll come to the ping so that you could understand it more easily. See, physical layer is something where the real action comes. You can see the wires, the bit is flowing through that wire. Physical layer itself is telling you that it is somewhere you can physically observe the change. Okay, actually you don't observe the physical change, but yes, it is termed as because bit of stream is flowing from one place to another. It will flow through some medium. Okay, so that medium can be observed and told that the data is being traveled. Then comes data link layer. It is the layer which formats the data on the network, how the data has to be looking on the network itself. Then comes the network layer. It will decide which path the data will travel or the data packet will travel to reach its destination. For example, there are 4 devices in mid, 4 hops, A, B, C, D, E. A to E he has to reach, and there are B, C, D in mid. Whether it will go A, B, C, E, or it will go A, B, C, D, E, or whether it will go A, C, D, E, or A, E, D. Okay, it depends on it. On the network layer, it will decide where to go and where not to go. Then comes transport layer. It is responsible for the TCP and UDP protocol transmissions that I told you in the last one to make the connections. Okay. If it is UDP, it will simply throw the packet. If it is TCP, it will acknowledge it and make sure that the data has been received by the receiver. Then comes session layer. Session layer maintains the established sessions and ports that has been enabled to transfer the files or anything or data packet with the server or client. Then comes the presentation layer. This layer is responsible for data encryption. Data encryption is something like you can say in aptitudes we used to learn how to write, if sun is written as moon, then what would be the moon written as, something like that. I'll discuss it with you. There are some algorithms which will be needed to discuss RSA, MD5, and all these algorithms. You will need to know AES, DES. So, and what is data compression and what is data expansion. So, this would be in this itself, extraction of data. Then comes the application layer. This is the layer where human and computer interaction happens. What here I means is if you do like any change to an application, for example, you post your photograph on the Facebook, you post it through the Facebook app. That Facebook app is the part of application layer itself where you interact with that application to make some changes, and it will go through like other layers and do its work from one device to another. For your knowledge, I'm telling that this layer OSI model, 7 layer model, is never used in this industry because it takes a lot of time from traveling from one point to another. The TCP/IP suite is followed, which we will be discussing in the next lecture. And coming on the very last photograph that I opened in. So there are some protocols and some short explanations of what they are called in that particular layer. In application layer, the data is called end user layer, and there are HTTP, FTP, IRC, SSH, and DNS protocols. Make sure you go through this. I won't be able to explain it right now because it would take a lot of time, and we have to just jump onto the nmap. So just go through this once. Make sure you go through protocols once each. What is HTTP, what is FTP, and what is SSL, what is SSH. Just go through their definition and basic means. Don't worry, we'll later on discuss about it quite aggressively. Aggressively, I mentioned because of the nmap. I'll tell you why I did so. Okay, so what is ping? Simply saying someone a hello and the response coming from their hello. What do you understand by this? It is like, oh, hello. The other guy says, oh, hello. So this is an interaction between two devices or two people or two like assets. Okay. The ping acts the same way. It sends a ICMP packet to someone, and if it like accepts, the result will be given to you. And if it doesn't, the packet will be lost. Ping is very important command in like this field. I'll tell you why. You don't have much time. Sometimes you have to check whether the host is up or the host is shut down. You will just ping it, and you will come to know whether the host is like doing something or it is in the sleep mode. So ping takes the least time to do this. Nmap also uses the ping scan. I'll tell you how, and it also uses a no ping scan. There are a lot of like stuff in Nmap we will be discussing. I'll just simply write ping space google.com. I hope they won't mind. They got good server. See, I just made 4 ping scans, like ping to Google. You can see this is their IP address for the server I'm interacting with. Google has multiple servers, so you will get a different IP address, I guess, because they got a lot of servers to work on. This time shows like how much milliseconds it takes, one like one request, ping scan request or ping ICMP packet to go from your device to their server, and that is coming back to you. TTL is the number of hops it made. So yes, I sent 4 packets and the 4 packet is received, 0% lost. This shows that the host is up and we can make some request and it is reachable. In case it is not showing reachable in you or there is loss of like data packets, make sure that you have a good internet connection because Google never drops the packet unless until your IP address is blocked. That happens quite a handsome of time. It happened with me when I was trying to like go with HOIC and LOIC. I'll tell you what they are on the later on purpose. The alternate of like using the URL here, you can just simply write ping space whatever the IP address is manually 172.217.160. Sorry, 160.1 142. See, and the reply would be the same. It take quite a less time in the last packet. See, and it takes like overall the average time it would take would be lesser than this one because it won't go to the DNS servers for asking what is the IP address of this google.com. I'll tell you how it does works manually. Right now, just understand that your request goes to the DNS server. When you search by name, it asks what is the IP address of that particular name. IP address is like your house address, and this URL is like house name. For example, there's like there would be some great like famous. Let's take the example of White House itself. Okay, if I say White House, you know where White House is exactly. Yeah, the same way, like I'm telling the exact address of White House. That would be this IP address. Okay, and the name White House is Spring one, URL one. Okay. Okay, so just let's close this and we'll hop onto the Kali Linux virtual machine. I'll just get it full screen. I logged in. I won't be going to do the full screen because it will again take the time to make it compatible with the full screen. It will change the resolution. Right now the resolution is this much only. See, this is square one. This is your resolution. When I'll full screen it, the resolution will change to the complete screen. It will take a lot of time. So here is your nmap. I did this open for you. I'll tell you how to begin with it. Okay, I'll just ping google.com. I'll use them because they are the best. See, here the IP address is quite changed, as you can see. By default in Linux, it makes 8. I'll terminate it on 7. Control C is used for termination of any process going in. By default, Linux sends 8 packets and Windows sends 4 packets. I'll take this IP address, or we can simply use google.com itself. I'll do nmap space https://google.com. My bad. I'll just terminate it. Yep, here it is. See, no targets was scanned as Google dropped all the packets. See, there is no host up here, but we know that the Google is up, and let's just do it in this way. And like right now we don't know what is going on in this request, but it is the most basic scan of nmap and the target name or target IP address. For knowing what is the current stage, you should just press upper arrow key once and it will tell you what is the current phase it is in and how much time it is remaining. It shows 52 seconds remaining. I'll just make it 1 minute 40 seconds remaining. I think it will take quite a lot of time. We'll just set it here and I'll go to the other tab in it. The other tab is here and I'll just leave it as it is. I'm coming on this tab. You can change, open new tab by Control Shift T. It's very simple. I'll just do nmap tag v, and v here stands for verbose. Verbose is something when you have to explain. Okay, verbose means to define briefly. In this case, I'm using -v in order to get the regular update of what is going on. If I do double verbose, it will give me more outputs of what is going on here. Like here, I have to press upper arrow key and know what is the current stage it is in. And when I'll do just double V, I won't have to like put that much of time into it. I'll just copy and paste this IP address here. Okay, this nmap scan is completed. See, as you can see, the port 80 TCP is open and port 443 is open. I'll tell you why. You will find maximum times these two ports open because 80 is used for HTTP requests and 443 is used for HTTPS for SSL. 80 is open to make a request and their website is running on the port 80. That's why. And HTTPS is open because of the SSL they have introduced in it. I'll just simply like go on with this. Either you can paste the IP address. I'll put it in this way. See, right now I'm not pressing upper arrow key. It itself is telling me what it is doing right now, and it will continuously give me the output of what is going in the background. Okay. So this is a good way to learn, to know how the nmap wants. See here, it initiated a ping scan at 6:27. According to my device, it's 6:27 a.m. And then it's telling it's scanning Google for 1,000 ports. This 1,000 ports are the top 1,000 ports that are mentioned in the vulnerable ports list, and it is trying to discover whether other ports are open. It has tried on these two ports and found open. Other ports are closed, as we have seen in the last one. It told me that about 29.85% has been done, and this much time is remaining. So next, we pop up onto the next command, tag A. I'm really sorry for that. These are called flags. These dash A, dash V. Some people call it dash, some people call it tag, some people call it hyphen. Make sure you understand each of them, because yeah, you will need to understand them. See, it gives me the complete verbose output of it. Next, I'm going to make aggressive scan. What aggressive scan does, it will do a scan for everything, whether which OS is going on, running in on the host, what is the device it is using, as much as detail possible of that device. It will try to fetch it for me. I'll just do it here. Okay. I hope they won't block me, because making a lot of requests to google.com makes you blacklisted for a few more, like, minutes, or some maybe 1 or 2 days. As you can see that this process is quite slow, and I haven't made tag VV or V, so it won't give me the verbose output. Yeah, it's quite slow, and it has been 73.10% done. I'll just give it a shot to wait, and then I'll tell you just the other thing till here. If I have to increase the speed, I'll just put T5, and I have to reduce the speed, I'll put T1. This is the slowest speed, and this T3, T4, T5 are the other speed variants, where T1 stands for the like maximum type gap between one to another request, and T5 stands for the fastest scanning method, like giving least time gap between one request and another. T5 is the worst like method you could use for scanning a website or a domain. I would definitely recommend you to use maximum up to T4, and in some cases use T1. It will give more appropriate results if you have a good time. We don't have much time. I have to record this, so I'm using T5 in order to get it like quite fast. So you can see the verbose output here, and as you can see, this is doing quite fast than this one. See, it has reached just here, and it has reached till this place. It's because of the T5 request I made. And as you can see, uh, before this results, the result from this request is coming up. So that is the difference between T1 to T5. If I put T1, it would take me a lot of time, more than even an hour or two. See, even the Google is dropping my request now, because my requesting speed is too fast. That's why I told you, like, don't go for the T5 request, go for T4 as much, like maximum. Or you could just make it T1 or T2 or T3. Or maybe if you don't mention, it would take an average speed itself. Let's just wait a little for this nmap results to come up, and then we will go through other flags. Which other flags should be like used while using nmap? Okay, so here it is, the result of this scan as well as this scan. Both the scans are here. It's quite verbose, so I won't be able to describe everything. I'll just go through this one, and if you don't understand anything, just let me know. We'll go from start to end, and we'll tell you how this worked. See, so first it tried to find from other DNS what is the exit IP address. So it got IPv6.2. Then it tried to scan and enumerate all the processes going on TCP port 80. So it told me at that GW as Google Web Services is going on. GW stands for Google Web Services. And it gave 200 response code. Response codes are some important topics that we will cover in web application testing phase. And then it tells me about whatever things are running here, what is access prediction 0, and the next frame same origin, set cookies. It is giving us cookie for every request, and my cookie is here. Next, coming on to the other port, this is the scan result of second port, and the same type 405 here it is. It stands for either redirection or not found type of request response. Coming on 443, you can find that it has set cookies. Again, the domain, it is telling me that google.com itself, .google.com, HTTP only. It says like what method is used, and then here it is robot.png not allowed to be used. Okay, so this is the fingerprint of the like service Google provided to me. These are just like individual fingerprint and other things. Here it is. So this was the result of the first one we discussed here, and the same thing is here also. You can go through it once. The next thing that I will cover here is nmap tag OS scan. It is just to know which OS the host is running. It is one of the most important scan. It may give like wrong answer 90% of time. See, for OS scan it requires root privilege. I'll just give my terminal root privilege. Make sure you use root only when required, not every time. I told you earlier itself. I just made that request to google.com for OS scan. Let us see what OS it gives. But yes, 70% time it gives wrong OS because those who run like operating systems, they try to hide it, which operating system they are running. Till this scan is going on, I'll just come on this and I'll just sudo this also, because the other scans we are going to do will require sudo permission. I'll just clear the screen once. Okay, so here we will be doing nmap tag sv scan, where sv stands for enumeration. See, here it is capital S, it is not a small one. Make sure you use capital and small very efficiently. Small stands for verbosity, capital stands for version. So I am enumerating all the version. SV stands for all the versions running on tag P. I'm telling on which port. I'm telling on port 80, because we saw port 80 and port 443 were open. So I would be just asking to enumerate all the services and their versions going on port 80. Tag P stands for port 80. If I do tag P tag, it means on all 65535 ports. But we don't have to do that. I'll just simply do this one. Meanwhile, it comes, we'll just switch on this tab and see. Here are the results of OS scan. See, it itself mentioned that, yep, it does unreliable, and it tells that is Microsoft XP, which I'm sure not would be like Microsoft XP. It shows either 7 2012. It can be Microsoft Web Server 2012, but other could not be. You see this one. It could be possible, but other I don't believe that it would be there. Okay, it shows host is up and everything is sure. I was telling you about TCP and UDP. So if you have to make only TCP scan, SYN scan, you could just simply write SS. If you have to make UDP scan, you have to write SU. These are for TCP and UDP scans. Okay, and if you are ought to save the output, I have to save the output outside when it comes. So I'll just save it in normal form. It is for small o and capital N for normal form of I'll just save it as a maybe result.txt on google.com. Let it happen and we'll just come here. Till then, we are in the same directory. I'll show you the result.txt here so far. Okay, the OS scan, like what we did it, yeah. So here is the version scan, and it will tell what version of what is running on this CGWS. It shows me 7.91 version is going on. Yeah, you can find many things like what is the background URL which is being used, and what are the margins. So yep, it's quite useful. Let's wait for this scan to finish up. Till then, I'll just tell you something about what we are going to cover in the next lectures. In upcoming lectures, we are going to cover about the scripts and .nse, how the scripts are run in nmap, how are the vulnerable scripts run, how are these exploitation scripts run, that ownself gives the result whether the server or the target is vulnerable to the particular attack or not. or to the particular vulnerability or not. One more thing I would like to mention here is, please don't rely on this itself only. Go do nmap tag h. H stands for help, and learn other things about the nmap. There are quite like gist of it. You should just go and go through each and every, like, what we say, for flags. Sometimes you will need to like spoof your source address. So you will do this one, tag as, and change your IP address in order. You don't want to give your IP address and spoof your MAC address. MAC address is the physical address of the device, and IP address is the logical address. We will discuss what is a logical IP address and what we say physical IP address in the networking section. Okay, so yep, here is the result of ONC. As you can see, there is a result here itself, and as well as there is a file called result.txt. If I do result.txt, you can see the same result here too. Okay, that's it for this session, and hope to see you in the next session. I'll make sure you exit it every time. This is for like this lecture. I'll suspend my guest operating system. Just hop into my Kali machine. It's already booted up here, and I'll just show you the page of recon-ng, so that if you lag somewhere else, you could just revisit the video, or maybe you could just go to the page and go through it once. Okay, so session restore and take a tab. See, this one is the official data page of recon-ng, and this one is Kali's page for recon-ng. And what I recommend is going through Medium one. This one, this is a good blog by InfoSec, and then this one is also a good blog, and this one is a tutorial page of recon-ng. I'll just go through these three just in order to like give you a background so that you will be able to learn more about it, more than we will be covering in this lecture. Okay, so recon-ng is a full-featured reconnaissance framework designed with the goal of providing a powerful environment to conduct open source web-based reconnaissance quickly and thoroughly. Actually, in short, we can say that it is an automated tool to run security testing on a particular domain or a website. Okay, just go through here and you will learn quite a hands-off thing here. What are the Docker file requirements? Actually, you won't be able to understand what is like these things going on here. I'll just tell you about those things in upcoming lectures when we will be covering Docker and other things. And this one is the recon-ng page of Kali itself. The Kali we are using, operating system by security. Here is the recon-ng part. They haven't shared much of it yet. It's quite handy to understand from here. Now coming back to the last one which I told you, this is a tutorial page how to install it. See the GitHub page I told you about. This one, he's copying from the same. It is the official one, and how to use recon-ng and everything else. Okay, just go through those things once. How to add API keys, we will be covering this in the next lecture. It is a very important part. Hopping into the terminal. Yes. I think I should just full screen it and enlarge it a little. Okay, so we are out of it, and now, okay, just so many more. I think the shortcut key isn't working in mine. I'll go with this one. Okay. I hope it is visible now. Well, the very first step you will do is a recon-ng and you will hit enter. Okay, so it's not taking my keyboard inputs. I'll just fix it and I'll be back in a second. Till then, go grab a cup of coffee and we'll restart from the same place. Okay, so I'm back and the problem is solved. Actually, my keyboard driver was somehow it was deleted. I'm back now. So the very first step you should do is recon-ng. So you are into recon-ng now, and it will just open with your banner. And the very first time, it might give you like some errors here. In mine, I've like disabled the version check because I obviously do regular updates, so I don't need to open it. So there is no error message in mine. First, I'll be like going through all the commands that we'll be using in this lecture. The very first command is help. You can type it and get all the other commands that will be used here. The very first command is back. Like whenever you are into some context refers to any kind of module or in mid of like any recon phase, you can just simply press or type back and hit enter just to get back to the previous position you were at. Dashboard here refers to the number of activity you were working that you have been working already. But in my case, I think it will show nothing. It shows nothing because I have already cleared everything. Just in order to start everything from like scratch to tell you, I cleared everything. DBR stands for database and its connection with other like things. For example, there are some things that you can do with database. For example, there are some database that will be automatically defined. Okay, you don't need to create them or insert them because when you will be working with databases, it will itself create. Here I mean that whenever you will be working with domains or subdomains, enumeration, it will just create it by itself. You won't have to create them. Okay, you can do delete, insert, notes, queries. I'll tell you everything about it. Just right now, it would show nothing. So I'll just show you the schema itself. See, there is a table named domains. It will contain domain nodes and module. There is a database named companies. It will show these four parts, and the same way you can go through each and every one. So after getting on that, I'll be telling you about workspaces. By default, when you log in, there is the default workspace named as default itself. And if you are like working with something, I'll recommend you to like create a new workspace and use it. I'll just create. Okay, sorry, it's my mistake. Let's workspaces. Okay, my mistake. These are some typo errors that happens regularly with me. Happy with working quite fast. So here we are. Yeah. As you can see, that default is here and it is the lowest one here. I'll just show on the screen guys. It's too low. So I guess it is visible now, right? Now the very next thing is you can workspace is like something your diary where you have multiple diaries. You can write something in either of them, or you can make like this is specific for this purpose, this is specific for this purpose, and this is specific for this purpose. The same way is workspaces. Whenever you are working, every time I like recommend you create a new workspace, and whenever you are working with the previously worked domain, go on the previously used workspaces and use either of them. You can do four things with workspaces. You can either create them like we created here with WSM. We can list all the other ones. It will show two right now, default and WSM. And this Magix one that I created like 16th February. And then you can create load and remove. You can load the previous one. For example, here I'll just do workspaces Magix one. Okay, so as you can see, I'm into Magix one right now. And if we are out to delete some previously created workspaces, we can just simply remove this by some. In this case, see, when I removed it, I just hopped into the default, not the previous WSM. I hopped into the default. So that makes sure that you won't mess up with the other like workspaces. So I'll just remove the other one too. And for this particular lecture, like we'll be going through reconnaissance on what we say Microsoft.com. So I'll just name it as MSCom. Okay. just in order to be sure that I remember that MS Connor stands for Microsoft Recon. Next, I'll just put, sorry, not back here. I'll be telling about you some more commands like keys. Right now, we don't have any use of it, but I'll just tell you. I told you I will be covering this in upcoming lecture while I was showing you the page of recon-ng. These are the API keys that we will be needing from different like searching platforms like Shodan, and we'll be putting it into it so that we could find more and more details about a particular domain or website or something like that. We'll be going through this on a later purpose, then cover snapshots. Make sure you create the proper use of snapshots because these are like you don't have like time for 6 hours continuous for working on a project. Let us take this case. I guess it's not the every time, but yes, sometimes like you are working in a company, they give you a big domain to do recon, and it would take more than like a day, and you know that you can't sit there a day long. So don't worry, just take a snapshots. Like you do 2 hours of work, pause it, take a snapshot, save it, and close it. Whenever you want to resume it next time, type snapshot, load, and that snapshot name simply, and it will be loaded, and just use it, and it will resume from the same place. Next comes modules, and I'll be telling you what is modules. Whenever we are in recon, we will need some module, like which modules we are working with. I'll tell you how to add modules here. You can't load it like simply loading or searching or reload. You will need to install them in your device, and then you will be able to use them. Modules are very important part, and you will be using them for like each and every purpose here. The next and the most important command is marketplace, and I'm sure without this command you won't be able to do anything with recon-ng. So marketplace is just like a real world marketplace where you go to shop things. Here you the same. You will install, you will find, you will search about all the like available modules and use like install some of them and use a few of them. How to do that? I'll just tell you on like simply a later purpose. Although I'll just tell you how to search it or how to add it. Like, without wasting much time, I'll just show you how to add it. Okay? Not on later purpose. We will do it right now. See, I will have to search who is my favorite one. So I'll just search who is. Okay. There is some modules named who is. Okay, so it's see here D stands for dependencies. Like it will need some of the like other modules to be installed out of this recon-ng, and K stands for API keys that it will require API keys. So you cannot search who oxy from like who is. I'll just simply go to POCS, point of contact search. It is quite easy and handy, so I'll just copy it and I'll say mar. See, it has shown you module installed already. I guess my one is updated. Sorry, it is reloading the module. It's into like my device. The very next thing that you will have to do is module load and then load it. I told you this module command is very important. It shows like just module. Oh, I'm sorry, it's a mistake. It's modules. So these are some typo errors that will keep on destroying. See, whenever like you put any module here, it will be reflected here because you are into that module now. And now you'll understand what was the use of back command here. Like whenever I'll be telling you. But before that, you would be knowing about info. What is info command? Whenever you are into some module and pressing info, you will be getting how to use that and who created it and the description about it. So yes, the who is POC Harvester company has created it. The author is Tim Tones. Sorry. You can find him as Landmaster, the name on the GitHub we were searching on. And it will need a source, and by default it will be default or something like that. There's a very famous default one, and I'll just tell you how to set that. Just type options. This command is used for setting this path or query or this source thing. Okay, so I'll set that options source, and then on whichever, I'm sorry, it will be capital. Make sure you copy the same, what we say, order of the alphabet, like in which letter they are, capital or small. So option, set, source, and on whichever domain we are ought to work. I told you BBC is something that won't mind us enumerating here, so I'll just do bbc.com. And now just you do into what we say, Metasploit, just run it, and it will run a scan on bbc.com and see. It told me that it found three new names, three new contacts, and how to use, like what are they. Don't worry, they'll be saved into some databases. I told you about DB database, so you can simply use them. And right now, I'll just get back, like back command to get out of it. I'll be explaining you where these are stored and all these things in upcoming lectures. I don't want to make this lecture very long right now. Reconnaissance phase is very big, and recon-ng is one of the major time-consuming phase of this like command in this phase. I just simply rush through the other commands. As I press the back command, you can see I am out of that module who is underscore POCS. You can simply search other, like there is a very good one, marketplace search Bing. I guess it was Bing web domain or Bing domain or something like that. So I was talking about this one. Yep, Bing domain web. It doesn't require any API key, it doesn't require any dependencies, you can just simply use them. So just getting on to the next things, just so clear command has been removed from this, I guess, both of the commands. In like previous parts of recon-ng, they were working. I'll just simply exit it. So we're out of it. Now remember, don't rush on things. Go hands on hands and go slow. It will take time. recon-ng is a big tool, and don't worry, I'll be teaching you each and everything about it. And let's hop into this. I've already copied my what we say API keys of Shodan and built with here, and I think it would be helpful for saving a lot of time for us. I'll just simply go through what is Shodan and what is what we say built with, so that you can understand what we are going to do in like upcoming few minutes. Very first, I would like to tell you that build with is just like something, what you say, materials for building something. Okay, like if you are building a house, you will need some bricks, you will need some cement, and you will need something like what we say, something to connect those things, some doors, walls, windows. So these are like building materials. This is what build with is. It tells about a website or a domain, or like what are the tools that are being used, or what are the programming languages, technologies that are being used in order to create that particular website. Okay. For example, I have created a website using Python, Django. Other can use like whatever bootcamp. Bootcamp includes like HTML, CSS, JavaScript. It completely depends on an individual what he or she wants to use in order to generate a website. And Buildles is used to like find what kind of tool is used to build that, what kind of technology is used to build that. You know, some people use WordPress. I'm really sorry that my device is going so slow. I'll just tell you what is Shodan and built with here itself. It's not supporting Firefox. I don't know why. Maybe some running issues because of my like shortage of resources of my laptop. So coming to Shodan, Shodan is something you can understand by a spy. Okay, there is a spy who can search for each and everything from each and every platform just in order to get as much as information and attack vectors possible for an attacker to like what do we say, go onto a website to like attack them or to deface them, everything. I'll tell you, Shodan is very dangerous too because if you will just go on Shodan itself, you will see that there are thousands and thousands of cameras that are left publicly open, and Shodan has enumerated all of them, and you can simply see them for Shodan. Shodan can like share the secret credentials of a particular company even or an individual if it is left open or free on the internet and is publicly available. So let's hop into recon-ng without like wasting much of our time. And one thing I'll tell you that please grab a cup of coffee because the next few minutes is going to be hectic. And yes, one more thing. Make sure you have copied all your API keys here. You can just simply go on Shodan and build it and create a free account. You'll get some credits. Then in Shodan, on the right top corner, you will see the show API option. Click there and you will get this API key. And on build with, you will go on the my account, developer, show the API. One more thing I'll tell you is that by the time you will be watching this lecture, I would have already reset my API and changed it. So don't try this and waste your time. It's just create a new one and use it. There are n number of methods you can use to like create infinite Shodan and build results. Yes, you cannot use the premium services by this, but yes, for now, it would be like more than enough for you. Okay, so I'll share for what like modules we need this. I'll just simply search Shodan here. As you can see, there are 5 like modules that are available for recon in Shodan. And if we will just see that all needs dependencies and keys. K here stands for keys. Okay, I told you API keys. That is this one. For very first one, I would go with host name because it is the very first thing that you should do. It will try to give all the hosts that are working on the particular domain or website. Simply do marketplace and then install and then paste this one. Okay, and put enter. See, it will tell you that there is no API key set. You need not to worry. Just simply do key and then add. Then type the like API key or Shodan API key in order to tell your device that which API key you want to add. Simply just type Shodan. Okay, so Shodan underscore API. See this one. I'm typing this same one. You have to copy the same name. Okay, Shodan API, and then just grab this one. I think this one is my Shodan. Paste it here and put enter. So the key add Shodan API invalid command. Okay, where it is? Oh, sorry, it's my mistake. Keys Shodan API and then paste it. One more thing, when you are here, you can just simply press tab and it will like complete your command and then paste this one. Okay. Without like wasting much time, let's just load this modules load, and then this module. So sorry, I'm really sorry. We are already here, and as you can see that everything is perfectly fine. Key is set to Shodan API, and I've limited my what we say request to 1 because it's a free version of Shodan API that I'm using. So it allows only 1 request like at a time. So I have put it 1. And source, I'll just switch the source because I don't want to enumerate about default. I would like to options set source to bbc.com. I guess it is the most like open website they allow to enumerate them everywhere. And all I have to do is now just run and hit enter. Okay, so I got no results back here because all the post I got back has already been enumerated in my previous lectures. As you remember that we went through the domain enumeration phase. Okay, show host No better than. Okay, I guess there is API issue something going on with the Shodan right now. By the time you would be trying it, it would be up again. During my time, I guess this API issue is something going on. Make sure that you copied the correct API and it will work. It will work perfectly fine. Everything, just let me make sure that everything is set perfectly. Yes, yes, yes. So everything is fine. There's something with like Shodan itself. I'll just go on to some other back. I'll just create it as Shodan because I'm working for Shodan, and I'll just load that module again. Modules load. See, these are some issues that pop up always. All you need to do is keep on finding a way, because that is what some, you can say, first phase of learning cybersecurity or ethical hacking. Never to give up. There's an issue. I have put essential. Everything is set. I'll just check it. Show keys. So it shows that there is no keys list. Here it is. Show options, set source and bbc.com info, and again I'll hit run. The same result is there because I guess there is some API issues. If you'll follow the same steps, you won't lag behind, and it's perfectly fine. Maybe there would be some issues with API or something of Shodan, or as I've taken the free version, you can take some like paid version and it will work perfectly fine. The very next I was gonna show you is marketplace built with. I'll be just telling you all the important modules and what you should be like knowing by now. Okay, I'm sorry, I have to write it here. Marketplace search. Okay, marketplace SEA search invalid. Okay, I'm really sorry. Actually, we are already in the module, and so it doesn't allow us back. Marketplace search. Okay, so here it is. As you can see, there is one key, but no dependencies required. I'll just grab this one and just type the same thing again. Keys. First install this one. Okay. Marketplace. Install this module. See it again popped up with this option. Just simply do keys, add, put tab, and then paste. Oh, sorry, mistake. Okay, here also messed up. Copy this one and paste it here. Now it's fine. Just list them out. Okay, everything is fine now. Now modules load. Like I have serious typo errors because I'm recording it too, so my half like concentration is over there. Just copy it and paste it. Invalid module. There is something like that. Okay, the error is here. That's fine. Okay. Now to search info, and you will see what is required and what is not. Make sure it is set to true because we don't want to hide any information you get from the internet. And now like set options set source as bbc.com. Just simply hit run. See, there's some issues with either recon-ng or with build. But yes, the way is same. I'll just try one more thing. If it works, it's nice. If it doesn't, then maybe some issues with free version of this API is okay. So just hit enter. Okay, so there's some issue with recon-ng or some API issues because I've taken these free versions. If you want, like, you can simply just go and buy them for a short period of time and use them, but they're definitely good. And for this lecture, only this much: how to go through this enumeration phase more deeply by recon-ng. Hope you understand how to integrate this keys here and au revoir or whatever you say. Oh, there's one more thing. I guess it didn't work because make sure you try this command if there is no network on your device. Let me check first. So it's working perfectly fine. So there's no issue. In case you find any problem in this one, you can just simply do NNCLI networking stop and then start or restart directly. Okay. You might be seeing two terminals. The first terminal of mine is connected to a VPN. Actually, I needed it. It is not mandatory for you to do that. I have just bridged my connection. Therefore, due to some other services running in my device, I've opened this terminal. It won't be a matter of fact for us. Right now, I'm as a super user. I hope you remember how to be a super user, although I'll tell you once again. You can just simply type sudo su and hyphen, press enter, type the password, and you are super user. One more thing I would be telling you here is if you would just run hush login here, this will simply stop this prompt which always pops up like this at your like it says till you can run hush login to hide this message again and again. Actually, I kind of like to clear the screen, so I don't give a damn about that. In this lecture, we will be seeing two tools, disbuster and Gobuster. What are the difference between them? And one more thing, what is CLI and what is GUI? CLI is command line interface that we were doing so far. Like we type commands here and then we run them. These are CLI commands, and if we run any tool like disbuster, these are like GUI based, so we will need them like this. It will be opening here. Yes, here. So these are GUI based and these are CLI based. I'll show you the difference between them right now. First of all, I'll tell you what is Gobuster and how to use it. You can simply type Gobuster tag h for its basic command help. Okay, so just this much it tells you about like by tag h. For deep one, you can just type tag help, I mean hyphen help, complete one, and it will show you complete details. Gobuster is used to enumerate directories, DNS. DNS, I already told you what is DNS. Then subdomain brute forcing is available by DNS, and then you can use help command for any command, and then vhost is used for virtual host, all the virtual hosts that are running to like enumerate them too. These are some flags. When you will use no progress, it won't show any progress. It will just directly show you the result. Later on, I'll tell you what this means. You can use either of one, like you can use no progress or you can simply use -z. And then how you want to output the string, you have to you have to show it here, tag O, and then output in string or whichever format you want to do. Finally, tag Q for quiet, that there won't be any banner and other things when you will be running Gobuster. I'll show you what is that banner. Like we run the nmap or like we run another tool Nicto. So these are the banners which pops up first, showing the name in net, like in recon-ng used and recon-ng came at very first. Those are banners. Verbose I already told you, like all the what we say current going processes would be listed here. Like yes, I have completed this much. I have completed this much. It isn't like elaborated version of it. It will continuously tell you what it is going on. I skipped this one. Thread set. It is for like how many concurrent threads you want to. Like for example, what amount of requests you want to send at a time. For example, I would like to send 10, 20, 30, 40. Would be any. Make sure to keep it low because some of the domains do throttling and they just simply detects you as like how many requests you are, and if you go above 10, they mark it as suspicious and blocks you for a few minutes, or maybe for a week, or maybe month, or for like unlimited time period. And then like tag W or tag W word list is used to define the word list which we will be using for enumeration phase. I'll just simply show you the disbuster ones now. Here you will have to specify the target, and then you will have to tell what kind of method you have to use, get only, or it would automatically switch between head and get. So I prefer this auto switch because I don't need to depend on one. It will tell me each and every one. So now it needs a what kind of file we have to put here, and there is two things: the list based or pure brute force. Pure brute force, it will be taking the file which you have provided, and even it will mix them, and then it would run. So it would, if you given the 1 lakh word, it would be like 1 lakh into 1 lakh, or maybe it would be very big one. I'll just go with this one because I'll be providing it with a list. Without wasting much time, I'll just simply start it, and here it is the file extension you will need to provide. In Gobuster, you provide it with -x command. I'll simply give both the targets the same, both the tools the same target, facebook.com/, and I think I'll give them both the same, what we say, the same word list. Word list is always, you can find at, so user share. So here weekly word list, here it is. And right now we are doing for Gobuster. Go with this one itself, it's definitely helpful. I'll just take the medium one because to show you, and I think I'll stop it in the mid because it's going to be very large, because Facebook might have each and every page available in this list. Now I'll put the same command here for Gobuster. Gobuster space dir. I have to scan for directories and then tag u. The command is here itself. I have already run it once. Tag u is for URL. You have to specify the URL here. See, that is the difference between GUI and CLI. In CLI, you have to write all the command. In GUI, you have to simply type by looking what it is given here. And I'll start both of them at the same time. Yeah, both are started. See, that is the difference between GUI and CLI. GUI is quite slower than CLI. As you can see, there are some requests. 302 stands for permanently. That page has been removed, and 301 is for like found. 200 is for okay as it is here. As I told you, Facebook would be having a lot of them actually. So I'll just stop it. Yeah. As you can see, each and every of them are available on Facebook. You can just simply go on them. And yes, it is good for VAPT and bug bounty stuff, as you know that each and every have this same thing. And the thing I was telling you in Gobuster is tag X. You can use it as PHP and JPG. Now it will be running with all both the extension and without extension. I'll stop it here and I'll tell you see .php, .php, .php. So it will work for both of them. Okay, that's it. That is the most important thing about Gobuster and Gobuster. What I will recommend you is use Gobuster. It's a lot more beneficial for you. You can just simply type Gobuster dir. I guess this is correct. Yes, you can see it provides so much of more like working mechanisms, and command line is always better than GUI. So try this one. You can add cookies, you can expand the URLs, and you can just provide passwords for basic authentication, username for basic authentication, verbosity, no progress, and each and everything. Yep. Till the time my virtual machine starts, I would like to tell you about some things, like what are the level of domains. I'll just simply tell you those things in what we say, not bad. So here it is, and here Kali, and the default password is Kali itself. Just go through that. It will take a little time to boot up, as I've given just 2 GB of RAM to it. It depends on your device configuration too. So I was talking about the level. What are these? You might have seen .com, .in, .pk, .usa, .ca, .uk. What are these? In some cases you might be org and different. So what are these? .com stands for commercial. In some cases people call it as communication. It depends whom we are talking to. IN stands for India, that means the website is Indian. PK stands for Pakistan, that means the website is from Pakistan. And then USA is for site based in USA. CS stands for California, and then UK stands for United Kingdom. By mistake, sorry. ORG stands for organization, similar. Okay, there is a little argument between S or Z. I prefer Z because it looks good to me. So what are these? There are a lot more like .ml and other things. So these are what we call top level domains, because they are the main responsible for DNS to look after, where in which category they want to look at. Then comes second level domain, and these stands for the middle part of the domain you type. For example, Facebook, and then you can say Google, and then you can say Mindmajix, you can say cyber imposters, you can say there are n number of like LinkedIn and other things. So these are the second level domains. I'm talking in the category like example. If I take example, so www dot this facebook .com. So this one is the top level domain. This one is the top level domain. This is the second level domain. Okay. And now coming on this part. So what we call this? It is known as sub domains. Okay. It is very much important because website cannot hold everything on a particular site itself. Like not everything can be held on the www.facebook.com. They cannot store everything there. It would be very complicated and complex to understand what they have stored and how to work. I'll show you how a file manager looks like on a cPanel while you upload a file there. Trust me, it's really complex and it's really what we say congested already when you don't share the you do not divide the website into subdomains. It is really very much recommended to divide a website into subdomains, but sometimes the subdomains are left unchecked by the organization themselves. These are the point of access or exploitation by the attackers. I'll tell you my own case. In my very early stage of bug bounty, I was going through a website and I was enumerating their subdomains. I found their subdomain which was left 6 years ago, inactive, and I was able to activate RCE, remote code execution, over that domain. Even XXS was available on that, and there was a lot of more vulnerabilities on that particular PHP page based subdomain which the organization left, and it was a big organization. Trust me, I got a good answer bounty too. Subdomain enumeration is quite a lot important while you are doing this for my Facebook spelling. So www dot, or it could be like photos dot, or it could be like gallery dot, or it can be like education dot, it could be like teaching dot, teachable, I know of, and there are like few more. I'll be going through them in upcoming few minutes. So these are the what we say multi-level domains. Let us suppose some website is having more bulky data. So what would they do is they will go for the second. Okay, I'm sorry, my Kali machine is getting timed out. So I'll just go into it soon, as soon as possible. I'm completed with this. So second subdomain domains are like, for example, I have something on a particular date, like I am stored 12 dot photos dot facebook.com. It is like this. So in this case, this 12 the second subdomain. These are not okay. Make sure you understand it well. And there are, according to some organizations, there are 5 layers of subdomain, but you need only this much. So we will be just going this much only. And trust me, this is really, really very helpful. Just close it. Okay. So there are a few things that I will tell you before initiating with Sublister C. As you can see, there is no by default installation of Sublister in your Kali machine. Just rush on to the Firefox and open your terminal here. You will need both of them. I'll tell you the use of GitHub right now and how to use GitHub and how to clone repositories from GitHub. See, GitHub is just like a dock where all the ships stored when they aren't traveling. Just the same way GitHub works. GitHub is a place where people from different countries, cities, or anywhere organizations, they save their program files in order to what we say work on them remotely or access it remotely or to share it with others. It is definitely very, very important to understand what is GitHub and how to use it. I would be like telling about it like upcoming lectures if we need this. Right now we will need only git clone feature. I'll tell you that much. Remember what I told you, that it is just like a place where everyone keeps their stuff here, programs. So it is a gem place, and you will definitely require a lot of tools from some like GitHub itself. Just simply go to code and copy this link. It will itself write link copied, or you can just simply select it all and Control C here. Okay. Now go on to your what we say terminal and do sudo su hyphen, type your password whatever it is. In my case it is default itself Kali. You can change the password by passwd command. Right now I'm not going to change it because I need this password to be same because I often forget my password. Next you have to do git clone. Make sure you have git installed. By default it is installed. If it isn't, use pip or pip3. Install, both are worthy, and then git. It will work perfectly fine. Or you can simply do apt install git. Both will work perfectly fine. Next you will have to type git clone and then paste this GitHub link. It will just make clone of that particular script in your device. As you can see, it is here. And don't focus on others. Those are my directories. So I'll just clear my screen up. So here it is. Now just simply type chmod plus x. This x stands for executable. Why I'm doing this is, see, by default it hasn't been provided with the executable permission. It has just given the read permission and read write permission to the root users, but we need it to run. So in that case I'll just provide chmod plus x setup.py. You can also use the numeric method chmod and 777, and that it will give all the permissions to all the users. And there are a lot more things like 3, 4, 5. All those things I'll tell you in upcoming lectures, as we'll need them in deep dive in the next advanced course. For now, just understand this. Now what you have to do is pip install tag r requirements.txt. You can also use pip3. Tag r is for recursive. I want each and everything to be installed that is available in the requirements.txt file, as it accounts for all the modules and other tools that we will need in a company with Sublister program to work perfectly fine. So I'll just give it a few minutes or some seconds. It will work perfectly fine. If it doesn't work, just make sure your internet connection is stable as you can see, it has started working. In my case, all the requirements are already satisfied because I often keep updating and adding new modules into my device. So yes, it's up to date. Next is simply type python sublister.py and you're onto it. Just wait a little. Import error. Okay, it's my mistake. You have to run it with Python 2 point something or 3 point something. As you can see here, it has written itself. See, the requirement is Python 2 point something or 3 point something. One more thing, like I'll go through this. Sublister is a Python tool to enumerate subdomains of a website using OS and C. As I told you, it is used for subdomain enumeration, and all these steps to install it and use it has been provided here. I'll just simply come here. It is the what we say, the banner of the sublister. Next, in order to understand how it works, just simply I view all the flags and commands and the way how to use it. Here is the example. I'll just simply run one command python sublister.py and d, and then I'll just simply go on to facebook.com. I guess it will be quite long, and just sit back and hold your breath. It will go through Baidu, Yahoo, Google, Bing, Ask, Netcraft, DNS, Tumper, Virus Total, Threat Cloud, SSL certificates, passive DNS, and then it will finally provide you with all the available subdomains. So it is going to give you a big result, like a huge list of results. I'll tell you how to store these results into a particular file and how to like keep on going with constantly like working. Just give me a minute and here we are. It looks good now to be at a place. Okay, just give it a few minutes and it will be perfectly fine. Actually, this is because I haven't provided the -v, so it is not giving me any output. All the output will be shown to me at the very last. In this case, I'll just run another command to save our time, so that we don't need to wait. So python sublister.py -b -t as I'll take the facebook.com again, and if I want to store it in some file -o, and then I'll store it to output fp.txt. Okay. See, I have set the verbose, so it is showing me all the current going, what do you say, procedures. But here at the end of the command, it will give me all the working ones. So it was able to enumerate this much of subdomains. It's quite a lot. Even the terminal is full, and still I can't see all of them. So the best way to sort this problem out is to store the output in a particular file, as I did by -o. It isn't allowing me to go at the top because it is constantly giving the output. So yes, the -o will work perfectly fine here. See, when it will be completed, there will be a file named output.fb.txt. Just give it a few minutes to complete it. I guess it is somewhere here at here. It is somewhere here, and it might have been completed. Okay, no. See, as you can see, these are the subdomains, and they are working actually. If you will just go on to them, they will work. See, as I told you, they are working. Sometimes you are not able to find vulnerabilities on the main website, but you will be able to find vulnerabilities on these sites where, what we say, the update hasn't been done from quite a long time. See, it is forwarding the error 404, I guess. 404 error is somewhat vulnerable in every case. So here it is. As you can see, output fb.txt, and if I gonna do output fb.txt, it is going to give me this output. And in order to just go through them one by one, just type less output dot whatever it is. See, as you can see, the very first is chinafb.com, china.facebook.com, appfacebook.com, facebook.com, download.facebook.com, 0.facebook.com, 0.facebook.com. All these are active websites. See, as I told you, these are all active websites, and yes, we can obviously go to them and see. As you can see, the certificate error, I can just submit this one. and this might be accepted by Facebook if that subdomain was still in use. See, here it is. This one could be a big issue for them. Let me check. So go through them one after other. You could find some serious vulnerabilities in them, and if you find them, make sure you submit it to them. And yes, trust me, these like Facebook or Google, all these big organizations are going to reward you well for all these vulnerabilities. See, again, I found a page where there is a login part, and if I could see here is the token available, I could just try to go through it once, and it would be able to find some vulnerabilities. If I would be able to find some vulnerabilities, then I'm gonna submit it to facebook.com and earn some good for myself. So that's it for this lecture. Go through this command once. If you want to exit it, press Q and you would be out of the list command. So that's it for now. It is known as Maltego. Some people pronounce it as Maltego, and it completely depends on you how you want to pronunciate it. But just make sure that you know it how to work along with it. Okay. So in this lecture, we will be discussing what is Maltego, what are its available versions, flavors, how to work with it, entities and transforms, what are these, and we'll be going through transforms. Some of the transforms, as I've already mentioned on the slide, are case file Shodan and Farsight DNS DB. There are other methods of passive and active recon. For this lecture, I'll just stay on to passive recon because it is completely legal, and active recon could get me in trouble with some laws. So I'll just stick to the passive recon itself. Now the question is how to install it, and without wasting much time, let's jump onto it. And I would like to mention one more thing, that yes, this is available for 3 different versions which we'll be covering right now. And one more very important thing is you can just definitely use it as what we say as a Linux machine tool or a Windows machine tool or a Mac. It completely depends on you. Let's begin it. Very first, I would like to walk through with the official page of what is a Maltego and tell you about its flavors and what is a versions available. It's opening. Just give it a few seconds to load. So here it is, and as you can see that is the homepage of what is a Maltego. It is working on OSINT. OSINT stands for Open Source Intelligence, and yes, so it is used to gather all the information that is publicly available. Make sure you go on manual recon also and other methods that I already told you, and I'm going to tell you in upcoming lectures for recon. This is just because like in some cases what people do is they don't allow what do you say reconning everything or every attack vector when you are working for some organization or other. In that case, you will have to categorize the enumerated data, and you will have to do some manual recon also. So it is used in CSI, cyber security investigation, FI, fraud investigation, PII, that stands for person of interest investigation, and then other tools, other solutions like cyberbully or like just checking your organizations working and like their topologies and other things. Without wasting much of your time, I'll just simply walk through you. You will have to, for this learning purpose, I'll prefer you to go with try for free community edition. Basically, there are 3 editions. This CE version, that is community edition. Then there are 2 more. That the very first one is what we say. Yes, here it is. Enterprise and Pro. Enterprise stands for it is for very big organizations. These are for resellings. Okay, and Maltego Pro are like if an individual or a new startup company wants to use Maltego for their purpose, so they'll go for Maltego Pro. There are some pros and cons for everything. I guess the enterprise version stands up for $999, and CE is completely free. CE and Pro doesn't have much difference. They all support nearly the same things. There are just some increased. Yes, there would be increased features in Pro because they like charge for Pro, and CE is free version. So just simply go on this page and register yourself. I'll just register mine. Grab any email ID of yours because later on you will need this email ID. For this purpose, I'm just taking some temporary email because in order to like mine is paid one, so I don't need it in my other distro. I'll just grab this free version for teaching purpose so that you would be satisfied that teaching version is enough. Okay, so don't try to guess my password because till the time you will get it, I'll already have changed it. Okay, so I've already registered now. Here it is. So, yep, I'm being registered. Come on. Yeah, here it is. The account verification page, email, and you will have to just verify your account in order to use the Maltego. When you will talk about it is a Kali Linux, it is previously like pre-installed in Kali Linux, but in other distros you will have to install it. For example, Windows or Mac you will have to install, but any other kind of penetration testing boxes it is pre-installed. If you go with Ubuntu or any else, you will have to install it. Okay, so it is showing me download Maltego. If I click on this, it will take me to the installation page, and it will take me to selecting the operating system and file type. See here, you can check for Windows, Linux, and Mac. For Windows, you have already seen that what do you say, the constant next installation wizard, and it works just exactly same way. But in this case, to make sure you install it with Java because it requires Java to run. And if Java is previously installed in yours, then you can just simply download exe and install it. But in case the Java isn't installed, make sure you install it with Java 64. And then coming to Linux, it comes with .deb, .zip, .rpm packages. You know how to download and install it. I don't think I need to explain it to you. And if you don't know, don't worry, it will tell each and everything when you will click on download. And then the last one is for Mac. In Mac, it will for like only two ways: .dmg and .zip. And hope you know how to install them. And if you don't know, just go in question answer section and ask us. We will help you. These are MD5 hashes and SHA-256 hashes to verify. I don't think you will need to verify them because we are downloading from official. And although if you are in the official page, like official page, downloading from the official page of Maltego, so you don't need to verify it. I'll just simply go to this option, what is a menu, and information gathering, and here you can find Maltego. Here it is. Yes. Just give it a second or a minute, I guess. It would start. Okay, so it's starting. CE stands for Community Edition. It has good interface, and yes, so I hope you have created a free account because it will pop up to login, and it will ask to log in the very first case. But if you have logged in once, you won't have to log in again and again. In my case, I've already logged in, so I don't think I'll be logging in again. I'll just full screen it. Okay, no, so I'll have to register it again. So I have taken the free CE edition other than Excel and Classic, and there was one more edition here. Just give it a few seconds, it's loading. See, as I told you, it will have to like log in it. Wait for the pop-up for login. See, here it is. As I told you, just I'll paste that, and here it is, GA9A. I guess it is the same. I personally like the UI of Maltego because I was a Windows user for quite long time, and it gives the exactly same user friendly interface as Microsoft Excel, PowerPoint, or Word. I just like it. I like the way it is. Next, it will ask for installation. Yeah, see, I am logged in. Next, it will ask for the installation of transform. That which transform I want to install. Make sure that you install all the recommended ones. for example, Farsight DNS DB, case file, Shodan, and others like I told you like in that slide. Make sure you do install this. Give it a few seconds and let it update the transforms. Okay, so there are 5 application servers, 150 transform, 44 entities, 5 transform sets, 3 icons, and 8 machines. I don't want to automatically send the error reports. In your case, you can do it, but I don't do it because it takes a lot of time of mine, and it is asking for which browser to opt. I'll just leave it to default because in some cases I use Firefox, in some cases I use Mozilla, and some I use Chrome. So let it stay. And privacy in normal, it will share some of your details, and I would recommend you to leave it at normal because I don't think that they steal any kind of data. They just use it for what we say monitoring purpose, and they won't like do anything specific with your data. They'll just take the images of URLs or your site or you have been scanning. Definitely, you can go with stealth mode. In stealth mode, they won't take any of your data from you. And yes, so stealth mode is just like you're working completely incognito, and normal is something they are taking for marketing purposes, or so in some cases they gather it to give you a better result. So there are 3 options: open a blank graph and let me play around. Then there is an open an example. Go away, I have done this before. I'll just simply open a blank graph and let me play around. If you would chosen the third option, you could just simply go here and click on this option, or simply clicking on this and new option, it would be the same result as it is right now. And now you would be seeing there are some of the data categories and some of the pricing categories which were marked here, which we don't have to interact with. So I have clicked on the new, it is new. So there is 32-bit of Java in mind. No, I don't want to work with it. I guess there would be some of the problems that will occur while I'll do this, but okay, let's see what we can do here. Just simply navigate to transform and go to transform manager and check which of the transforms are installed. Okay, so basic transforms are already installed. I don't think I need any other. And if you need others, just simply go to new local transform or transform hub and install it from there. I guess the basics are here. You can just simply go on transform hub and you can just simply install it from here. As you can see, there are some frees and there are some paids. And what I told you is case file. Install this one. I'll just do it in front of you. So case file is being installed. It definitely helps a lot. So make sure you have case file, and it charges nothing. It is free of cost. So yes, make sure you have it. So it's here. And now next I would recommend you is, see, this is already installed and you can see the change of color when you installed it and you don't have installed it. And then these are all like recommended ones, but I won't like take a lot of in mind because I haven't given much space to this virtual machine. I'll recommend you to go with this Aristotle like public API or premium API if you have paid one. And then who is XML API, it is also good. You should install it. I won't because I already told you I don't want to get so deep into it. And make sure you install this one, Wayback Machine. It will tell you the past of the website updations and their stages, like how the website was and how it is now, what are the things that have been changed. This is very good for enumeration. And then there comes the social, yeah, here it is, social links. Make sure you add it. It works from Zoom, Shodan, everywhere, and it collects data of all the socially available, what we say, data of any individual or company's individual. You can just simply install it. I have opened it. Here it is. Install, and yes, let it take a little time to install, just like the what is a case file entities. Make sure you install Farsight DB and others. I won't rush through it because we have time foundation too. Be a little quick. It will consume a little time of you to install all the transforms, but once you have installed them, you will have them for next sessions, so you won't have to install them. So while I was talking about the free and paid versions, So when you are taking entities, what to say, paid version, the enterprise version, you will have 10 lakh entities at a time. That is too big to be like spoken simply. Okay, so now I'm back on my transform to investigate page. Minimize the home and I'll go to home. New graph one. So this is entity palette where all the details of the entity is stored and how to enumerate them. It is a very powerful place. You should go through it. You can enumerate anything like literally anything, any device, any event, any group, or any infrastructure, or even like any location or individual or any malware, any penetration testing, any personal that I told you, any human, any social networking site, any passive total thing, or any people. So you can enumerate anything. See, transportations and tracking of bank account and car vehicles also is available. So it's definitely a very powerful tool. And now I'll tell you, see how simple it is to work through it. I'll just simply search domain and see, as you can see, an internet domain. I'll just grab this. Okay, let it take a little time. So it is here. Oh, okay. I'm sorry for my device working too slow. Actually, what we say, Maltego is quite heavy tool, and yes, it takes a little of time. Okay, so it's completely opened. See, this is the tools available. These are the topologies which you can change while working with it. You can freeze some of the results, and these are some of the like interactions with what we say the graph which will be constructed here. And okay, so I think we should just stop this lecture here, and when we will be back in the next lecture, we'll be going through how to enumerate a particular domain or something like that, web hosting. I think this lecture is quite long enough to stop here. I'll be waiting for you in the next lecture to go through this Maltego Community Edition. It's quite easy and nice. I'll explain these view, entities, investigate options, collaboration, transform, machines and Windows, import, export, everything. Let me just log into my Kali machine and then we will be beginning with the session. I hope you might have gone through the installation process and you all have installed the Maltego itself. And in this lecture, we will be going hands-on. Make sure your machines are up and you are going hands-on hands just like me. Okay, let it boot up properly and start the Maltego. Till then, I would like to address some of the things like, see, as far as this course is concerned, I'll be taking you to all the important parts and I'll cover all the mandatory and important details of everything. But to be expert and to get like more value from each and everything and to learn as much as possible, you need to do practicals too. It is not possible to cover each and everything in small practicals. Yes, I'll be covering as much as possible in this and a few more things in the advanced course, but I would recommend you to be like trying yourself a little more and push yourself a little hard. And yes, you are doing good. And once again, congratulations for making this far. You are already, what we say, 25% cybersecurity expert so far. You know how to enumerate host and you know the basics of cybersecurity and you are aware of cybersecurity fundamentals itself. Okay, so here is my Maltego Community Edition up. Just come here and see, this is for a new file or a new page or a new graph, just like in Microsoft Word, Excel or PowerPoint, we start new. It is exactly the same. Later you will find save, load and other options. So far, undo and redo options. Undo refers to reversing a process and you just made, and redo means to do the process again that you just did. Okay. So this is like Transform Hub, where I told you how to install transformations. These are responsible for doing any kind of process on the particular entity. And then it stands for run machine, where we will be running machine for new graphs and other things. So let's just start a new page and give it a few seconds to load. Actually, I already informed you I'm running into a virtual machine, and there are other services that are going in the background in my host machine. So it takes a little time. I hope you won't be getting this much with like hard times. You will be going much faster than this. So just go to your devices and go now. Okay, so last time I told you about domain, and in this section we will be getting more deep dive into domain. See, to make a graph or to enumerate something, you just need to come here, search for the entity which you want to enumerate. In this lecture, we'll be enumerating a domain. So just left click on the domain, drag and drop it simply here. Let it take a few seconds. So here it is. You can already see here footprint L1, footprint L2, footprint L3, and company stalker, Wikipedia edits, everything is available here. We can find everything. But now let's be like centered to this place only. As you can see, Paterva.com, it is a company which created the Maltego. By default, it is set to this because they allow enumeration on them. I won't be going on the Paterva.com itself because you are aware of it and they allow it. I know of another company that won't matter. They allow itself. So I'll just put it cyberimposters.com. They allow all the enumeration and attacks. They have created this website vulnerable intentionally to help others learn. So I'll just go through this one. You have to just simply right click on this, and then you can see all transforms and then social links, machines, standard transformation, CE. What people do is they do all transformations. I would recommend that never do this because it would create everything at once and you will be unable to understand exactly what is where and what are subdomains, what are name servers. Yes, it would be defined what are they, but you will have problem in like understanding them. So what I prefer is go in one by one. For example, if I go on just DNS lookup, okay, and okay, so I need to provide my API key. I haven't saved it here, so I will just go to the other. I already informed you. I told you the procedure how to get your API key from OS free one. So just take that. I won't took any OS services because I don't have their API key right now saved here. I'll just go through what to say. Okay, so associated domains. Let's go. Okay, default. Let it set to the default value and just run it. Give it a few seconds. See, as you can see, it is showing that the security associated domain on entity one is running and it is verifying from them. Let the transform take each and every step. Till then, I'll just go with the domain details of security Auth itself, then run. Just give them a little time. It will take quite handsome time to understand everything. And then I'll just go with this whois one, but yeah, it doesn't allow. I'll just go with default value. Let's see if it works. So they are trying to find and see there are no entities returned, no entities returned, no entities returned. I think the API key needs to be well established here. So I'll just go on something that is free. Okay. I'm enumerating it using Bing. I don't think Bing would need any kind of APIs here. Okay, so yes, it doesn't. As you can see, there is the first graph object www.cyberimposters.com. Let's enumerate it a little more, and this time I'll enumerate this one. Okay, so what should we enumerate here? Okay, I'll enumerate the IP address DNS. See, here it is, the IP address. I can just play along here also itself, and I can just simply play here also. Both are available. Okay, so it tells me the exact IP address of that website, and I could just try to enumerate a little more if I want to. I can just run this. If it is so, if it works, I don't know whether it will work or not. I'll just go here and I'll try to find name servers if possible. Is it available? Okay. No. Those are for DNS. I haven't added the name server one. You can add it from the transformation hub, as I told you. I'll just run all transform at once so that it doesn't take much time. And Zoom I requires web search. Okay, so just accept each and everything. And if it doesn't work, just remove them. Okay, IPv4, where it is. Just accept them all and run. Let us see how much it can enumerate. And if it doesn't, like just fill it with your APIs each and everywhere, and you will find a lot more details. See, here it is. Okay, the website is quite huge. More and more things are popping up. So I'll just explain it to you. Still, things are being found. Okay, so here is a website. The world is in safe hand. Okay, and you can see their Instagram link. It has been found, their blog link, their test site, code juries, and okay, so these are like all the what we say thing related to them, each and everything they are using. See, there is an email ID it found, contact at cyberimposters.com. Their website cyberimposters.com, www.cyberimposters.com. They're using fonts of Google APIs. They've used wildcard in this. There is SL, there is like metadata available. It is iPhone and mobile compatible. Google Font API, Nginx server, QAC. So these are the details which are being found by built with. These are DNS details, and see DNS. Okay. So this is the proper working of. You can change the topology. Like if you don't want to watch in this topology, you are feeling it hard to understand. Just give it a little time and do it like this. See, this is a tree view. In tree view, you can easily understand what is going where, and if you are unable to understand it like this, you can just make it another topology. This is what we say either mesh or circular topology it is saying, but it is a mesh one, I guess, where each and every node is connected to the center node, and it shows that this is the email ID which is excluded, and you can see blue one marks email ID, and this dark red one is for website title, this one, and this one is for DNS, this, and this one for DNS. So yeah, there's quite a lot of things you can go here and learn a lot of things. And still, this is not the complete thing. I'll just show you another transform. I'll add it here. Just a second. Transform hub, and okay, so just go to them and try to find something good. Let us see where we can trust them. Okay, so have I been found is a good one. We can use this. This is for like checking whether they have any what we say ID and password which is already vulnerable and is available publicly. So we can easily access their login, and we can log into their cPanel to overtake their website. Okay, and I have taken that. I'll just take the. Okay, it's already installed Palo Alto one. It's a good one, and I have already installed CESL. I don't need this one. It is already installed. TinyEye. No, I don't think any other is supported. I'll just go through Wayback Machine. It is important to know what the changes they have made since the last update of their website. If you are doing any kind of VAPT or bug bounty stuff. Okay, so everything is here. I don't think I'll just no, nothing. It would take a lot of time otherwise. Just simply go here and once again right click and do the all. If after like doing all transforms, when you have checked everything, just run this Wayback Machine, and this is asking me the start date and end date. It is right now 2010 1st January and till the date of the last year 31 December. I'll just run till then and let us see if it finds something useful for us. Let it take it's time. Yes, so it is done. And yes, there was a snapshot between dates, and that was found of the same www.cyberimposters.com, which you can see here. Right, see, this one is, there are 3 instances of it. You can find them here, and you can just go to that, and you can just go to that and find it easily. Okay, now I'll just show you the last one that I installed, and this was for, I guess, let's just run all transform again, and it will provide with each and every column. I'll just remember the settings, so I don't need to put it again and again. I'll just run it, and you can easily find all the results here in once. See, it is running. Just hold your breath and let's see what it provides. I'll just small it little so that we can see it at once, or we can just simply, okay, so here it is, and that's completely fine. Okay, I'll just make sure the noise stops. There are some noise here. Give me a few seconds. I'm pausing this. Till then, grab your coffee. Okay, so I'm back. I'm really sorry for that. I was just telling you that you can, I'm sure that you heard till the transformation hub, from where you can add transformations and simply run it. And see, there are a few more things. jQuery is found, which has been used, and then stackpath bootstrap is found. And this is the DNS. These are the DNS which are being used. Yes, simply it's easy, and you found each and everything related to them. Finally, I'll tell you one last thing. If you want to trace any mobile phone or something like that, you can just come here, and it's set to Nokia by default. You can change it. I won't change it right now. I'll just simply run it and tell you that. Okay, so these are the things. So, okay, I need to accept the disclaimer, and then it will try to find all the related details to it. Let's just wait. So it returns 0 entities because there are no Nokia phones in my network right now. I am connected to a Wi-Fi still. There's no Nokia network. I got Realme end of this. You can just simply change the company name by removing this. Sorry, my device is quite slow. You can just simply change its name from Nokia to whatever you want to, and you can just make some attachment and change the properties, and you can easily find them. So there is about mobile computer, smartphones, conversation emails, conversation on phone. You can just capture everything available, and I recommend you just go through it as much as possible. I have gone through at least 50 to 60% of it, not the complete one because it's huge. It's really huge, and it is really helpful. So for this lecture, au revoir. When you will go into this menu and you will jump onto this information gathering section, and the first option is DNS analysis. That is what we are going to do for interrogation. You will see 3 tools available: DNS enum, DNS recon, and peers. We'll be talking about each of them, but before that, I'll be going with some of the very important topics or content which you should know about DNS. So I'll just go on to Firefox. This lecture is going to be quite long, so just try to stick with it and understand as much as possible. If you aren't able to grasp everything, don't worry, just replay the video. Sorry for my typos, I'm quite bad at typos. See, here you can see there are 3 DNS servers which are publicly available, and there are 14 options that has been given. The best one is OpenDNS because it is available for everyone and it is operated by a community, so most probably it's the most up-to-date one. The second I prefer is Google Public DNS, and in some cases Cloudflare is considered the second. Actually, I prefer Google Public DNS because it returns the maximum amount of data, and that amount of data is surplus. But being on the side of hosting, or being at the side of the owner of the particular domain, one will prefer Cloudflare because it is something that will secure your important subdomains and like related stuff, and it will give only the what do you say, need to know basis result. Need to know stands for only sharing the amount of data which is required or which is very much important to share. Other than that, no data is shared. And then RAP, Komodo, and there are a lot of available there. Then we will be going to best DNS one, and you will see that best one is Cisco Open DNS. That's what I told you. And then Cloudflare, and then Google Public and Quad9. These rankings are made according to the internet speed that they return and the way they result. Now, the very important thing is how this exactly works. See, trying to understand it, I'll just go on to mousepad. Give me a second. See, the very first thing you do is you type, I'll just number it, and I'll teach you how it works. You just type the URL and hit enter, and you get the result. I'll number it as -1 because I want to work between this. Okay, so you only know about these two things, what happens in front of your eyes, but what is going behind your eyes, you don't know about it. I'll just walk through it and you will try to, I'll just name it as 1.a. Okay, so what happens from 1.a? Your browser tries to find it in your cache. Okay, cache is something you can understand when you run anything. It generates a small, what do you say, file or data that accounts for a very important or that what do you say, very basic amount of data for that particular surfing, and it is stored in your temporary files. So those temporary files are called cache. So it is in your cache. Okay, if it is available, see, there are two things that can happen here. Either it will be available. I am talking about that particular domain name. See, you type URL here, no? And to open that URL, you need the IP address. Now understand it as URL is your house name and IP address is your exact address. Okay, for example, you can understand it as Taj Mahal, but coming to exact address, it is something I don't know exact address of Taj Mahal. I'll just Taj Mahal and Agra. I don't know where it is in Agra, so I'll just pick it as Agra. Okay, so this is the exact location from where you can reach to this place. Exactly same is needed to browser to reach that particular place. To reach that particular place, your browser tries to find it in your cache memory. And there are two options. It is unavailable or it is available. Okay. If it is available, it will take that IP and connect to it and request data. And this is for the part of available. Okay, if it is available. But what it if is like, what if it is unavailable? In that case, it will go to DNS servers and ask for IP, and those DNS server will return the IP. Finally, you can connect by that IP. Okay. So this is the complete procedure that goes on, and then you make a request to that IP, and then you will get the response. And so this is the whole process. I'll just try to share this content. I'll just copy it. No, I'll just share it to you. Don't worry. So working, what I mean by the working of this. See, the most famous is 8.8.8.8 and 1.1.1. The RAP one. And the 8.8.81 is open one for this. So these are the two most important that you need to remember every time, because they are used for like DNS enumeration for in like each and every cases when you're working on DNS integration. I'll just try to get you hands on here a little for my voice today. I'll just go on DNS enum first. How to use it is you just put DNS enum and then domain name. I'll just try to enumerate what should we go, facebook.com. It has a lot of what we say subdomains and other. I'll just go with Microsoft.com. It is good. So here, as you can see, the data has started to enumerate. It will take quite a lot of time. It is trying to brute force the DNS about all the related details it has. Just allow it some moment of time and you will get the results. Till then, I am just getting you walk through this. See, the very first is host address. These are the 5 hosts available from Microsoft and their IP addresses are here. It is very important to know the exact IP address of the particular server you are trying to attack. And suppose we are attacking this host and we don't know its IP address. So we will just type microsoft.com and being on our zone, which zone we are in geographical place, your request or enumeration could be from other hosts, which is a waste of time and loss of time. Okay. So I told you about host one, and it won't let me stay up because it is trying to find new details. So I'll just get down and up again and again. So here is the name servers. There are 4 name servers that Microsoft uses. Okay, just wait for it to complete so that we don't need to go there again and again. Allow it a little time. I'll just stop it here. You can just run it again and you can get the exact data. I don't want to keep on brute forcing. It will take a lot of time. So NS1, 2, 3, 4 are the 4 name servers that are available, and these are their IP addresses of the name servers. Now we are talking about mail servers. We found in the earlier lecture 2 that Microsoft uses 2 mail servers, and these were the 2. And you can see they are the same again. There's just one difference: 53 and 54 in their IP address on the B part, and then coming on to the last one is trying zone transfers and getting bind version. See, here it will try to find in which zone they are available and all the related information about their which zone they work for. So the query refused by the Microsoft because for obvious reason people don't want to know where the server is located exactly. And then brute forcing the DNS enumeration content, we found that these are some subdomains, Microsoft.com. As you can see, I just noticed, okay, see, it even enumerated the admin portal of the Microsoft.com. Okay, so just make sure you don't play too much with it. It can get risky for you. Yes, for DNS integration with permission, you can just go on full run and then try to enumerate as much detail as possible from each of these subdomains. There would be a lot more enumerated here if I won't have stopped. I'll just tell you one more method of using it on a specific purpose. I'll just provide it my own DNS server. Right? In this case, okay, DNS server. I'll just provide the most famous one, 8.8.8.8, and I'll just provide it again, Microsoft.com, and I'll hit enter. So in this case, it will go quite fast because it already has enumerated all the previous information, so it won't waste a lot of time because I told you the cache is stored in your device itself, so it will return that first part very quickly. And then again, the brute forcing thing will go on, but this time it will brute force from that DNS 8.8.8.8. Okay, so yeah, the same content is coming up because brute forcing starts from the particular file and the file holds them in a particular order. As you can see, there are some new subdomains that are coming up, and as you can also notice that this is going way faster than the previous one because this time we are trying to get data from a particular DNS server. In the earlier one, it was trying to get from each and every server, so it was costing us a lot of time. But in this case, we won't be wasting much time, and we will be getting very easily. And it is very important. See, as you can see, it is returning us about the IP address and other name details that are available. And one of the very important part that I would like to tell you here is A and what is the C name, A, these are, what are they? See, these are, I discussed earlier also, where MX and NS, I told you that M stands for mail server, NS stands for name server, good. to that lecture again, and you will find the complete list that I shared about all this CNAME and A. Okay. I'll just halt it here. You can just run it completely, and you will find, and then it will end with this number of new subdomains found. Next tool that I'll be talking about is DNS Tict 6, and it is not by default installed in Kali from this versions, but earlier it was. You can simply just go apt install and then DNS Tict. See, unable to, okay. In my case, I have to just put sudo here, and in your case also you will have to put sudo in this version of Kali. So it is not available publicly, and you will have to find its GitHub repository. I told you earlier how to use it, and then finally git clone here. So just go through it. I'll tell you about the commands first. The DNS, you have to just use DNS Tict 6, and then you will have to just put the domain. Domain could be anything. It could be like Microsoft.com, or it could be Facebook.com, or anywhere. I'll just make sure that it isn't available. Okay, so it's not available in this version of Kali, but earlier it was used to be there. The next tool I'm going to talk about is Spheres. I'll try to cover as much as possible for you. I know you won't be using this much of DNS interrogation tools, but it's my responsibility to get you aware of these tools, because you will be asked about these tools whenever you're going to set into some big company or organization interviews or maybe something like that, and some of you might be learning for that purpose itself. So you should know pretty much about it. I'll just go on Microsoft again. No, I'll just try to go on Facebook.com this time, and you can just simply see the power of this tool. Just a second. Okay. Okay. I realized about threads. Okay, so they have changed the method. Earlier it was used to be -DNS. Now it's, I guess, -H. And I have to remove this to TCP line. No, it's domain. Sorry, it was my fault. -domain. They have changed the mechanism from DNS to domain. And make sure you just go with the help command every time you face this kind of issue. And as you can see here, see, these are some new subdomains that you will find here, because it goes on trying to find all the what we say hidden type of or rarely found like subdomains, and it is definitely, as it stands for fierce, it works very fiercely and it tries to get as much as data possible from the host. I'll just stop it here. And you complete it by yourself and pause this video and make sure you completely scan, understand where threads stands for. In this case, the amount of request you want to make, I'll limit it to 5 so that you will see the difference. Again, as I told you, just to go on here, we'll just see first what are the changes in the command. So they have removed the, I guess, okay, so they have removed the threads option, which is quite bad. Earlier it was very helpful because some of the DIMs don't allow a lot of requests per second or minute or per unit time, but now they might be allowing, so they removed it. So I told you about domain, and then this connect stands for getting all the HTTP connection requests. Here you can see, as I do here, double tag connect, it will try to find the headers. See, these are the header of the particular connection that it has established. This is quite helpful because in some cases you will be doing bug bounty and DNS interrogation of a big company where you won't be getting a lot of time to go through each and every. You can just simply go here and just check it, and in some cases you can just simply put grep and make this one your target, and grep something like 1980, and it will try to grep 1980, and if you're lucky enough, there would be some file modification that have been made in 1980 of that particular web page, and you will simply be able to find an old hosted page, and you can simply just find the vulnerability in it. Finding vulnerability in old pages is quite easier than in new one, because new ones are made by Bootstrap or Django, something like that task. Those are themselves very much secure. I'll just halt it here. And yes, so this was fears. The next and the last I'll go is DNS map, and you can just simply go on any of the tools. I'll take you from here because I haven't told you this method. I'll just show you this one. So DNS map has been put it into DNS recon itself, I guess. They've removed these tools because, as I told you, all the tools work nearly the same way. I'll just here DNS recon, and then facebook.com, and simply okay. So there is -d we need to add, and as you can see, it has started enumerating authority one, SOA, the name server NS, and then IPv6 4 times A and IP4 a single A, TXT files, and XMail servers. So it is trying to find those. So this was all about DNS interrogation, and by this we end up on our fundamentals. I'll share this one. Make sure you understand this process because it is very much important, and make sure you do DNS recon every time you go on any kind of searching or BAPT or bug bounty stuff online. What is a risk? According to a cyber world, what you can understand from risk as a technical part is there's some vulnerability. Vulnerability means some bug or some problems in a particular website or a web domain or something like applications. There is an attacker, suppose that A, and there is a software B. So the attacker A tries to exploit B through those vulnerabilities. Okay, so when he or she, the attacker A, is able to exploit B, then the upcoming threats, like what he can do, what he cannot do from that exploitation level. There are multiple type of exploitation. In some exploitation, you need to do privilege escalation. In some, you don't need to do. You are already the root. So I'm talking about in general. So in general, let us suppose you are into that particular software B. You are not the root user and you need to privilege escalate, which isn't allowed. So neither you can escalate your privileges, nor you are root. So you have very limited access, but yes, you have access to some features which aren't allowed to be used by you. So what are the losses that you can cause to that particular organization is risk. Okay. So the owner of B needs to work on that part to mitigate or to reduce that risk. According to an organization report, here I'm talking about like a big organization. It's a cybersecurity domain-based organization. They say that cyber risk is the fastest growing enterprise risk and organizational priority today. According to the 2019 Global Risk Perception Survey, cyber risk was ranked as a top 5 priority by 79% of the global organizations. What do you understand by this? There are a lot of type of crimes. If you will see, there is physical theft damage, there is digital theft damage, there is mental theft and damage. There are a lot of crimes available, but out of those, the cyber risk that is caused from the cyber world has been like ranked fifth in by like most of the organizations in top 5. What do you understand by this survey report? This definitely leads to the second point that we're talking about is, and the third point. The second point is the growth of cyber risk is in large part tied to the increasing use of technology as a world driver. So it is increasing because of the increase in use of technology and discovery of new tools, and I don't say it as a discovery, invention of new tools and technologies. What are the strategic initiatives or such as outsourcing or use of third-party vendors, cloud migration, mobile technologies, and remote access? I'll be covering this very deeply in the next lecture and some of it in the upcoming slides. Stick to it. So these are the ways to drive out and improve efficiency. and but also increase of cyber risk exposure in this case is huge. Cyber risk has evolved from a technology issue to an organizational problem. Okay, so in short, cyber risk is for everyone. Like, it's not about an individual only; it is for every organization too, because maybe their CEO or someone is having participation in a group of WhatsApp where she needs to talk to others, and someone in that group is intruder and he shares all the chat. That can cause a huge reputation damage, or maybe in some cases confidentiality loses here. So risk is all about CIA triad. I will be explaining CIA triad deeply in later part. So, and the third part, which you need to understand very properly and keep it in your mind, and also it will tell you that you have taken a very good initiative towards your bright and successful career, because a compounding factor here is over the last 2 decades, cybercrime has grown exponentially. According to the IC3 and the FBI crime reporting mechanism, monetary damages from reported cybercrime is total to be $3.5 billion in 2019, and the Cybersecurity Ventures project at global cost of cybercrime will be double to 6 trillion in 2021, up from 3 trillion in 2015. Oh my god. Do you understand that? It is like cyber world is using 2 rupees and now it will change to 4 rupees. No, exactly not. $3 trillion and $6 trillion are way too higher than 2 to 4 rupees cost. I'm talking about $1 trillion. So in some cases, yes, you will be provided more salary in your jobs, and there would be more availability for the jobs. And according to some surveys, there are only 22% of the cyber experts on like available posts. There are 100 posts available, and there are just 22 people to accept out of those 100. What could be your approaches to cybersecurity? There are a lot of approaches, like there are, but here we will be talking about risk-based approach here, because we are talking about risk. So in some cases earlier, the approaches were like there are some compliance-based approach, and there was a governance-based approach. So in those approaches, what it was like people were given checklist. They have to apply something and then put tick in front of that checklist. And when they are done with that checklist, yes, they are secure according to them. But due to the fast evolving cybersecurity and cyber threat world, and cybercrime type of cyber attacks has been increasing like exponentially. That's why this approach was very poor. So a new approach was discovered, that is risk-based approach. In this, a person is systematic method like applies a systematic method that identifies, evaluates, and prioritize threats facing the organization. Okay, what an organization is going to face through a particular risk, and what are those risks, and which risk is more important and which is less. That is the main key concept in this. So it is customizable, and it depends on individual businesses, and yes, it needs organization and operational vulnerabilities too. So cyber risk or cyber security risk is the potential exposure to loss or harm stemming from an organization's information or communication systems. Cyber attacks or data breaches are two frequently reported examples of cyber risk. So that was I was all talking about. Cyber breach here is like data breaches are. You might be hearing that Facebook data was stolen, WhatsApp data was stolen. So these are data breaches. So they cause reputation damage in the market, which make their shares fall by a lot of like percentage. However, cybersecurity risk extends beyond damage and destruction of data or monetary loss and encompasses theft of intellectual property, productivity losses, and reputational harm. So, yes, cybersecurity is something that needs to be taken into the action and save organizations from losing this reputational harm, or maybe sometimes productivity due to the downtime of devices, or maybe some losses due to like physical or digital damage and their intellectual properties. So I'll be talking about this risk-based approach in 5 phases. The very first phase could be understand as BIA. BIA is business impact analysis. Business impact analysis. In this, what we do is we enumerate all the assets of a particular business, not just physical assets. We here talk about digital assets too. For example, a website is also an asset. Virtual assistant is also an asset. A virtual intern is also an asset here. Okay. So we will enumerate them and we will then perform a risk assessment. Here, risk assessment stands for what kind of risks are available and what are its potential to be considered. Like there is a risk of my website being completely stolen by someone or maybe hijacked, but its potential is very low. Like no one or maybe someone rarely could try that and may get that. But in 99.99 cases, it won't happen. So we won't focus much on that. We will focus on the threat risk which have more cost and more potential of happening. I'll be telling you about the Gardner quadrant and the what is the likelihood and vulnerable like impact damages in upcoming lecture. In that you will understand what I'm talking about exactly in risk assessment. Then you need to identify and implement all the required and like desired security controls and mechanisms to mitigate, to reduce, to transfer all those risks. For example, if I have a physical risk of trespassing by someone, what I'll do, I'll install a camera and I'll make a guard sit over there. So if someone is trying to trespass, he or she may be caught very easily. So this is something identify and implement needed controls. In phase 4, what we do is after the implementation of those needed controls, we test them, we validate them. Test here stands for we will test them in extreme conditions, like will it be worthy for this condition? Like is it possible that someone could still trespass? Yes, if someone is the guard is talking to someone else, he or she can easily trespass in. But if that camera is there, it will record, and the guy who is sitting at the security room watching those cameras will definitely notice that trespasser. Then we will validate, and still if we still like weren't able to do that, we will install a gate which would like beep when someone enters. So in that case, trespassing is completely halted or stopped. So after the validation of this test, and we finally file a report, we make an audit log and report. That report is stored to some place where it will be needed for the next reports, modification and formation and test. And the final phase is continuous monitoring and governance. And then the individual of an organization, the security head or maybe someone like assistant CTO has to monitor all the mechanisms and controls that have been initialized and make the operations be governed under those, and make sure that the governance is being followed properly by all the employees. Last time we discussed about key terms and definitions. We left on the risk part earlier, and now we'll be completing the risk part, is likelihood and impact. Then we'll go on the approaches to risk, then third party risk and risk management. We have already discussed a little about approaches to risk in approaches to cybersecurity as risk-based approach, and I'll be discussing more in details. The very first topic, as I told you, is risk, likelihood, and impact. First of all, let us understand what is likelihood and what is impact. You can understand likelihood as the probability or the chances of something to be happen or something to be happening. You can understand it like there is a train, it will come on time every day. There's possibility. It will come late. It is also a possibility. It will come early. It is also a possibility. So these are likelihood. So you can just take an average that whether the train comes on an average time, like it is on exact time, before time, or it is late. That is likelihood that comes as the like mean, which is happening most of the times. And then comes the impact. Impact is something that what is the effect or after effect of that happening. The very first thing that I would explain is that a high likelihood that the threat will occur is given a value of 1.0. Okay, that means the maximum is 1 and the minimum is 0. That if something is happening every time it will happen, we know that it is going to be happening and we are sure. That means it will have likelihood 1, that yes, it is going to happen every time. Then comes medium likelihood. What is medium likelihood? You can understand it as a moderate one in the mid, that it will happen, but there are possibilities of it happening. We're talking about medium likelihood. So medium likelihood is assigned value of 0.5 that it will happen 50 of the times. Like today it will happen, tomorrow it won't. So this is the likelihood of 0.5 that yes, there are equal chance of it happening and not happening both. Then comes low likelihood that there are really less positive chances of happening. So it will be given as that 0.1 rating, that the occurrence or the happening of a particular event is too low. Then comes impact. In this case, the maximum value is 100 and the minimum value is 10. We didn't consider 0 here because, yes, if we are talking about impact, there would be some impact and the least impact would be 10. So a high impact is given the value of 100, that yes, it has been completely damaged. The other one is 50, which is moderate, that the half part of it is damaged, half is left. And then comes the low impact, that means there is an impact, but it is like we can skip it. It is considered not enough to be considered much. So it is given 10. NIST is an organization of cybersecurity. I'll be discussing about them later on purpose, but I'll tell you there is one of their sections or one of their given definitions under NIST SP 800-161 that under likelihood CNSSI 4009, a weight factor based on a subjective analysis of probability that a given threat is capable of exploiting a vulnerability or a set of vulnerabilities that can occur. So yes, exactly that I discussed earlier, that the calculation is based on the particular vulnerability being exploited and the number of time it can be exploited. Then comes risk. What is risk? Risk is the multiplication of consequences and likelihood. How many time the like incident happens and what are the consequences, or what is the impact of it. Where likelihood is the probability of the occurrence of an impact that affects the environment, and consequence or impact is the environmental impact of if an event occurs. These two scores are multiplied to generate high risk 9, which is unacceptable level of risk. Risk can be calculated as threat into vulnerability into asset. Threat here refers to what is the impact or outcome of that particular vulnerability after being exploited, the number of vulnerabilities or the vulnerability available, and the number of assets that are being exploited under that vulnerability. Then comes approaches to risk. We have already discussed this in previous lectures. I'll just skip it for this. If you want to like understand it again, just go to the previous section. You will find it very easily. I've discussed about this phases too, but I'll go it a little deep this time because you need to understand it quite well. So in phase one, we already talked about conducting a business impact analysis, BIA. What is this BIA actually happening inside this is we will enumerate all the assets of a particular organization, the capital investment that has been put into this BIA or the business, and then what is the average cost of maintaining those assets, and then putting the other inputs like what are the employees' salaries and everything, and then we'll put what are the cost if we buy a new one. Then we will mention what is the frequency of this expense being happen to the organization. Considering all these things, we just find minimal or a moderate, what do you say, result, which will provide you the exact business impact analysis that what are the things important to you and what. In some cases, we also call it as cost versus benefit analysis, PBA, cost versus benefit analysis. What is the cost you have to invest? What is the benefit you are getting? And the analysis of altogether, all of them. Then performing of a risk assessment here stands for performing all the positive, first of all, enumerating all the risks available on those assets, then assessing all those risks, trying what can happen on them and what can't, then identifying what are the needed controls that are to be implemented, how to secure them. Then comes the test, validate, and report part where you have to test them again. You have to validate that yes, this is the particular vulnerability available, and then you have to make a particular report, and you will check whether the implemented controls are working well or not. And then continuous monitoring and governance part starts where you have to keep an eye on them regularly on a regular basis. You have to check whether they are working still or not. Do you need some update? Do you need to make some changes? You have to take care of each and everything in governance, monitoring, and part. This time I'll be considering talking about third party risk, where transferring the risk is the most important part. And you can understand it as you have taken an insurance from a company. If you are getting any accident or something like that, you will be paid for your all the expenses. The similar way it is for companies. If there is any cyber attack, they will be paid the amount of loss they have happened. There are some visual explanations that we will be continuing with. And I'll just jump on those photographs and videos which we are ought to discuss here. The very first one is just likelihood and consequences or impact analysis that we were discussing. It has been divided into 5 parts just for understanding it quite well. See if the chances of happening is very rare. That means it happens. It won't happen regularly, or it won't be happening very easily. It will take. Sorry, it will take a quite a lot time for the attacker to do it, and it is like very less chances to happen. Then the impact it makes insignificant and stands for, yeah, there is no any kind of impact we have consider. It is not even considerable that kind of impact. So what will they do in this case? They'll just accept the risk and routine management will go on. Accepting the risk means yes, it has happened. Okay, nations will manage it. Let's continue. And then unlikely stands for yes, it will happen. And in some cases, it will happen. Like yes, for example, it will need some effort, but it won't need enough as rare. In this case, if it is insignificant, yes, let's leave it. We don't have any problem. And it happens on the critical part. Where critical stands for its impact is huge. Huge means you can understand it as yes, even the entire operations of the particular organization is interrupted with it. So these are some levels we need to discuss. I've discussed some of them. You'll understand it quite well. I'll discuss some of these. What is high, medium, and extreme? But then you can just check it. I'll just discuss extreme first. Almost certain means it happens regularly. And if talking about critical, this means that it has very, very huge impact on the organization. So in this case, what happens is there is monthly senior management review that the particular organization will conduct. According to it, they will just check all the logs, reports everywhere. They'll find some needed mechanical and what we say technical controls on that on the security part, and they will apply them, implement them, and they will find some way to get over or skip that risk and not being exploited by it. Their working is interrupted a lot. Their operations are interrupted, but they will have to get back at like before the what is it downtime. And then comes medium and high. In high, there's quarterly senior management review that is they will do a 3 month analysis. And if we'll talk about medium, there are specific responsibilities which are given to some individuals and its treatment are provided. Next, I'll be discussing who are these third parties on which we transfer our risk, whom we can take, what is it, insurance or something like that, or maybe taking some services from that. We'll starting from public clients. So there are public clients, private clients, financial entities, investors, partners, subcontractors, contractors, materials and equipment suppliers, business agents, sponsors. All these are somewhere as providing us insurance or maybe doing some of the task or maybe investing in us. In a case of failure or loss, they will also be like responsible for it, and instead of organization, they will have to pay for all those services and all the loss that has occurred into the organization's financial year. Coming on, the next one is PPRMVRM. So you can understand it as third party risk management, and VRM stands for vendor risk management. Okay, in this case, there are 6 things that you need to check when going to a particular vendor: their maturity and assessment, their training and awareness, their pre-acquisition and risk assessment, their issue identification and remediation, what are the periodic risk assessment they make, what is the third and fourth party monitoring and reporting they take, and the governance and policy development that takes place in that particular vendor's office. Last but not the least, it is how to manage the third-party risk. In this, you have to plan how to, what are the things that you need to shift. You will have to make a due diligence that what are the things, what are the processes, what are the responsibilities you are going to transfer on other. Contracting, making a particular contract that is to be offered to those vendors. Vendor management, selecting and choosing the right vendor for our services. And if they aren't doing well, then there is termination. If it has to be paid, then also there is termination. This is all for the understanding of third-party risk management. I'll just go on to the next one in the next lecture. But before that, I'll have to explain you one thing. There are 4 types of risk management. You need to understand this. Actually, there are 5, but what we consider is these 4. The 5th one has been proposed. It may be included in later on years, upcoming years, but right now there are just 4. The very first one is avoidance. Avoidance means where you can avoid the happening of a risk, where I told you the impact and likelihood is very low. So in that case, we can avoid the risk. And acceptance, yes, we can accept that risk too, that yes, it has happened. Issues will just keep on working with it. Then comes transference and limitations. Transference, as I told you earlier, is taking any third party vendors or maybe taking some insurance, something like that. Each and everything is considered third party vendors. We have discussed a lot already in the previous images. Then comes limitations. We have to limit the services we are offering, and in some cases, we need to limit the access to users what we are providing. The 5th part is deterrence, which hasn't been included yet. Deterrence means to tell someone that if you will do this, we are going to take action on you. For example, we put like if you are going to create any nuisance in our website or web domain, you are going to fuzz around our website, we can take legal charges on you, we can sue you or something like that. As I told you, I'll discuss about them. So, very first thing that you have to do while making policy is it is a big it is a very big process to get a policy registered or make some policy. But I have found like how to divide them into 6 parts. I have divided into 6 phases. The very first phase is agenda setting. In this, you have to define what are the objectives of that policy. What are the things that policy is going to address? What are the things it is going to control or help in complying with? Then comes the second phase, policy formation. And this you have to form the policy, including what are the values of all the parameters taken that we decided in the agenda of setting one, all the ways that those parameters are to be followed and how to work according to them. Then comes phase 3, policy legitimation. And this, the policy is what we say presented or what we say put in front of the big companies or maybe the one accredited third party which is going to accept whether the policy is correct or not. They will verify whether the policy parameters and the policy is covering all the required things and is worthy enough to be implemented. And then they will legitimate it, or maybe what we can say is they will allow it. Then the phase 4 is pops up, which is policy implementation. In this, we apply those policy in the organization itself. For example, I have defined a policy, I have get everything done. Now I'll take it into my organization's book that this policy is to be followed by everyone. Now the phase 5 comes up after this, the policy evaluation phase. In this, we check whether the outcomes of the policy is as good as we wanted or it is providing some lags and losses or the policy or we need to change something in that policy. Is there anything that can be done to improve it? We do these things in the first policy evaluation. Then comes the 6th phase or the last phase where policy maintenance, succession and termination occurs. Policy maintenance here refers to any alteration, modification that is done in the policy. Succession in some cases maintenance also stands for updation. Succession is the newer version of that policy, and termination means that this policy is required no more, and some better policy has came into action than this one. So the policy termination phase is here. Then comes information security program lifecycle. See, according to this information security program lifecycle, there are 5 steps or phases. The very first one is classification. In this, we classify in which category that particular program belongs to. Then comes the safeguarding, that how to secure them. Then comes dissemination and declassification. Dissemination and declassification is followed by destruction of that particular program that it has been completed. Now we have to quit it or end it. Then comes policy framework. Policy framework is a document that sets out a set of procedures or goals which might be used in negotiation or decision making to guide a more detailed set of policies or to guide ongoing maintenance of an organization's policy. Policy framework or specific frameworks may refer to sender policy framework in some cases. As I just spoke, you can like understand it as the written part of the policy. Okay, not just oral part or what are to be followed is in someone's mind. It is the written form. Okay? It is into some written form and that is having some set of outcomes that are expected from it. Now comes some types of policies. Okay, this is going to be quite long. Make sure you have a pen and a paper to note them. I'll share them, but still I'll request you to note them because while noting these, you will learn this quite easily. And you need to understand this policy and types of policies. By the end of this lecture, we will be done with this type of policies. So there are 2 types of differentiation in policies. I'll first discuss how it is differentiated in IT world. The very first one is general policy. This is a policy which defines the rights of the staff and access level to the system. Generally, it is included even in the communication protocol as a preventive measure in case there are any disasters. Then comes second, server policies. These policies are the one which defines who should have access to the specific server and with what rights, which softwares should be installed, what is the level of access to internet, and how they should be updated. Then third one is firewall access and configuration policies. They defines who should have access to the firewall and what type of access they are provided with. Like some is having monitoring, some are having rules changing. It depends on them. Which port and which services should be allowed, and if it should be inbound or outbound. Inbound means incoming traffic, and outbound means outgoing traffic. Then the next one is backup policies. It defines who is the responsible person for backup, who should be the backup, where it should be backed up on, how long it should be kept, and the frequency of the backup, that how often the backup is taken. The fifth one is VPN policies. These policies generally go with the firewall policy itself. It defines those users who should have VPN access and what are the rights or the privilege level that has been provided to them. For site-to-site connections with partners, it defines the access level of the partner to a network. It is a type of encryption to be said. Now I'll talk about in general what are the types of policies. The very first one is permissive policy. It is a medium restriction policy where we as an administrator block just some well-known ports of malware regarding internet access and just some exploits are taken in consideration. The second one is prudent policy. This is high restriction policy, which where everything is blocked regarding the internet access. Just a small list of websites are allowed. And now extra services are allowed in computers to be installed and logs are maintained for every user. Then comes acceptance user policy. Under this policy regulates the behavior of the users towards system or network or even a web page in some way. Okay, so this is explicitly said what a user can do and cannot do in the system. Like they are allowed to share access codes, they can share resources, etc. like that. Then comes user account policy. This policy defines what a user should do in order to have or to maintain another user in a specific system. For example, accessing an e-commerce web page is a part of it. To create this policy, one should know some of the questions, answer some of the questions such as who should the password be, whether the password would be complex or not, what age the user should have, the maximum amount of try or fail that user can attempt before a failure of login. Then, when the user should be deleted, activated, blocked, or maybe in some cases permanently deleted, or in some cases archived. Then comes information protection policy. This policy is to regulate access to information, how to process information, how to store information, and how it should be transferred. Then comes remote access policy. This policy is mainly for big companies where the user and their branches are outside their headquarters. It tells what should the user access, when they can work, and on which software like SSH, VPN, RDP. All these three are used for remote access to the particular device or organization's network, sitting way far than the actual physical or geographical location. Then comes firewall management policy. This policy has explicitly to do with its management, which ports should be blocked, what updates should be taken, how to make changes in the firewall, how long should be the logs be kept, um, whether the logs are kept to be for 6 months, and in some cases 3 months. Very rarely companies keep the log more than 6 months. Then comes special access policy. This policy is intended to keep people under control and monitor the special privileges in their systems and the purpose as to why they have it. Now, see, these employees can be team leaders, managers, senior managers, system administrators, and such high designation based people, CISO, who they have a special level of access. So, special access policies for them too. Now comes network policy, email usage policy, and software security policies. These are quite interesting if you will go through them. See, network policy is to restrict the access of anyone towards the network resources and make clear who will be able to access the network. It will also ensure whether that person should be authenticated or not, whether the authorization has been given or not, the access level. Also, this policy includes other aspects like who will authorize the new devices that will be connected to the network, the documentation of the network changes, web filters, and the level of accesses, who should have wireless connection, and the type of authentication, validity of connection session. Then comes email usage policy, which is one of the most important policy that should be done because many users use the work email for personal purposes as well. In my case, I used to use my college email ID for registering on some websites where I don't want to give my personal email ID. This is something that happens quite often. As a result, information can leak outside. Some of the key points of this policy are the employees should know the importance of the system that they have the privilege to use. They should not open any attachment that looks suspicious, private, and confidential data should not be sent via any unencrypted email. They shouldn't be submitting their credentials on a random platform without making sure that it is belonging to. But Truthfully speaking, they shouldn't submit their credentials ever. Then comes software security policy, which has to do with the software installed in the user's computer and what they should have. Some of the key points of this policy: software of the company should not be given to third parties. Only the whitelist of softwares should be allowed. No other software should be installed in the computer. I already informed you about the whitelist. It contains the names of the allowed softwares which are allowed. Whereas and pirated softwares should not be allowed at any cost. What are access control policy? Access control policies are high level requirements that specify how access is managed and who may access information and under what circumstances. At a high level, access control policies are enforced through a mechanism that translates a user's access request, often in terms of a structure that a system provides. Now, you can understand it as a company where there are multiple job roles, and each job roles have different access levels, what they can access and what they can't. For example, in a university, a teacher can access portal of the students, but the student cannot access portal of teachers. These are the difference between access control. Then comes access control systems. What are the types? There are three types. I have once discussed earlier too that discretionary access control, managed access control, and role-based access control are there. You don't need to understand it right now. We will be discussing it if we need it. Then comes personal information security policy. An information security policy (ISP) is a set of rules that guide individuals who work with IT assets. Your company can create an information security policy to ensure your employees and other users to follow security protocols and procedures. You cannot uh, bound an employee, but you can enforce them to follow these information security policies. But the purpose of this personal security policy is to establish controls on the hiring, training, and termination of all the personnel. When to be hired, when to be trained, how to be trained, when to be terminated. These could be employees or your contractors too, to enforce compliance with the information security program. Now, these personal information security policies based on CIA triad. It is a very important topic. CIA triad, I've already covered it. Make sure you remember it well. That's why I told you to keep notes of everything. Now, this CIA triad confidentiality, integrity, and availability is must to be maintained in an organization to uh, make your company's reputation not to be damaged or be harmed by anyone, and to secure the data of everyone. Next is security incident response policy. The incident response policy is as follows. We understand it as management responsibilities and procedures that should be established to ensure a quick, effective, and orderly response to security incidents. If there is any event of security, it should be reported through appropriate management channels as quickly as possible, and this incident response policy should come into action. It may include timeframes and guidelines for reporting to third parties, for example, reporting to IT personnel, security analysts, data protection or law enforcement authorities, media, affected external parties and softwares, vendors, users. It could be anyone. Then comes the three element of the incident response: plan, team, tools. What is the plan for incident response? What is the team that has been formed, like CSTF, Cybersecurity Task Force, is a team for cybersecurity response in major companies. Then tools are there where you need to define what kind of tools will be used in this incident response. Now, there are some steps how this incident response is to be taken place. The very first step includes detection and identification. In this, we detect what is a security event that has occurred or may occur, and then we identify, categorize them, which category they fall. Then we talk about containment. In this, we decide what are the other problems that could come with this security event. Then step three is remediation, how to solve this problem. Then comes recovery, how to recover all the problems and the data that we lost. Then comes the step five, assessment. In this, we check whether everything is back to normal or not. See, digital security controls include things such as usernames and passwords, 2FA, means two-factor authentication, antivirus softwares, firewalls. But these are in digital security control. They aren't the part of cyber security controls. If we are to talk about cyber security controls, it will include all these stuff in digital security control as well as anything specifically designed to prevent attacks on data, including DDoS mitigation and intrusion prevention system (IPS) and IDS. There are three primary areas of classification of security controls. These include management security. I'm really sorry for the mistype. The very first one is management security. The second one is operational security. The third one is physical security controls. In identity management, we'll learn about what is exactly identity management is. So for identity management, you can also understand it as ID management. Okay. So in this is the organizational process for ensuring that all the individuals have the appropriate access to the technology resources. More specifically, this includes the identifying, authentication, and authorization of a person or persons to have access to applications, systems, or networks within the premises of the organization or the required electronic device. IAM stands for Identity Access Management, or simply put as identity management that we discussed, ID management, is a category of software tools that allows business of all sizes to generally manage the identities and access rights of their employees, of each and every employee they have. Now we will be talking about provisioning and deprovisioning. But before that, I'll inform you that there is also a IAM based approach in AWS too. Make sure you connect it with the same, and you will be easily able to understand what is AWS IAM. Now, provisioning and deprovisioning. The user provisioning and deprovisioning involves the process of creating, updating, and deleting user accounts in multiple applications and systems. This access management practice can sometimes include associated information such as user entitlements, group memberships, and even the groups themselves. Meanwhile, the deprovisioning is the act of removing access from the and freeing up resources reserved by end users and their file transfer workflows. Rapid removal of access upon termination or end of contract is key to any organization to secure their data, resources, and computation power. Provisioning is a process of setting up IT infrastructure. It can also refer to the steps required to manage access to data and resources and make them available to users and systems. Once something has been provisioned, the next step is to configuration. How to configure and what are the things that are to be configured after the provisioning. Now, authorization comes into the action. At some point, your custom APIs will need to allow limited access to users, servers, or servers on behalf of users. Authorization refers to the process of verifying what a user has to access, while often used interchangeably with authentication. Authorization represents a fundamentally different function. In authorization, a user or application is granted access to an API after the API determines the extent of the permissions that it should assign. Usually, authorization occurs after identity is successfully validated through authentication so that the API has some idea of what sort of access it should grant to the user. Now, we will talk about authentication and authorization together. Authentication and authorization might sound similar, but they are distinct. Security processes in the world of identity and access management (IAM). Authentication confirms that users are who they say they are, whereas authorization gives those users permissions to access a resource based on their authentication level. I'll talk about authentication first. Authentication is the act of validating that user are whom they claim to be. They aren't impersonating. This is the first step in any security process. Giving some permissions to download a particular file onto server or providing individual users with administrative access to an application are good examples of authentication. Complete an authentication process through passwords, one-time pins, authentication apps, or biometrics. Whereas password is for usernames and passwords, which are the most common authentication factors. If a user enters the correct data, the system assumes that the identity is valid and grants the access. One-time pins are based on the sessions, grant access only for one session or one transaction. Authentication apps generate security codes via an outside party or the third party that grants access. The final one is biometrics, where a user presents a fingerprint or eye scan or any biological body part to gain access to the system. In some instances, systems require the successful verification of more than one factor before granting the access. This is called MFA, multi-factor authentication. Requirement is often deployed to increase security beyond what passwords alone cannot provide. Now comes authorization. Exactly. Authorization is a system security of the process of giving the user permission to access a specific resource or function. The term is often used interchangeably with access control or client privilege. In secure environments, authorization must always follow authentication. Users should first prove that their identities are genuine before an organization's administrators grant them access to the requested resources. I'll just go through authentication versus authorization very quick. See, despite the similar sounding terms, authentication and authorization are separate steps in the login process. Understanding the difference between the two is key to successfully implement an IAM solution. Let us use an analogy to outline the difference. Consider a person walking up to a locked door to provide care to a pet while the family is away on vacation. That person needs to authenticate himself by the authentication phase in the form of a key. The lock on the door only grants access to someone with correct key. We aren't sorry, pardon, we aren't talking about the breaking of gate, breaking of lock, something like that. We are talking of a normal case. So in much the same way that a system only grants access to users who have the correct credentials. Then comes authorization in the form of permission. Once inside, the person has the authorization to access the kitchen and the cupboard that holds the pet food. That's the way only he can provide pet food to the pet. The person may not have permission to go into the bedroom for a quick nap because he doesn't belong to that particular home. Authentication and authorization work together in this example. A pet sitter has the right to enter the house, authentication, and once they have access to use certain areas. This is called authorization. A quick summary: authentication, what it does. Authentication verifies credential, whereas authorization grants or denies permissions. We were discussing about authentication providing verifying credentials, whereas authorization grants or denies permissions. How does they work? Authentication works through password, biometric, one-time PIN, or applications, whereas authorization works through the settings maintained by the security teams and the access levels defined. Is it visible to the user? Yes, authentication is visible to the user, but authorization is never visible to the user. If is it so, then it is a security vulnerability that is available in that organization. Then comes, is it changeable? Sorry, pardon. It is changeable by the user. That user can change it. Authentication can partially be changed. Yes, sometimes we change our password and usernames, but in authorization, no, you cannot change yourself. Administrators or the moderators can change it. How does the data move? In authentication, the data moves through the ID tokens, whereas in authorization, it moves through the access token. ACL. ACL stands for Access Control List. It's nothing just a table that tells a computer operating system which access rights each user has to a particular system object, such as it could be a file or a directory or an individual file. Each object has a security attribute that identifies its access control list. You might have seen in some of the Linux-based operating system that there is number written when we do LSPL. Okay, what are those X, R, W? What are those? alphabets. They define the control levels of users, and including the Windows itself. When you run more than one account, like you are running an administrator account as well as a guest account, the guest account, using guest account, you cannot access each and everything that administrator can access. There is the whole and sole admin in Windows anti-authority that has complete ownership of your device. So that can access more things than you being an administrator oneself or the owner of the device oneself. These ACLs map the control levels actually, that how to use and what to use and till what limit and who can use. We can understand it as simple as this. Now ACLs could be of two types. Either it could be file system ACL or it could be networking ACLs. When we talk about file system ACLs, they filter access to files or directories. See, file system ACLs tell operating system that which users can access the system or the file or the directories and what privileges the users are allowed, whether they can read, write, or execute. Then comes the networking ACLs. They are used to filter access to the network. They are majorly defined at the firewall level, maybe at the router level. In most cases, I'm talking about, not in every cases. In some cases, they are described on the endpoint itself. Then the next part is how to configure these ACLs. We can create a MAC ACL by specifying a name. MAC here stands for the physical address of your device, the NIC identification code or the number, the address NIC has. NIC here stands for network interface card that your device has to connect to the wireless networks or any network. Then we can create an IP ACL. IP is the logical address of your device that nothing changes if not static. We can add new rules to this ACL. We can configure the match criteria for the rules. For example, we want it to be like what is it? Regular expression, regex that we call. Okay, so it could be like it could include .gov.in. In that case, it will access only .gov.in type of request from these domains only, not from any other domains. We can apply the ACL to one or more interfaces. It can be like it working for your wireless network as well as Ethernet. You can understand it as simple as ACLs are configured just like you configure your house access level. That your mother can access everything, your father can access everything, you can access everything, but your friend cannot access everything. This access level has been defined by you in your mind. But when you define this on a particular table and feed into the computer, it is called ACL. Each and everything has ACL itself. So the next topic is privileged user management. It is often called as PAM. Okay, people call it PAM. It sounds cool, but to be honest, when you are sitting in front of someone who knows well enough and interviewing you or maybe talking something to you about some higher level details of security measures, then you don't use this spam word, use privileged access management. These are considered as the standards to communicate between individuals. See, this refers to systems that securely manage the accounts of users who have elevated permissions to critical corporate resources. These may be human administrators, devices, applications, and other type of users. In some cases, there are bots who are set to do some of the work. For example, there are email bots which are used to send thank you emails when registered. There are some bots which are used to send authentication emails, verify that the email belongs to that particular individual. These require special permissions. So the maintenance of these applications falls under the privileged access management. Privileged users accounts are high value targets for cyber criminals because when they are into a device by this PAM accounts, privileged user accounts, they get some of the extra access level, some of the extra like rights to do some of the activity on your device. and then the privilege escalation to administrator is very easy. In that case, they can easily root your device, and they can like even take over your device or the server itself. Now, privileged access management consists of the cybersecurity strategies and technologies for exerting control over the elevated access and permissions of users, accounts, processes, system across an IT environment that everything in IT environment accounts for. Then comes the change management. Change management is defined as the methods and manners in which a company describes and implements change within both its internal and external processes. These changes could be of three types: static, dynamic, and dynamical. Dynamic and dynamical might be sounding same for you, but they are different. I'll cover these in the later course, maybe a moderate or advanced course, not right now because this is completely out of your scope. You should just know about change management, what is it, and you should know what are the four principles to do a change. You should know the change, or in other words, you can understand the change, plan the change, implement the change, and communicate the change. That means you know what you're going to change, you have a proper plan how to change it. Now you will change it, and finally you will tell everyone that it has been changed. That's it. Now, this is something you need to know when you are working for an organization. The 7 R's of change management. You found some of the vulnerability or configuration flaw or error in working. You need to follow this 7R. The reason behind the change, why you want to change it, the risk involved in requested change. What are the risks that will come up when you will start changing it? Maybe some employees would revolt, maybe some users would revolt, could be anything. What are the resources that are required to deliver that change? And who has raised that change request? Maybe the user has raised a change of internal processes, which is not required at all. But for example, an administrator has raised a change that will be given the highest priority and will be done very quick. Then comes return required on the change. What are the expectations that you have after that change will be in action? And who is responsible for creating, testing, and implementing that particular change? Whether you will form a team to follow that change management, or you will give it to an individual, and who is the whole and sole responsible for that particular implementation, creation, and test phase. Last but not least is configuration management and patch management. These are the two topics which you need to understand. Configuration, we have been talking quite a lot about it. It is just a process for maintaining computer systems, servers, and softwares in a desired consistent state. It's a way to make sure that a system performs as it's expected to as change are made over time. For example, I told you like there are thousands tons of vulnerabilities that pops up every second or day. You need to configure your device in such a manner that you patch them, you fix those configuration issues, misconfigurations. We have often seen Apache similar web versions, similar web servers account for major configuration issues and flaws. These are need to be configured well and should be taken care when they are into the CV itself, because 0 day CVs, they are very much responsible for cyber breach. Uh, a telecom firm maintains a configuration management database that includes relationship between components. Like for example, if a router goes down, the firm has immediate access to a list of impacted services and customers who are not getting the service. The company phones customers to tell them their service is down before they typically notice. Um, like I still remember my Wi-Fi was down maybe 2 or 3 days back. I was working on a project. I instantly got a call from them and they told me that it would be down for another 40 minutes. So plan accordingly. What I did was I switched, turned on my mobile data and reconnected back instantly. This took just 1 to 1.5 minutes. But if they wouldn't have called, I might have tried like reconnecting, restarting the Wi-Fi again. Um, I would have tried some of the other stuff before going on with the mobile data because mobile data is comparatively slower than the Wi-Fi. The company has to make sure that the customers are satisfied well. They know what is going to happen. Then comes the patch management. Now, it is the process of distributing and applying updates to softwares. These patches are often necessary to correct errors, also referred to as vulnerabilities or bugs in the software, or any misconfiguration or flaws that a program or a software or any web server or any device has. To patch them is no like how to patch them, how to update them under the patch management. Luckily, Windows does this all by itself, but not the Linux. In the next lecture, I'll cover TCP/IP suite, but after that, I'll tell you how to maintain this patching thing in Linux, how to automate it, and I'll tell you some of the configuration steps to how to make ACLs. See, it is good to apply patches in a timely manner, but unless there is an imminent uh, threat, don't trust to deploy the patches until there is an opportunity to see what effect it is having elsewhere in similar software user communities. Because in some cases, these patches go upside down. They ruin things that were going quite better before these patches. See, a good rule of thumb is to apply patches 30 days from the release. Not more than that, not less than that, maybe around 28 to 52 days, you can understand it like that. We have talked a lot about how to discover a network. This time I'm going to demonstrate you the actual way to enumerate everything into the network so that you might easily be able to test or attack any of the device in that particular network. Okay, I'll just use it. Let us suppose there are two devices. There is a device A and a device B. Okay, just think how they will communicate to each other or how are they going to talk to each other. For example, let us suppose this has some IP address 1.1.1.1. Okay, and this has the IP address 2.2.2.2. Now what? How will they communicate? What is the procedure and how the attack comes into the action? So you just need to understand. I'm sorry. All you need to do is you need to understand how this attack goes, how this 1.1.1 will go to 2.2.2, or how an attacker, let us consider it, the attacker is this third guy, how this attacker is going to get data from those IPs or those devices. See, you need to understand just one thing first, that whether if um, like this is the path or this is the path or it can be this. Okay, it isn't sure which one is going to be the actual path and the other one is going to be connected indirectly. This is the most possible path, but what other path is possible? The other path which is possible and exists in the real world in all the cases is there will be a router in the middle. Okay, this is the router. This is router. Okay, now if this router is this is the router which is responsible for all the communication between the network. If we are having this two-way communication, we will have the same with this and same with this. Now, the packets are responsible to be traversed from here to here by the help of this router. And 3.3.3 will attack, the attacker will attack only two places. See, the attacker can attack either at a Just a sec. So the attacker will, I'm sorry, the attacker will attack either this or the attacker will attack this. Okay, is this the only two spots where attacker can attack? No. The third one now comes into the action in the router. What attacker is going to do is it will either attack on this point, this, from where they are exchanging data, the endpoint 1.1.1, or the attacker is going to attack this point, or the final point that attacker could attack is this. Okay, is it clear? Like it has only 3 points to attack, which are these three. To understand it quite well, I'll tell you how this enumeration thing works, how to enumerate everything in your network, and how you are going to understand what is happening into the network. I already told you one thing, that there is a tool called Net Discover, which is used to discover all the available IP addresses, devices, and networks into your network. How this works? It will ping all the IP addresses in a particular network range, and it will tell all the IP addresses which will accept some packet or will be up. Let it do. It will find us some IP addresses. Till then, I'll tell you what if you find an IP address and you have to attack remotely, or you have to check that IP address remotely. The attacker is not from your network. So where's the IP? See, this is what's my IP address is responsible for telling your location and relative information. Then comes ip to location.com. It helps to get the IP address of the particular user. You will have to just put the IP address. I'll show you 2, 3, and I'll let you know what is the difference between them. Okay. Let us take some public IP address. I'll take public IP address. You can find that public IP address by pinging some known platforms like helpinglv.com. That's enough for now, I guess. This is the public IP that we can use. Just copy it and paste it. Let us suppose this IP address belongs to the attacker, which is not from our network. Okay. So what you have to do is you have to enter that IP address in this box to start looking out for that particular IP. When you are going to click on get IP details, this will tell the ISP, Internet Service Provider, that is associated with this IP address, the organization name. See, here it is. The decimal value of that IP address, and then host name, who is the host, edge star mini shv01 any2.facebook.com. The most possible location of that IP address, where it is, as you can see, this is marked as most possible IP address location. It is in the continent North America, country United States, state region Oklahoma, Oklahoma, and city is Tulsa. Even it gives the postcode, longitude, and latitude. And if you want to check the blacklist status, whether this IP address is blacklisted by anyone or not, you can just click on blacklisted, and you can see this IP address is not blacklisted. Coming on to this platform, I personally prefer this platform because I have been using this platform for quite a long time, this IP to location. Even if you are using some proxy, it will tell you most possible, what we say, most possible location that an IP address belongs to, not just the proxy one, also the hidden IP address behind that proxy. This is Ryan's Law Falls and then Eisenberg. Both are giving different locations, a little different. I mean, See, it gives you Berlin and that gives another one. The most uh, true location is given by this platform, according to me, because I have used this a lot of time. See, here is their IP to proxy detection, and then here is IP to location of purification API. That's it for now. You can use this too. It won't tell you a lot. It will just tell you ESN number, IP address, host name. These are some things. So you need to take everything from different platforms. Like others aren't going to provide you the ESN number, which this platform is providing. Then others are providing different things. Now you can be sure that it is in North America because two of the platforms are giving North America and that is giving different. Okay, so that's it for understanding how to enumerate uh, anyone onto the entire world. Now you know how to enumerate people who aren't into the network. Coming back to network mapping, see, I got three IP addresses. I'll work on this one. Okay. I told you that after getting an IP address, you do nmap. But what if you're just enumerating the network? You aren't going to nmap this network. Now you need to do traceroute. In some cases, traceroute might not be installed in your device. You should just do apt install traceroute and hit enter. It is already installed in me, as you can see, the newest version. If you don't have, just install it and then run traceroute with this IP address. Now, Traceroute is going to map the exact path that is being used to deliver by packet to this IP address. Allow it some second and it will show you the actual what is happening. Okay, so as you can see, this route has maximum 30 hops and see it has transmitted data again and again. It took 3 maximum hops every time. I'll tell you how 3 maximum hops. The very first hop is from my VMware to my gateway, the from Kali to the VMware software, and then from VMware to my device network, and then again from my device network back to my own device. Like, okay, so you are again into the different VM machine. I have opened this machine in my device itself. So that was the second hop, and the third hop is from VM to back to that particular machine. So I can show you that the device is VM based. I have opened it. Okay, it's 453 is open. This was how to enumerate a particular network and understand what is happening in the network. Okay, make sure you when you are running this tool to enumerate anything, make a proper sheet or maybe what we can say, make a proper understanding. Like here is one device, here is one device, there is one device. We need to go here too. It's good. I have drawn 6 devices now. What people do is they start attacking on these 6 devices itself. No, don't start attacking. Just check how they are connected. Like if this is connected to this, or this. In some cases, it will be connected to this directly or this directly. Okay, they aren't connected with any of the middleware. You need to understand how the connection has been done. I'll show you a small way. Okay, for example, it is connected to now what? Will others be able to talk this to? No, these are completely isolated in networks. Now, let us see that, let us expect that these two are connected with wire itself and none other are connected with wire. Others are connected through this router. It is a router. Others are connected with this router. For example, this one, I really hate this annotate feature. I'm quite bad at drawing. This device is connected to router. So do this new device needs to connect to this router for talking? No, this this device is already reachable now. They can share data, no issues. And if these two devices are connected, and if this device is connected to this router, all of the three devices are connected to the router itself, and all of these five devices are connected to the same network. If this also connects to the router, all the devices are now connected to each other as well as to router. They're into the same network. Okay, is it clear now? I think it will be clear. If you didn't understand, just to revisit the past 5 minutes, you will be easily able to understand what we were talking. Okay, so that's it for this lecture. I think I have already told you how to map our network. In the upcoming lecture, I'm going to tell you the ACL formation and other things. There is one more thing that I would like to tell you in the next lecture, that how DHCP and DNS poisoning are done into a network. For now, I'll bid you with farewell. Goodbye. See you in the next lecture. So, what is a firewall? You can understand it as the wall of your house. What that wall does is it prevents everyone to come into your house. Like, it is completely dependent on you. Like, there is a gate available. No one can come inside without your permission unless and until you open the gate. We aren't talking about those physical parameters in which people break the gate or something like that. I'm talking about a general life example on a day-to-day life. There is a gate and your house is there. No one can enter in your house without your permission until and unless you open the gate. So a firewall is a network security device that monitors and filters incoming and outgoing network traffic based on an organization's previously established security policies. As its most basic, a firewall is essentially the barrier that sits between private internal network and the public. In some cases, there are firewalls in between multiple private internal networks itself. Okay. In some cases, the firewall is available on the endpoint itself. Endpoints here I refer to the devices in the network. So it isn't fixed where they will be, but most generally you will find the firewall available between the internal network and the public internet. There are basically three types of firewalls. Uh, the most basic I'm talking about, which are like easily heard from multiple sources: packet filters, stateful inspection, and then proxy server firewalls. There are other multiple firewalls available, like circuit level firewall, and then application based firewalls, and then next generation firewall. There are what we say state stateless inspection firewall. We aren't going that deep into it because you don't need to understand what exactly type of firewall they are using. You need to understand only the functioning of those firewalls. You need to understand how the firewall works. Okay. For me, I'll be covering these advanced topics like what type of firewall is bypassed by what type of attacks and what type of things are used. We will be covering these things in the advanced lectures because delivering those things here will make it completely inappropriate because you might not be able to understand those. So, very first characteristic of a firewall is to protection, like divide the protection levels on a location of a computer, different protection levels based on the location. So when PC connects to a network, the firewall applies security level in accordance with the type of network. And if you want to change the security level assigned initially by default, you can do that at any time through the firewall settings. It is completely in your hands. Okay, so the second thing that it does is protection of wireless networks, the Wi-Fi, securing the Wi-Fi. Like it will pop up you with the warnings, and it may like launch the intrusion attempt security. These are some of the features of firewall itself. Then access to the network or the internet, it will limit the access of the internet. Like you can block which websites to be traveled, which websites not to be traversed. It is completely defined by the firewall itself. Now there are some of the things that I'll discuss with you before we go into the network and other firewall types. The very first thing that you need to understand is these firewalls can be implemented by two types, either by software or by hardware. Software, I mean, there will be some interface between the operating system that is used in that endpoint, which will have some set of defined rules that will allow or deny the data packets to be traversed between endpoint to the other endpoints. And there will be the second type, hardware, where you can implement some hardwares like firewall hardwares are available by Cisco. You can implement those and then you can configure those devices to do the firewall actions for your network. Very first, you need to understand what is a network firewall. Okay, without wasting much time, you can understand it as a security device used to stop or mitigate unauthorized access to private networks. Those are connected to the internet, especially intranets. Intranets here, I mean the internet or the net that is limited to the particular private network itself. Okay, the banking system networks that they use. The only traffic allowed on the network is defined via firewall policies. Any other traffic attempting to access the network is booked. You can understand it as network firewalls sit at the front line of a network, acting as a communication liaison between internal and external devices. Unless and until the firewall allows or the packet follows each and every rule defined at the firewall, the packet isn't allowed to either get into the network or get out of the network. It is completely defined by the firewall. Before starting with network firewall types, I'll discuss three of the firewalls in very short so that we don't need to cover it in the later courses again. The very first one is circuit level firewall, and the next one that we will be discussing is application layer firewall, and then next generation firewall. In circuit level firewall, the firewall is responsible only till the connection is established. The firewall has to make sure that the connection which is made between the host and the endpoint to which the host is trying to talk, they are well formed and they follow the rule for connecting. Once they are connected as per the firewall rules, then there is no security available. There is no what do you say mechanism to prevent anything. Then they directly exchange the data packets between them. When we talk about application security, it is defined on the application layer where FTP rules and SSH rules, these type of rules are mentioned, which an application has to follow in order to run properly without any blocking. Then comes the next generation firewall. These are the firewalls that are available most probably on the cloud itself. They are defined with the hybrid type of quality nature. For example, they will follow the stateful, some of the features of stateful, as well as they will do status inspection for the quick analysis. There are some of the things that you need to understand for understanding the configuration of it. I've discussed what is the network firewall. Now you need to understand how to configure it. But before configuring it, you need to understand some of the things. I'll try to annotate a little. I cannot make sure that you understand it very well. So I'll request you, if you, in some case, if you are not able to understand it properly, just ask it again or to watch this video again. In the question answer section, you can ask, and there are other things. Okay, so this is that one that I've drawn is the router, and this is the device that wants to talk to someone on the public internet. I'll write it. This is the PC1 that belongs to you. I need to change the color. Okay, so this is the PC1, and then this is the device that you want to contact. I'll name it server, and then there will be another device available here. You can name it as router, that is responsible for your data packet traveling. Now there are a few things that you need to understand. There cannot be any packet traveling between these two directly. This is not allowed. If you are implementing any kind of mechanism, this is not possible without a direct physical connection between them. You need a path which will cover it like this: router to this PC, and this router to this server. Okay, this is the only way you can make any connection. So you can implement firewall at multiple points. For example, sorry, uh, here. The firewall could be implemented here, or the firewall could be implemented here. Here I mean from this point, I mean the firewall would be implemented on this interface of this router and on this interface of this router, and it could be on this interface of this router, this server. Okay. Most probably the routers of new generations like in 2021 have two interfaces where they can connect to two different networks. They are easily available with that. Now you need to define some set of rules on each of the positions. For example, if you want to implement a firewall here, it will have different rules. If you want to have here, it will have different, it will have different, and it will have different. See, in some cases, the firewalls are defined on the basis of IP address of source and destination, the ports of source and destination, the application that are being used, the protocols that are followed. But it is completely dependent on what are the set of rules that you have set for implementation of these firewalls and these rules. Just give me a second. I'll make sure the noise that is coming stop. So I was talking about these firewalls. So the firewalls are completely defined as per the rules that has been set by the user. It might be at the endpoints or it might be on the network. When you will see the cloud diagrams, you will find it as there is a network here, and this is the on-premise network. You need to connect to it. There is some two-way communication from here to here, and this two-way communication is filtered or monitored by a firewall. They will like use the same diagrams, as I'm sure. This will be responsible for the firewall, transit gateway, and those firewalls. Okay. So far, you might have easily been able to guess that these firewalls are the best security mechanism that you can implement for dynamic security into a network from the attackers or the malicious packets. I have like different sizes of firewalls, but the size of firewall is fixed, and it works two types. As I've already told you, it may be either the hardware-based implementation, and it could be the other one is software-based implementation. I think there is no doubt between these things. For the other things, we will be starting on the next lecture. If you have any doubt, please ask us because this is a very important topic. If you aren't able to understand this, you won't be able to understand how to configure them and how to create a firewall. We have discussed about firewalls, the types of firewalls, and I have already introduced you with the network firewalls. In this lecture, we will be going through how to configure a firewall in the practical aspect, in the real life aspect. So the very first thing that I'll tell you about is the difference between these firewalls: the network firewall, packet filtering firewall, stateful and stateless inspection firewalls. When we talk about a network firewall, you can understand it as like a gateway or a wall present between the endpoints. You cannot establish any security in the transit. You can only install the security on the endpoints itself. And to talk about the stateful and stateless packet inspection firewalls, you can understand it as a guard sitting outside your door. For example, you have told him that you have to allow only those users to come inside who have the ID card with themselves. Now, the guard will act as if someone is coming, let us suppose a user A is coming inside, the guard will ask, hey, do you have ID card? If that user says, yes, I have, and it will show the ID card, the guard will let him in. But what happens if user B comes and he says, sorry, I don't have ID card? It's obvious that guard will say you cannot go inside it will discard him. The same is with the firewall. They will discard and allow based on the rules you have set. When we talk about stateful and stateless, you can understand this in very simple example. Now, let us take the same guard example. The first example that we took, the guard is allowing or discarding based on the present state of the user. Like, let us take an example where user A comes in after showing the ID card. Now, for some reason, user A leaves his ID card inside and goes out. Now, when he will again come back, the guard will ask him, "Where is your ID card?" A will not be able to show his ID card, and the guard will discard A or deny him the uh, entrance to the home itself. The same thing is with the stateless packet inspection. It depends on the present state of the data packet. It won't consider the previous or the upcoming packets. It will act as per the current state of the packet. For example, a packet comes to you. It will check whether this packet is following all the rules and regulations that have been set by the user or the IT administrator. It is validating all of those or not. If it is, the firewall will allow the packet to come in the network, else it will discard the packet. But now take the example of stateful packet inspection. Now the user A is leaving its ID card inside and went out. When he comes back, the guard identifies that this is the same guy which went in 5 minutes back with the ID card. The guard will again ask him, "Do you have the ID card?" He will say that, "Sorry sir, I missed the ID card. It is left inside." The guard will accompany him to the inside and will check the ID card inside available or not. According to that, he will allow or deny the user A. The same is with stateful packet inspection. Stateful packet inspection keeps the record of all the previous data packets from the same source, and it will act accordingly those data packets that have arrived to the firewall itself. So for implementing the stateful firewall, you will need some storage device to be given to that firewall because it will record all the previous stages. But for stateless, you don't need to give them any kind of storage, extra storage for storing any kind of state. To make it very easy for you, I'll take just one example. If you want to write something extra, like you have been provided with a blank page for two tasks. Now, task one has something that needs extra to be taken rough page for, but task B doesn't require any rough pages. Now, what will happen? You have only one page for each. Task A will not be able to fulfill its task because you do not have rough page and it requires it. But task B will be able to complete its task because it doesn't require any kind of page. So there are some benefits as well as loss of stateful packet inspection. Stateful packet inspections are quite slower than stateless packet inspection when they are running in the actual real environment. Now I'll take you to the very important firewall, the third one, which is not been written in the slide itself, but it is very important. Let us consider a network. There is a device here. It wants to communicate someone inside the network. There are two firewalls established. Okay, so there will be two firewalls, and there are the services available that the user want to access. Let us suppose it is the web application that user want to access, and this one is the SSH. This one is the FTP. These are some services that this user will have to access. This is simple firewall. Doesn't matter what kind of firewall it is, and it is the proxy server. Now, what will happen is when this user will we can name it as some A. Okay, so some A is trying to get a session through this servers. What will happen? It will send its ID and password to the credential to the firewall. The firewall will check whether the credentials are correct or not, and then it will allow you to the proxy server. Now, what proxy server will do is it will check the actual state of that particular packet or the details that has been sent to it, and it will validate all the possible credentials and IP address, everything that is required to validate according to the what we say user, and based on that it will decide some access level that will be granted to that user. And once the user is validated through this proxy server, he won't have to again validate himself through that same proxy server because it will be provided with direct correction. So some of the very important thing that I told you right now is once the session is established, the proxy server role is over. But until and unless the proxy server hasn't validated the credentials, some A won't be able to get any kind of services from the server itself. Okay, so I think I have made everything clear for now. Without wasting much of the time, let me show you how to set up a proxy server. Proxy server, I'm saying firewall. You have to just simply go to the control panel of your device. When you will go to your control panel, I'm telling you first about the Windows, and then I'll enumerate the steps to set up into the Linux itself. When you are into this menu, go to System and Security. Here is the default Windows Defender Firewall. Open it. When you open, you will see whether it is working or not. In my condition, it is open. The very first thing you can do is you can allow or deny some applications to uh, exchange data packet with the real world from that firewall itself. If you will uncheck any of them, they will not be provided with the feature to talk to outside world. Before the interruption, we were discussing about these options. So I was telling you that if you uncheck any of these options, like there are two types of networks when you connect to some network, it is either private or public. It is automatically identified by your device. You can change it on meta purpose. Now you can check and uncheck to whom you want to allow or deny. If I am going to deny them, like I don't want to allow game download to be part new with public or private, I have to just uncheck them and they won't be able to exchange any data from the internet. Okay, so I'm not going to do that because I already have selected what I want to choose and what I don't want to choose to cover data from internet. Now I'll just get back to this place and then I'll show you. You can either turn on or turn off your firewalls from here. You can block all the incoming connections requests from the public network, and you can also do this from. You can also turn off the firewall permanently, but it is not recommended because this will let you expose to multiple issues, multiple problems that comes from the internet. For example, malware and other stuff that we have already discussed. Now I'll show you the advanced setting ones, and if you have done any kind of misconfiguration, just restore it to default and it will help you perfectly fine. Now coming on this, we can definitely create some firewall rules, the inbound rules and the outbound rules. I won't be going that deep because we have some time bound issues. Maybe I'll cover this in advanced courses, but not in this. You can set some security rules. You can monitor some networks, and you can go through the IPsec policy activity. There are a lot of things that you can do. Check it once yourself. Now I'll just rush onto the part where we were to discuss about the firewalls into the Linux itself. In Linux, there is uncommon firewall available, which is which can be installed by the command. You can type as apt install ufw, and when you will do this, it will download it. By default, it is installed in most of the computers. It is definitely installed in mine, the latest version, so I don't need to install it. Now, what you should do is you will have to run some commands like ufw. For example, I want to allow the firewall to run on the port 7777. It will open this port for TCP. I want to do it. You can either make it TCP or UDP. It completely depends on you. You can allow whichever port you want to do. So I am allowing the communication from the port 7777. You can definitely change it. I'll tell you how to change these rules again. I'll like allow port 80 because it is for all type of HTTP request. So I definitely need them. And then I also need something like port 443. It is for HTTPS. Yes, it is for HTTPS. So when you will allow these ports, you will be successfully able to communicate with other devices from these three ports. Now you need to check which ports you have already added or what are the rules you have added. You can just simply do it. You have to do added, and you can see these are some ports that I have done previously. These are some ports that I have defined right now. Okay, so now what you have to do is you have to do enable, and it will enable itself. It will ask you, are you sure? You will press Y and enter. For my case, it has already been enabled on the system, as I do regularly use it. So for one thing that I'll tell you is dpkg hyphen reconfigure. What was it? TZ data, I guess. This is very much useful. This is used to reconfigure your location because these firewalls sometimes act according to the time zones. So you can set according to time zones by setting your exact location and what to say place. It isn't showing my country here. I think it is not here. I'll okay. So just a second. Allow me a little break. I'll just grab about 90 minutes. So we were discussing the country. It is not here, I guess. Okay, so it is in Asia. It's not showing in Asia. Why? Maybe yes, it is not here. So I'll just do it as none of the above. Okay, that too is not available. I think in that case I'll just go with none of the above. You can choose any GMT standard here, Greenwich time. I don't think anyone is good enough. So I'll just go for the American version because I use New York. What is it? In New York VPNs multiple times, so I'll use New York itself. So my time zone is set. Now I can set the packet inspection based on these data packets. Just it depends on you how you want to use it. I'm going to show you some of the tools enumerate. I'll list them here itself so that you might be able to download them if you want to use some free software based on GUI of the firewalls. Those provide GUIs, those are free version. Do not go for the paid ones for now, but if you're working for some organization or some authority, I'll recommend you to go for some paid versions like Fortinet provides a good firewall. Always make sure it in mind that hardware-based firewalls are a little more cost-effective, efficient, and faster than software-based. Still, if you want to save some money, you can run for the software-based firewalls. The very first one that I'll talk about is Glassware. This is the free firewall available on the internet. The second one is Firewall. Yes, it is Firewall Security Management. Yes, it's Firewall Security Management. These firewall is provided by this one. This is provided by SolarWinds. They are definitely good at it. And then the third one is Zone Alarm. You can check this. This is definitely a good option for you. And still, if you are not comfortable with this one, you can go for Komodo. I guess it is Komodo. Yeah, it is Komodo free firewall. I'll list you 10, 11 firewalls that you can use. And what I have used um, AVS firewall. Yeah, those are good. I'll just write FW for firewall. Okay, AVS firewall. Then you can go for Avast firewall. Avast use Avast endpoint firewall actually. They do not write it as Avast firewall. They write it as Avast endpoint firewall. As I told you, the firewalls are implemented at the endpoints itself. Then one you might have already encountered that comes default in most of the nowadays Windows-based operating system is McAfee, and then you can go for the Azure one. These are like definitely good options for you if you want to consider some good one. Then EvoRem is the option you might not have heard about. EvoRem, yeah, it's EvoRem. Okay, so you check it once. It is EvoRem or EvoRem. I don't N or M here. I think it is N, but make sure you check it. Okay. So the next one is Tiny Wall. This is definitely a good option that I have tried myself. Do I know any else? Yeah, I know Norton. I know about the last one I can share is Untangle. I think this much are enough for your practice. After practicing this 12 firewalls, you might be knowing a lot about the firewalls and their configuration. Those are based on the GUI, so I'm not going to teach them because GUI is quite easy. You will see whatever in your friend is exactly what is going to be happen. They will define what is going to happen by those tools or the options you opt or opt out. We have discussed a lot about firewall and its configurations. We have seen some of the methods how to configure a firewall. We have seen the tools that have like free version available for installing some firewall with GUI itself. We discussed the types of firewall. We have discussed stateful and stateless firewall. I have told you that with the difference of an example. We have seen how to configure a firewall into a Linux. Now we'll see the thing that is more important than all those things, that issues that are with the firewall itself. Okay, so the very first issue that the firewall has is the insider attack. What are those insider attacks? For example, if someone is already inside the range of that firewall, the firewalls are implemented often on the perimeters. Okay, so if the attacker is inside the firewall network, the firewall can't help in stopping or preventing the attack from that attacker. The second thing is missed security patches, that you need to regularly update your firewalls. If you miss any of the security patch, the attacker could easily gain access to it. The configuration mistakes are often the biggest reason due to which attackers gain access to the administrative rights. See, if you misconfigured some IP address and you marked as blacklisted and the other one as whitelisted, which was ought to be marked as blacklisted by you. Okay, so often this problem occurs in an organization where employee marks the blacklist as whitelist and whitelist as the blacklist. Now, what will happen? All the attackers are allowed to attack, and all the legit users are blocked. In some cases, the administrator blocks themselves. Maybe they are not 100% concentrating on the task, or maybe some other reason they are distracted and they put their own IP address in the discarding part, so they aren't themselves able to connect to the firewall. Now they have to reset the firewall from the beginning. The fourth one is a lack of deep packet inspection. See, no firewall provides you deep packet inspection up to up to the mark. All the deep packet inspection or scanning is available till the point where they can analyze a little amount of behavior of the packet, but they cannot exactly determine whether the packet is good or bad, due to which some of the good packets are discarded and the bad packets are accepted. These are the biggest issues that these firewalls provide, that the valid packets are discarded and the invalid packets are accepted in many of the cases. The last thing that is the biggest problem with firewalls is DDoS attacks. When the DDoS attacks occur, the firewalls are easily be able to shut down. And when the firewall is down, there is no validation of credentials. All the endpoint users outside the network can easily connect to the inside of the network. And in some cases, if the firewall is the only way to connect, the entire network is isolated from the outside world. both are the problem in itself. Whether you cannot allow the any of the endpoint to connect to your network, neither you can allow that your network is isolated because it will of no use then. The second very important thing that I am going to discuss with you is this honeypot. Okay, so what is this honeypot thing? As in the real world, the honeypots can be understood as a box where the honey is kept, and if some of the bees are coming inside, they are going to that place first and they can be trapped. Now, if someone could try to access your network from the internet, as you can see in this photograph, I'll zoom it a little. Okay, so this is the internet, and if someone is trying to connect, and if those are some bad intent users, the very first thing that will lure to them towards themselves is this honeypot, because they won't have the proper knowledge about the target. They will went to the honeypot, and honeypot can be of two type: intrusive and extrusive, attacking. So ingress and egress, that we discussed earlier. In ingress, it will just record the attacker has tried to attack, and in egress, it will try to reverse again the shell on that particular attacker device itself. It will allow the reversal, and when the attacker will try to connect, it will provide his own or her own shell to the honeypot, due to which the organization can easily map the user and could find them. If somehow the attacker is able to evade the honeypot and get to the firewall, external firewall, and gets authenticated and went to the network. Now, there comes the DMZ, the demilitarized zone, which is isolated from the entire network. Now, there are two type of networks separated by LAN switch and router. Now, LAN switch has multiple networks that has been distributed by the LAN switch. Now, in internal network, there is another honeypot. If someone goes easily to that LAN switch, now also the luring part comes into the action, that if the attacker is trying to connect, most probably they will connect to the honeypot because they won't have the proper rights and credentials to connect to the internal network. The same is with the router end. They will use some of these services like webmail or DNS, and due to the improper or the what we say incomplete information about the network, they will connect to the honeypot first, and honeypot will know all the details of the attacker. As I told you, it is of ingress and egress of two types. So depending upon the nature of honeypot, it will act accordingly. You can implement free versions of honeypot in your device. If you're using Windows, you can use KF sensor with PCAP and NCAP. By default, KF sensor has two interfaces, one with packet capture and one without packet capture. To work it with packet capture, you will need to download WinPCAP or NPCAP. According to me, NPCAP is most like very much preferable because of its updated code base, which isn't in the WinPCAP. Okay, so if you want to install it in your Linux, you can use the paint box available on the GitHub. You can download that paint box and install the honeypot itself. The implementation of honeypot is beyond the scope of this course. You may go to the ethical hacker or the VAPT or advanced level of courses to know how to implement and use honeypot in your network and how to evade them, because those are some important topics you need to understand. So these are some network devices, then end devices, then components, and then connections for the wires actually, and then miscellaneous things. This would include the file device system, and then it would be the multi-user connection, that how a multi-user connection will be established. So for the very first thing, we will be going to implement this router R2811 here. This is the router we are using, and then we will need a switch to connect multiple devices with this router. I'll take this one. This one is the latest according to me. So I'll need some of the endpoint devices, like I'll need a PC. Definitely I'll need a PC, and then I will need a laptop. I think that would be enough, or we can take a server too. No issues with that. So I've taken a server, and so yes, I think this is enough. We don't need anything else. You can take some home, you can put there, it is completely yours, some keyboard or maybe anything, you could keep anything. I'll show you for this small connection how to connect. I am very bad at connecting with wires, but just copper wire is used to connect these switches. But I'm going to do it automatic because I'm not good at keeping track of what I connected to which by which type of wire. It takes care of that itself. Once you have connected everything, you need to configure them accordingly. By configuring, I mean to set their gateway IP, to set their IP address to dynamic or static. You need to keep up everything. You need to make configs here to what you want to keep the internet coming and outgoing. If I put it 192.168. Let us say 10.0. I'm really sorry. 10.0 and then there will be some subnet. I think there is some issue. Okay, I'm really sorry. That was occupied one 192.168.10.1. So it has some subnet mask here. Everything is configured well. You need to switch on this port. See, the connection has been started from this point. Now it coming to the switch, you can check the configurations to which what you want to divide it in. And then there are a lot of things that you need to connect, and when you will be able to connect these things, you will be able to ping that device from this device and something like that. This will take a lot of time to configure. Instead, what I'll do is I'll show you some of the my created one. I have created a simple NAT one. I don't want to save anything. One more thing, when you will download the Cisco packet tracer, it will ask you to log in. So make sure you register on the internet while downloading this software so that you might be able to use this. Once you have created this network, what you need to do is you need to click on real time to analyze what exactly is the current situation scenario, what exactly is in the network, and then you can go on the simulation where you can simulate the network, what is going to happen. And then what you could do is allow it a few seconds. No, I don't want to reset it. It was the reset thing. Just play it so that you can see what packets are being traveled to which place and where are they exactly going. These are some of the requests that I made earlier, so it has been showing to you like that. Go to the desktop, go to the command prompt, and try to ping the other device. I will show you the IP addresses of those devices. I have already set them configuration. Yeah, so I pinged it. See, the data packet has been created, is created again. There are some packet creation. I'll close it. And then these packets, see, these packets are going to this place, and these packets are some is going here, some is being lost from here to here. There are multiple things that are being happening in this network. Now, few of the things that you need to understand by now is you need to configure this by config what the default gateway you are keeping for your device. See, as I have kept 10.1 here, you might see the router having the same IP address 10.1 here. Here, so 10.1. And for this one, I have kept 20 point something. It will work accordingly. It is completely dependent on you what you want to keep them onto. Just try to keep them a simple realistic type of IP address and the network distribution so that people could easily be able to understand, even you could easily be able to understand what are the things exactly going into the network, where you want to establish what. As you can see, I have showed everything to you about this tool. You need to just play this control in order to see what is exactly happening in the real world scenario. This is quite good for telling someone how the network works, and definitely when you will learn about it, it is definitely very helpful for you. You can learn it from Cisco itself, or you can go onto the YouTube, or there are a lot of places where you can go and find how to use Cisco packet tracer and learn about it and configure multiple networks and multiple packets to each other, do subnetting, get some practice along with it, and then you will be able to get into the account what is exactly happening. Because to get into cybersecurity, you must be very good at computer networks. This is something very important and very much required for every individual who is trying to step into the shoes of computer network. Next, I am going to talk a little about monitoring. See, the monitoring is done at these places, at these endpoints, or maybe if we are talking about a home, then monitoring is done on the gates, on the in the rooms. What exactly is monitoring? I'll tell you a small definition or a small thing about monitoring in this one, and then we will be covering ingress, egress, everything in the next part, ideas and other things. But for monitoring, you can understand it as when anything is happening and someone is trying to keep note of everything, to keep record of every instance. This is called monitoring. For example, at an airport, there are control rooms who are monitoring the flights which are flying around. Even the what we say, these control rooms are monitoring the individuals, their behavior, the behavior analysis is being done. AI is used in monitoring nowadays, AI and artificial intelligence. There are a lot of handful things that you can find it into the monitoring part. Now I'm going to show you the physical one, how the physical one is going to work. See, when you will talk about the physical here, as you can see, definitely we can distribute the network into multiple physical zones. See, I have kept this one here, and then I will put this here, and I'll put some air conditioners here. See, all this you can connect via some connection. Those connections could be the wired. I don't recommend wiring because wiring will take a lot of time of yours, because in real world scenario you are not going to wire just one. Okay, so use some networking tools like antennas and then this transformers. A lot of things are there you can use. Understand what are the exact things going on. For this lecture, I think this would be enough to understand. You can use multiple tools like LOIC, HOIC, and there are like HPing3. There are tons of tools available that you can use. Out of that tools, I'm going to cover LOIC today, and I'll tell you how it works, what are the configurations you need to set, and how you are going to attack a particular target. You know, the target of DOS attack is to make that particular site or the device not reachable for anyone else, not reachable. Or in other word, you can understand it as, so after this LOIC, I'll cover some CSRF and cross-site access attacks, and then we'll be just trying to get a little into practical stuff where you can find some of the cool tools to do those attacks. Now, for this attack, I recommend you to use Windows. It could be any version of Windows 7 or higher. I'll definitely recommend you to use Windows because it provides a good GUI to do this. But even when you will be using HPing3, I'll recommend you to use the Linux. Here in URL, you need to set up the target. I have taken google.com, which I'll definitely change because I don't want my IP address to be blocked by Google, because I definitely use it on regular purpose. My Wi-Fi is based on static IP address, so I'll have to ask my ISP to change the static IP of my device. Yeah, for that purpose, I'm changing on the target. After typing the URL, you need to put lock on. When you will type lock on, the IP address to that particular device will be fixed. The other way is to like put the IP address here and do lock on. In this case, it will do well IP address, and in this, it will first try to find out the IP address of the particular target, and then you are going to attack. Then do not click here because this is something that will start the attack. This is the button to start the attack. As you will hover over this button, it will also type that I sincerely hope you can guess what this button does. So I don't want to like attack. I need to set up some things. You need to set this timeout. Make sure you always keep it high because even after some times the device starts discarding the packets. Let us suppose after 10 seconds of access packet from a particular site, the device starts discarding those packets. And again, the device is back by 500 seconds. And if your timeout is above 500, the packet will still be going to the device, waiting, and will still try to reach the device. That's why I recommend to keep this timeout quite high. The rest depends upon you. Now it comes what type of request you want to send. Right now, I'm sending a UDP packet with a cat is fine too, and some word is there. It is by default in this device. I'll just change it. I'll type who are you, and then whatever the place you want to hover over, I'll just try to dir. This directory doesn't exist. It is my own page, so I don't know that this directory doesn't exist. You can select the port, which port you want to attack, the type of attack, TCP, UDP, and HTTP. I'll go with HTTP. The number of threads you want to send. Always keep this a little high, but depending upon your device, I'll keep just 20. Yes, I'll definitely wait for reply because I want to know whether it is working or not. Always keep it faster so that the device doesn't get enough time to understand what is going on. And in some cases, there are some firewalls. To avoid those firewalls, you can just keep it to slow or slowest. It depends upon you. I'll keep it a little faster, and then all you need to do is to attack. As soon as you click this attack, you can see there has been 101 requests sent. Out of those, 99 were downloaded by the device. The attack is going on. As you can see, 5 packets are idle. They have been failed. And 14. So the site has started discarding a packet. 14. I'll keep flooding until unless they stop accepting it. Instead, what I'll do is I'll stop. 3 threads are idle. I'll stop this because I don't want my site to get down. Okay. Thing is, it has started going to fail a lot of higher stability. As you have seen, the particular website was started discarding those packets. This is a type of LOIC, low orbit ion cannon attack. You can use HOIC as well. It is a heavier tool and it is more aggressive tool. I'll recommend you to stick to LOIC and stick to the target, which gives you the like permission to attack. Otherwise, don't attack on any random website. They will definitely block you. If you have static IP, it is problematic for you. And in some cases, if you cause them some financial or operational damage, they will sue you in the like under the laws of India. I'll tell you how to download this tool, but please, it is only for educational purpose. I don't want you to use it for any other purpose. I'll just write it once here. Okay, so it is only for education purposes. Do not misuse this. All you have to do is to go on the Google or Bing anywhere, and you have to type LOIC download Windows 10 or whichever Windows you are using. Then go on the source for internet. Then download it. It will like stop the automatic download. Click on the download. The firewall will stop you from downloading. Make sure you allow it from the firewall. As soon as you will download it, you will see it just like this. Just a second, allow it a few seconds. You will see it like this, LOIC binary zip. Open it, and then it will be like this. Double click on it, it will extract and install it. As soon as you will install it, it will open something like this, and you are all set to attack. Just make sure you are attacking the site with legal permissions. If you aren't attacking those sites with legal permission, you will be in serious problem. Always keep thread depending upon the power of your laptop. More than that, port you can change definitely as per the requirement. For example, some website is not working on port 80, they are working on port 80, 80 or 8000. You can go on those ports. It completely depends on you, but I'll recommend you that in most of the cases, major companies use port 80 because it is the standard, and then you attack. Always wait and think twice before attacking with this. Okay. So a comprehensive or iterative risk assessment is crucial as it creates an awareness of the internal and external risks as well that could possibly impact the organization's ability to meet its objective. Okay, this risk assessment thing helps the organization prioritizing the risk management and aids in developing a roadmap and process for the establishment of internal controls to mitigate or to minimize the risk to an acceptable level. And in some cases, if it is not the acceptable, we would just transfer it to some other organizations by taking the insurances or the third party services. So a risk assessment is always comprised of three things. First, identifying qualitative and quantitative risks that could influence the organization's ability to contact or conduct the regular business, the business continuity part. The second thing is to evaluate them or to analyze them, the enlisted risks, and it may also include the construction of heat maps or graphs. Okay. Also, we compare it with the matrices. Then, third and the last thing, determining the risk tolerance and establishing control measures. What are the control measures? How to mitigate those risks, as well as what are the amount of risk that we can tolerate, and if still there remains some risk that can neither be tolerated and nor can be set up by any control measure or could be reduced by that, we can simply go to the third party, ask for their services for that purpose, or may take insurance regarding that. Both works perfectly fine. Then comes the board of directors and senior management team should focus on the key risk during the risk assessment. Okay, the board of directors and the senior management team plays very crucial role because they are the one who are responsible for selection or the monitoring of this risk assessment phase. Okay, in this particular case, if risk assessment is done properly, then the loss of a company is reduced to the exponential level because there is no more data breach or no more data loss, so there is no more data reputation damage or any kind of data stealing or what we say robbery or piracy or data leaks in your organization. Then comes financial reporting. Okay, so next thing or the very first thing that we need to do when we are identifying the risk is we need to do the financial reporting. We have to make some list. Okay, the list of financial reportings that this has been it came into our account, the credits, the debits, or any other type of expenditure, everything should be written in this financial reporting. Then comes insurance, the underwriting and reserving investment and credit, everything should be under this. Also, the third party service insurances that has been taken by the organization, that too are considered under the same umbrella. Then comes outsourcing, from where what services are being outsourced, what resources are being outsourced, what are the investments that are being outsourced. Everything should be in this particular list. Next is vendor. Vendor is something or someone from whom you take services. Okay, so to list them, like from which vendor what you take, everything should be listed in this category. Then comes compliance. In compliance, what we actually do is we write the type of compliance our organization follows. It depends from organization to organization. Also, it depends on the type of industry organization belongs to. Then comes legal. All the legal measures that have been taken by the company, all the lawsuits that are currently running on the company, all the anything that is regarding with the law and regulations should be mentioned in this category. Then, or any kind of report that is being run on some previous employees, like data theft or something like that, or any fraudulent activity. Then comes political. There are political influences in companies. Definitely, there are in big companies, and those political influences should be also listed in this particular list because it is very important to understand what would be the impact of those political changes which may occur in the upcoming years to increase the efficiency of our organization. Then comes reputational. See, every organization works on the first hand on the building their reputations. If a company or an organization has a good reputation, they might be selling something at higher cost, but people will always buy it from them because people know that they have the trust of the people, they have some reputations, they have some brand value, which they will never lower down. That means the quality of service they will provide would be always good. So reputational means all the like testimonies and everything should be kept in this category. Next comes emerging. How the evolution of the organization has been done, how the company has evolved, the changes that has came so far, the changes that has been made in any or every part of the organization should be written in this category. Now, the very important part, data and cybersecurity. These are kept often together. You can keep it different also. They are responsible. This list is responsible for writing all the countermeasures that are in action, their results, also the data is that is residing with the organization, also the data in transit of the organization, and the amount of data that is traveling every day. Okay, and the new security mechanisms that are yet to be implemented, the security mechanisms that has been implemented, their CVA, everything should be in this category. Then comes the other operational and businesses, like other day-to-day activities or any kind of operation that organization does. Record of all those things should be kept in this category. Okay, now to ask what we know about risk. Okay, we are conducting risk assessment. We have enlisted all the risks. Now what? So the next step is to evaluate those risks and prioritize them according to the they will have on the organization, the impact. Okay, so on what basis will you evaluate? So the likelihood of the event occurring and what is the impact if it occurs are the two main factor on which prioritization of the risk is based. Okay, see, it completely depends on an organization on what category they decide the risk priority, but in 99.9 cases and the standards, these two are the main factor which decides the prioritization of the risk. Okay, moving on the next point, which is, see, like within this entire process, the organization they could create their own significant opportunities when the other events or conditions may result in vulnerabilities. Okay, so the process of risk prioritization ensures I think I've written it by mistake, the using of the results of the previous risk assessment as well as the upcoming risk assessments. Okay, the risk assessment that we are doing right now actually. Okay, so it is just the ranking of possible or the possible consequences of the risk events that if we compare to the target risk levels and tolerance. Okay, coming on the next point. See, for financial reporting risks, a risk analysis for each financial statement line could be performed and risk ranked based on the potential of material misstatement due to errors or maybe fraud. The fraud could be high, could be moderate, or could be low. It is followed by identifying the key controls of those activities. Then, what is the alternative for it? The alternative is for management to identify significant cycles such as underwriting, claims, investments, treasury, and financial statements. The closing of those financial statements and reporting. Okay, so also determining them is an important factor. What could go wrong in those cycles? It is very important question that an organization should ask. And what is the thing that has gone wrong? This is also something that organization should ask. Management then implements key controls to mitigate those risks. When identifying financial reporting key controls, it is important to consider segregation of duties. Okay, categorization or on the basis of the rules or the activities they are to perform. Then Also, the organization's risk assessment is an iterative process that has to be done quite often. It is something that should be reviewed and updated when changes occur and the new risk emerge in this case. Okay, in a scenario where new risk is emerged, controls should be monitored and remediation plans should also be put into place for finding. So the next thing that we are going to discuss is qualitative measures of risk likelihood. That how likely are they possible of happening of those incidents. So where A, B, C, D, E are the levels, A stands for almost certain, like it will definitely happen and the event is expected to occur. High level of recorded incidents of a particular situation or an event with very strong anecdotal evidence. Okay. Then comes the strong likelihood where the event will definitely reoccur. Okay. For this particular almost certain category, strong opportunities, reasons, or means to occur is always there. Then comes the second level where it is likely to happen. Yes, there are chances of the event that will happen, that it will occur, but the regular recorded incidents are not very strong, they're just strong, and the considerable opportunities and reasons are there for the event to occur. Then comes possible. Yes, it is just 50-50 kind of thing. Like, yes, it exists, it can be done, it may not be done. It is the 50-50% of the category, the exactly the middle situation. Okay, where an event should occur at some time, maybe or may not be. Few infrequent random recorded incidents or little incidental evidences are there. Very few incidents in associated organizations or comparable facilities are there. In some cases, some opportunities are there, reasons are there. Also, the means are also available. Still, the likelihood is low, so it is known as possible case. Then comes unlikely, where event could occur at some moment of time, but we don't know exactly when. There are no incident recorded of it. There are no recent incidents of it. Very less opportunity, very less reason, or there is very low means to occur. Like no big reason to occur. Then comes rare. This you can understand it that this particular event will happen only in the exceptional cases, like exceptional circumstances, where there is something like earthquake. So it is rare. Okay, it is the exceptional circumstance. Then comes the qualitative measures of risk consequences of impact. Okay. In this case, we are going to talk about the impacts, not the likelihood. We talked about likelihood. Now we're going to talk about impact. Impact is also categorized in 5 categories: 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, where 1 stands for insignificant and last one is catastrophic. Where insignificant means there is no injuries or fatalities, where a small number of people are displaced and only for short duration. There is little or no personal support required, not even financial or materialistic. There is some inconsequential or no damages, like little or no disruption to the community, no measurable impacts on the environment, although there is little or no financial losses. But when we come to the minor, there is small injuries there, but there are no fatalities. Okay, there are no big issues with that associated. Minor medical treatments are also required in some cases. Some displacement of people, like around 24 hours maximum. Some people, like some some cases will require the personal support from other places. There are some damage and some disruption which would be incurred or which could be solved within 24 hours. And there is no very long lasting effect. So, yes, there are some small financial losses. Then comes the moderate. In moderate, we talk about the case where medical treatment is definitely required. There is no fatalities, still hospitalization, localized displacement of people. So all these things are there. There is always a requirement of personal support in this particular case to satisfy the local arrangements. Localized damage is also there, which is rectified by routine arrangements. It will be corrected, no issues with that. But the normal community functionality is somewhat inconvenience in this category. Some impact of the environment on the environment with no long-term effects or a small, what we say, small impact on the environment with long-term effect. There are significant amount of financial loss that can be considered. Okay. Then comes the next category, that is major. Now from here, the company needs to pay attention where there could be extensive injuries, significant hospitalization, large number of displacement of even more than 24 hours. The fatalities will occur in this category. External resources will be required for personal support. Significant damage that requires external resources, community or partially functioning. Some services are unavailable for quite long time. Some impact on the environment with definitely long-term effects, not just short. There are some significant financial loss. Some financial assistance is also required in this case from other or different companies. Then comes catastrophic. Pardon. You can understand this category as the largest number of like the largest or the worst case that is the nightmare of a particular organization, that this shouldn't happen ever, ever, ever. So this incorporates for the large number of severe injuries requiring people like hospitalizing. There are significant fatalities, general displacement for extended durations, extensive personal support is required, extensive damage is done, community unable to function without significant support, and there are significant, not just significant, there are high damages that require external resources. There are high impact on the environment with very long-term effects. There are huge financial losses. Some of the financial assistance is required. Not just some, there is huge amount of financial assistance is required in this particular category. Okay, let's talk about metrics now. How this matrix is formed. We write A to E on the left hand side, the likelihood. On the right hand side, we write the impact of it. Okay, from 1 to 5. We have already discussed what A, B, C, D, E represents and what 1, 2, 3, 4 represents. Still, it is written on your screen. You can read it from there. We are talking about the above graph, this one first, and then we will talk about this one. Okay. We will be understanding what this ER, HR, and LR means, MR means. Okay. So, in this particular case, as you can see, where A and 1 is intersecting, it is HR, that the loss is insignificant, it is low. Yeah. Still, the certainty of its happening is way too high. It is like almost certain that it will happen. So it's a high risk HR. This could be understood as chief officer or senior management attention required. Further research might be required. Even some action must be taken. Then it is same for 2 cross A. Then we come to 3 cross A. Now comes the extreme situation. When it is almost certain there will be the least impact would be high risk, and then it will always increase to extreme. The other three would be extreme in moderate, major, and catastrophic cases for almost certain case. Okay, where extreme risk stands for detailed research and management planning required to at senior levels. Action must be taken to reduce the consequences or likelihood. Then comes likely they are likely to be happen. The second B1, it is mapped with MR, HR, HR, ER, ER, where MR stands for 1 and respectively 5 stands for ER. MR means moderate risk. That means management responsibilities must be specified, specific monitoring should be done, or response procedures are also required in place. Okay. Then comes the cases of low risk, where it can be managed by just daily routines or procedures. We do not need to do anything extensively for that. This is very important metrics that you need to understand in order to evaluate a risk. Now let us talk about the workflow of the risk response. Okay, what should be the input? The input should be the risk management plan and the risk register, where all the previous things have been done that we discussed so far. Then comes tools and techniques, the strategies for negative risk or threats. strategies for positive risks or opportunities, contingent response strategies, and expert judgment. These are the four techniques that are used in this case. And while processing with this, we get some output. The outputs are two things. First, project management plan updates and the project document updates. You need to update the documents every time, whatever changes you make based on that. Now let us see the diagram, the chart, the flow diagram. Okay. In this, as you can see, here the risk management plan is giving some input. That input is risk management plan. Okay. Then after identifying the risk register has been given into this. So there are some risk responsibility responses that are operating on this. After the updation of this, what they will do is they will update the documents in the project document, and what they will do is they will make some management plan updates and they will send it to the development project management plan. Okay, now let's see risk response workflow in action, where risk scenarios are given and then it is taken into risk analysis phase where the risks are evaluated based on the metric that I told you, A to E cross 1 to 5 metrics, and all those risks are mapped. Then we try to mitigate those risks. If in case like from the previous one it is having some exceeding risk or risk appetite, then we have to select some response options. There are two options available for us. One is based on options and other is based on parameters. If we talk about options, we have either we can avoid the risk, we can mitigate the risk by applying some countermeasures, we can share or transfer the risk to the third party, or we can simply accept the risk that yes, we know this risk is there, but it has very low, what we say, likelihood and very low impact on our organization. So we do not need to worry much about it. Then comes risk response parameters, where it depends on the efficiency of response, exposure of the risk, the response implementation capability, and the effectiveness of the response itself. Okay. So the question should arise is, why should I document every time? Why should I document this risk assessment whenever I am doing the risk assessment? See, the very important thing is, whenever you are doing a risk assessment, all the controls actions that you have taken or chosen, all those things should be written in that. Also, you may check for the required stored assessments for a specific number of years. You need to check for local requirements in the jurisdiction too. Now, keeping the track of all these things, you can just simply use it for the next time also. Like if I need to do the risk assessment, I should be knowing the past happenings. This risk assessment documentation provides me with the past details that what has been done so far. The level of documentation or record keeping will depend on three things: the level of risk involved in it, the impact on the organization or the context we are talking about, the legislated requirements, and the final thing, the requirements of any management system that may be in place. Now, what my record should have or should show: conduct like conduction of a good hazard review. Hazard here stands for a big risk. Determined the risk that I have found, those risks are responsible for those hazards. Now, implementation of the countermeasures which are suitable for the risk, and then reviewing and monitoring all the hazards in the workspace after those implementation of the counter. If you're talking about web server, what are the types of attack that we are going to prevent for? In this lecture, I'll be taking you through this type of attacks that happens on the web server. Okay. So let's talk a little about web server again to understand what exactly it is. You might have visited google.com or any other websites. So these websites are hosted on this web servers. You can understand this web servers as the base where these websites are hosted. Okay. These web servers are just the computers running some services. Okay. They have some operating system. On that operating system, there are some like backend databases, some applications that are running which supports the website hosting. For example, it could be Tomcat or any other. Now, any vulnerability in the application, database, operating system, or in the network will lead to the attack on the web server itself. Vulnerability stack of a web server would be understood by this. It has been given by Whitehead Security. Okay, yes, this is one of the verified source. When we talk about the web server security, it could be, or the web server, it could be the network layer. Then network layer would be having routers and firewalls. Then comes the operating system, which would be having Windows, Linux, or any other OS X. So then we come to the applications on which the open source or commercial applications are running. Then we talk about database, which type of database is running. Is it Oracle, MySQL, or DB2, Microsoft SQL? It could be anything. Then comes the web server, the real thing that we are going to talk about. It could be either Apache, Tomcat, Microsoft IIS, could be anything. Then second most top layer is third party web applications. Okay, in this we take third party applications. It could be either open source or commercial. And the final one is web application having technical vulnerabilities. There is one added layer into it, which is known as custom layer, which has some business logic flaws. Let us now talk about the web server attacks. Okay, we have discussed about DOS attacks, the buffer flow attack, or the SYN flooding attack, the HTTP GET request flooding attack, or ping of death, also known as POD. These are the types of DOS attack that are done on the server. This may cause the legitimate user from accessing the legitimate resources from server itself. Okay, so yeah, without wasting much time, let's go on to the next one. The second type of web server attack is website defacement. This is more often done by the hacktivist group. They think that they are providing social justice to the society by defacing these websites, or in some cases it is done for revenge. SQL injection attacks or SQLI are used to deface the website. When an attacker finds out that the input fields are not sanitized properly, he can add single or multiple SQL strings to maliciously craft a query, which is executed by the browser itself. Now, he may store malicious, unrelated data in the database when the website is requested. It will show irrelevant data on the website, thus displaying a defaced website. It could be like a pop-up, like it could be a photograph, or it would be written as hacked, or the website is down, this type of content. Next is directory traversal. What is directory traversal? If we talk about directory traversal, it is an like you can understand it as a flaw or a vulnerability in which an attacker is able to access beyond the web root directory from the application itself. Now, if she is able to access beyond web root directory, the one might execute operating system commands or the OS commands and get sensitive information or access the restricted directories too. Then comes misconfiguration attacks. In 99.99 cases, people have running unnecessary services that are enabled and have default configuration files that are used. Okay, now verbose or error information is not masked. An attacker can compromise the web server through various attacks like password cracking, error-based SQL injection, or command injection. There could be a number of other opportunities that an attacker may get. Next one is phishing attack. What is a phishing attack actually? See, in this, an attacker redirects either or tricks the user or the victim, like feeling that it is the malicious site set by the attacker is the real site, and then the email, or it would be anything, the link, it would be shared to the victim. It could be either WhatsApp, Facebook, Messenger, it could be from any platform. It will look legitimate. Okay, it will look authentic, but it will redirect the user malicious web page. Now, there could be a lot of other application attacks which can lead to other web server attacks. The parameter tampering, or maybe cookie tampering, unvalidated inputs, SQL injections, buffer flow attacks, and there are other type of attacks available. We're not going into that much deep. We'll just jump onto the methodology, how this attack comes, or how to understand this. So the very first one is information gathering phase. As I told you, you can have this information about the target from multiple websites. You can get it from who is information. You can get it from netcraft, banner grabbing, post scanning, or port scanning with the nmap, mirroring a website using httrack. Further, you can go for the vulnerability scanning to check what are the available vulnerabilities. You can run some automated tools like Equinetics, Nikto, and Vega. There are other tools available too, like OpenMass. If we talk about the password attacks, we will see that guessing default passwords, brute forcing, or dictionary attacks are most common. Now we talk about countermeasures. What are the countermeasures? You can simply update and patch the web servers regularly. You should not use default configurations. You should keep these configuration files separately and securely. You should scan the applications running on the web server for all the vulnerabilities. You should do proper VAPT on it. You should use IDS and firewall with updated signatures. Block all unnecessary protocols and services. Use secure protocols. Disable default accounts. Follow strict access and control policy. Install antivirus and update it regularly. Finally, all operating system and software used should be latest and up to date. For more information, you should go on this link. I'll be sharing you this document. Go on this link. You can go on this link by control and make sure you go and visit this link. It has a good presentation shared by the Black Hat Conference guy. His name is Somil Shah. You can read this. This has a lot of content into it. If you are able to understand it well, you will be able to map a lot of type attacking phases, methods, or technique that you can understand and perform.
Hi guys, we welcome you all to this amazing video on cybersecurity interview questions. So we are continuing with our series of interview questions and the topic for the day is cybersecurity. So in this video, through interview questions, we are going to cover various concepts such as cybersecurity fundamentals, cybersecurity concepts, security architecture principles, cryptography fundamentals, security of networks, system, application and data, incident response, security implications, and adaptation of evolving technology, and much more. So this is a broad overview of the topics that we are going to cover in this video using the interview questions. So let's get started. And before moving ahead, I want you guys to subscribe to Mindmajix YouTube channel and also hit the bell icon so that you never miss an update from us. So without any further delay, let's get started.
Cybersecurity fundamentals. So the first question is, what is a three-way handshake? So the answer for three-way handshake, you should be very precise like this. It is a method through which a TCP connection is stabilized between two clients or two entities. It includes or involves sending of SYN packet from client to server. Then server responds with SYN, synchronous and ACK acknowledgement packet. Further, if the client gets these two packets, that means the server is allowing the connection. Then client sends the acknowledgement packet and the connection is established. Next, what is CIA triad? CIA triad is standing for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. These are the three pillars you can say into the cybersecurity on which entire cybersecurity is based. We have to just secure these three things whenever it comes to cybersecurity. We have to make all the resources confidential, maintain all the integrity, and you have to make resources available to the legitimate users. When we were talking about CIA triad, if there is further asking by the interview, sometimes they do. They'll ask what is confidentiality, what is integrity, and what is availability. Try to be as precise as possible and take some example. Okay. For example, if I have to give this, okay, so I will tell him to consider an environment in which there are two guys or two individuals, Alice and Bob. They want to talk to each other. They want to create a good connection between them and share files, the FTP connection. So confidentiality is something that will keep that file secret, that no one knows about what data is inside that uh, file except Alice and Bob. Integrity is the completeness of the data. That means there is no modification or alteration in the file uh, in between the sending of Alice and receiving of Bob. Last, availability, that whenever Bob needs it, it is available for Bob to download it from the licensed computer. Next, which of the following refers to exploring the appropriate ethical behaviors related to the online environment and digital media platform? So the first thing that you can understand by this is it will take your analytical thinking a little. Then you can easily answer this. The options are cyber laws, cyber ethics, cyber security, and cyber safety. B1 is correct answer, cyber ethics. Fourth question, what is data leakage? See, you can answer this very easily from your daily life. Just like water leakage is when a glass is full or and there is a hole at the bottom. The water will leak from there. Exactly the same thing is data leakage. You will have to answer it like in some cases, the data storing capacity or sometimes the web who is responsible for the interaction with the storage possess some of the vulnerability which are exploited by the attackers and some amount of data is leaked or stolen. It is also known as data exfiltration. Next question is nmap is abbreviated as network mapper. True or false? So answer is A. Next one is which flag is for advanced aggressive scan in nmap? Hyphen SS, hyphen SV, hyphen O, and hyphen A. Okay, so hyphen SS stands for thin scan or stealth scan, you can say. Hyphen B stands for version enumeration. Hyphen O is for giving an output where you want to store the file. And this time hyphen capital O is for OS scan. And then hyphen A is for advanced and aggressive scan. Therefore, our answer is hyphen A. Next, which of the following nmap do not check? A. Services different hosts are offering, on what OS they are running, what kind of firewall in use, what type of antivirus is in use. If we remember from our past experience when we used nmap, the service enumeration is the main thing that nmap offers. Even it has a different flag, hyphen SV for it. Same is with operating systems, hyphen O is available for searching for OS. Next are firewall and antivirus. If you remember, we are having the firewall imaging techniques in nmap as I discussed. So the only option left is antivirus. I have never seen finding of antiviruses by nmap. So the option D is correct. Next question is which flag of Gobuster is for setting extensions? Hyphen U, hyphen W, hyphen X, and hyphen E. If you remember, hyphen U was giving for the target URL, hyphen W was for word list, hyphen X for file extensions, and hyphen E for enumeration. In this case, hyphen X is the correct answer because hyphen X stands for extensions. What is subdomain enumeration? So when we try to find all the subdomains of a particular website, it is known as subdomain enumeration. It may be 1 level, 2 level, or 3 level, or multi-level subdomains. Next, what is subdomain actually? You can understand this by an example. Let us suppose there is a company A which offers multiple services, but it is not possible to provide all the services from single domain itself. And if you're going to purchase multiple domains for it, then they may get confused. In that case, to make it efficient as well as worthy for everyone, we divide the domains into subdomains. For example, there is a domain which is facebook.com. It can have multiple subdomains such as india.facebook.com, uk.facebook.com, data.facebook.com, graph.facebook.com, phonenumber.facebook.com, and many more. So, as per the requirement, user can connect to that subdomain. Next is what is DNS. DNS stands for Domain Name System and it is responsible for ARP and RARP. It is responsible for giving you the IP address or the physical address of a particular website by which you can connect to them or find the response from them because you learn the names instead of their IP addresses. Next, why cybersecurity? This is the most trickiest question that an interviewer is going to ask you. Why are you into the cybersecurity? So, as per me, I'll answer that this is something that fascinates me a lot. This is something that I never get bored of. Point three, I love to explore everything, whether I can exploit them or not. And if I can exploit them, how will I secure that no one else can exploit it? Fourth, I like challenges, and cybersecurity is one of the most challenging fields that we can mark right now. And there are tons of other reasons that I am into the cybersecurity. Next question is Why do we need cybersecurity? The interviewer is going to ask you why the organization needs this cybersecurity. So your answer could be, you are going to tell him that every organization has some brand value and reputational values. If there is some breach of the data from the organization or there is defacement, it leads to reputational damage, which ultimately leads to market loss of the particular organization. It will lose the brand value, hence it is going to lose its value itself, even if it is product based or service based. In order to secure you from most basic attacks, you need cybersecurity. Otherwise, even the script kiddies or skiddies, the teenagers, they can also come to your organization, exploit it, and steal the data. Next, what are the types of hackers? I think this much time is enough. So there are three types of hackers, as you remember: white, gray, and black. If someone asks you who are they, you have to just tell them black hat, no permissions. They go for as rough as possible, as illegal things as possible. Gray, sometimes legal, sometimes illegal. White, completely legal. Then, what are the phases of ethical hacking? If you remember, we discussed about 5 phases of ethical hacking. It is what you have to answer here: reconnaissance, scanning, exploitation, persistence, and the last one is removing tracks. Next, the another tricky question that they can ask you is what kind of hacker you are. Make sure you always answer white hat hacker, because if you're going to answer any other type of hacker, the company is not going to pay focus on you, or they are not be willing to hire you, because they will see, what do we say, a kind of malicious insider within their own organization in your form. Next question could be, what type of hacking fascinates you more? You have 3 types of hackers. Which of the following types you like the most? Always try to answer white hat, because if other type of hacking activities fascinates you, that means you are again standing at the role of malicious insider. Next, one main difference between TCP and UDP. You do not have to give multiple differences. The main difference you have to give between TCP and UDP. So you can say that TCP is connection based, whereas UDP is connectionless. That's it. It is the main difference. Next, what is VAPT and difference, if there any exist? Okay, so VAPT are the two different profiles: vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. Both are a little different. Meanwhile, they follow nearly same steps, but they are a little different. The role of a VA is to find all the possible vulnerabilities that can be exploited by an attacker. So this is called VA. But when we talk about PT, it stands for any kind of penetration that any attacker can do, and they have to perform it. On now, their reports are only validated if they were able to penetrate into the network. Their role is to penetrate into it. That is the key difference between VA and PT. Cybersecurity concepts. What is access? Option A: function of an object, information flow from objects to subjects, unrestricted admittance of subject on a system, admiration of ACLs. So option B is correct in this case. Information flow from objects to subjects. Which of the following is true? A subject is always a user account. The subject is always the entity that provides or hosts the information or data. The subject is always the entity that receives information about or data from the object. A single entity can never change roles between subject and object. So the answer is C, because the subject is always allowed to receive information about the data from the object. Which of the following types of access control uses fences, security policies, security awareness training, and antivirus software to stop an unwanted or unauthorized activity from occurring? A. Preventive, B. Defective, C. Corrective, and D. Authoritative. I'll discuss this one a little, because you need to understand the difference between them, because not each time they are going to ask you in the form of MCQ. Sometimes they will be asking you what is preventive, what is detective, what is corrective, and what is authoritative access controls. So when we talk about, we'll start from the D, authoritative. Authoritative represents the authorization level that you give to someone. That control level is called authoritative and access control. Then corrective In this, the controls, they are responsible for correcting any event causing any problem to the operations. Second one is detective. Their role is to just detect what is the problem and report it to the concerned person. They do not take any action by their own. A preventive is the action in which we try to prevent the incident before it happens. In offenses, security policies, security awareness trainings, all these antivirus softwares are type of preventive measures, because if you're creating a fence, you want to not let anyone enter your infrastructure without your permission. That's why you're creating those fences. Again, you are training your employees. That is because you don't want either of your employees to get exploited insider. You are creating security policies so that no one is going to break those rules and regulations in order to save them from the lawsuits. Antivirus softwares, they are installed such in case that if a virus enters into your device, they are not able to withstand in your device. They are removed by the antivirus software. What is the first step of access control? Accountability login, ACL verification, subject authorization, and subject identification. Option D is correct. Subject identification. As I already informed you, you need to categorize and identify all the subjects in order to implement any type of access control. Next question is, dash access control rely upon the use of labels: discretionary, role-based, mandatory, and non-discretionary. In this case, the answer is C, mandatory access controls, because they are responsible for creating labels that the particular label decides what is the access control level or the access level the particular user has. Next, what are the goals of configuration management process? It is a objective question. Sorry, it is a subjective question. You need to answer it into points. So when we talk about goals of configuration management processes, there are you can call it as 7 categories or 7 top points in which I have made them. You can create it into boards, but major are just 7. First one is you have in order to revise capability, improve performance, reliability or maintainability, extend life, reduce cost, reduce risk and liability, correct defect. Next one is, what is the difference between asset management and configuration management? When we talk about asset management, we are concerned with the finances, but when we talk about configuration management, we are concerned with the operations. In asset management, scope is everything that an individual own or you own or in your organization own. But in configuration management, everything that you deploy is scope. When we talk about asset management, or we'll call it as AM, when we talk about AM, interfaces to purchasing and leasing is available. But when we talk about CM, interfaces to ITIL processes are only available. When we talk about AM, we have life cycles from purchase to disposal, but we have a life cycle from deploy to retirement in CM. AM is only incidental relationship, whereas CM is all operational relationships. Next, what is Puppet? So what is a Puppet? Puppet is just a configuration management tool ensuring that all systems are configured to a desired and predictable state. You can also use Puppet as a deployment tool, as it can automatically deploy software on the system. Puppet implements infrastructure as a code, which means you can test the environment and ensure that it is deployed accurately. The Puppet environment can be broken down into the main server environment or the client environment. In the main server environment, there is a Puppet master store, which stores all the configuration files. Next, what is Ansible work? Ansible is very important thing that I haven't introduced with. When we talk about DevOps, Ansible stands a lot of power. It is responsible also for automations in some cases. Ansible works under two different types of servers. One is nodes and other one is the controlling machine. The controlling machine is the platform where Ansible is installed. On the other side, controlling machine controls the nodes through SSH. Besides, the inventory file holds the node's location. The tool deploys the modules on a node by initiating the playbook. As it is agentless, so you do not need to use any other tool to control the process. Next question is, what is the following not typically part of a patch version or number? Major build number, patch number, developer name, and minor build number. If you have answered C, developer name, then congratulations, you are correct, because these are not the part of the patch version number. Next, which is the recommended method for deploying patches? Just deploy them whenever you have an patch update. Don't bother patching, you don't need to make any kind of patches. Quick test, then deploy to all. One, sum, and many approach. If you have answered D, you're correct. One, sum, and many approach is correct. What it refers to is, whenever it is required as per the requirement, update your device with the patches. Make sure that you do not leave patches unupdated for longer time. Next question is true or false. Microsoft is the only system that needs to keep kept up to date with patches. Like only Windows need to up to date till patches, or there is anything else that we could talk about in this case. So the answer is false. Everyone needs to stay up to date. Every company, every product needs to be up to date. Next question is why the patch management is a critical component to maintaining security, maintaining functionality, adding functionality, mitigation, or all of the above? The answer is all of the above. As you might have guessed by now that all the other features are part of patch management. Next, what does ACL stands for and what's use of it? ACL stands for Access Control List, and we have two types of ACLs, blacklist and whitelist, if you remember. Whitelist to allow certain rule-based workings, and blacklist to deny certain rule-based workings. They are used in order to restrict or allow someone from accessing something. Which of the policy work on health industry? HIPAA, SOX, GDPR, PCI DSS. I've talked a lot about them in the lectures, so I guess you might have already understand that HIPAA is the one who works for health industry. HIPAA stands for health information. So health industry itself tells you that HIPAA. When we talk about SOX and GDPR, PCI DSS, they have their different ones. They might overlap in some cases, but not in every case. Security architecture principles. Which level is the network layer in OSI model? Option A third, option B fourth, option C second, and option D fifth. Okay, if you have answered A third level, it is correct because network layer is only third level. Next, or data in network layer is transferred in the form of layers, packets, bytes, and bits. If you have answered C bytes, then you are correct. Is it? No, actually. When we are into the network layer, every time the data is considered into packets. They are formed packets and those data are distributed into packets. Make sure you always remember this packet term. It is definitely asked into interviews that they'll ask either in which layer data is in the form of packets, or they can ask you that which layer accounts data in the form of packets. Always remember this is for network layer. The next one is the network layer which contains hardware devices. For example, router bridges, bridges only, bridges and switches, routers, bridges, and switches. If you have answered routers, bridges, and switches, it's correct because all of the three devices works in the network layer. Next one is for what ICMP stands for. Either it could be Internet Coordinate Message Protocol, Internet Control Message Protocol, Interconnect Control Message Protocol, or Interconnect Coordinate Message Protocol. If you have answered Internet Control Message Access or Internet Control Message Protocol, it is correct. Next, in which of the following switching methods the message is divided into small packets? Message switching, packet switching, virtual switching, and none of these. Option is B, packet switching. When we do packet switching, the message is divided into smaller packets and then we form multiple packets of it. Each and every packets have their sequence number which are used to assemble them on the destination. Next, or which of the following switch methods create a point-to-point physical connection between two or more computers. Message switching, packet switching, circuit switching, and none of these. If you have answered C, packet switching, you are 100% correct. What do we mean here by this term packet switching? Packet switching is a concept of sending or distributing the data into multiple packets. But when we talk about point to point, it is done by the circuit switching, which is responsible for directing or routing the traffic to the desired destination. Next, what is the second name for this proxy server? Proxy tools, application proxy, application level gateway, or all of these. If you have said application level gateway, it is correct. That is the task same performed by the proxy server. That's why you can say they are same name or the same activity. They are two different names. Which of the following server allows LAN users to share data? Data server, point server, file server, and communication server. If we talk about sharing of data in the LAN, it is by the FTP, if you remember, file transfer protocol. That makes it very clear that the answer is C, file server. Next, which of the following addresses is 32-bit? MAC address, virtual address, source address, and destination address. Okay, if you have answered virtual address, you're 100% correct. Virtual addresses are in the form of 32-bit. Next, what is the size of the UDP header? 8 bytes, 16 bytes, 20 bytes, and 64 bytes. By the UDP header, I mean the UDP header in the UDP protocol datagram, the packet that is being sent from one source to the one destination. It is of 8 bytes. A is the correct answer. Next, which of the following protocols is the connectionless protocol? UDP, TCP, IP, or all of these are connectionless protocols? If you have answered UDP, you are 100% correct because UDP doesn't include any kind of connection establishment, whereas all the others are connection driven protocols. Next, difference between mesh and bus topology. What is mesh topology? In mesh topology, all the devices are connected to each other directly. In bus topology, we create a central bus path and then all the devices are connected to that central bus. Next, what is the difference between stateful and stateless inspection of firewall? When we talk about stateful inspection, in this we talk in a particular state inspection. When we talk about stateless inspection, it doesn't mean what how many states it's changed. We talk about the current states in general. Okay. Next one is difference between IDS and IPS. Again, IDS is only what do we say defensive measure, whereas IPS is preventive measure. IPS stands for intrusion prevention system, which performs certain activities as well as informs the responsible person for it. The series of steps that IPS will perform are in order to protect the device or in order to prevent the attack from spreading or occurring. Whereas IDP, they do not perform any operation or action. All they do is they inform the responsible guy who is responsible for that kind of attack. Next, what is sniffing? Sniffing, just like a dog sniffs something to identify it, to know more about it. Similarly, an attacker tries to, or sometimes IT administrators, what they do, or the network administrators, they sniff the network in order to understand what kind of data is traveling from your network to other network. Next is, what is firewall evasion? Firewall evasion is a trick or a method that is followed by the attackers in order to evade any firewall. What do I mean by evading a firewall? There are some rules and regulations that firewalls possess. What kind of data they will allow, what kind of data they won't allow, what kind of data packets are allowed, what kind of data packets are not allowed. In order to evade that firewall, we use firewall evasion topic.